Let's keep that, mate. Otherwise, we'll be waiting forever. It's important.
Good morning. Welcome to another sun-soaked day at Edgbaston. For day 2, this championship match between Warwickshire, oops, that was loud, and the title holders Surrey, with Warwickshire resuming on 364 for 4. Tom Latham century on his Warwickshire debut on 139. I'm Clive Eakin. We will hear from Mel Farrell. Also, hopefully, Brian Halford at some point. And Mark Church. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Clive. Good morning, everybody. Absolutely glorious day again here at Edgbaston. Feels again like a batting day up here in the commentary box. And Latham played very well yesterday for his 139. And Warwickshire in a good position starting this second morning.
And Fitcher comes into bowl to Ed Barnard, who gets a run off the first ball of the morning. Neatly played onto the onside for a single. He's on to 39, 365 for 4. I guess we'll work out where the match is going to go later. Right now, I suppose it's all about bonus points.
Well, we said first thing yesterday morning, really, when it was. I think Surrey took the aggressive option of bowling first, thinking something could happen in the first hour. Then it didn't. And really bare minimum for Warwickshire at lunchtime yesterday was probably the 450. So that will be their first port of call. And obviously the way they've gone about it, they're not bothered about maximum batting points. They're just bothered about getting to 450 and then going on from there, I think.
Yes, they should get to 4 batting points if they don't get bowled out quickly. That's a good delivery from Fisher. Beats the outside edge of Latham.
Yes, and I think from a Surrey perspective this morning, try and take a couple of quick wickets if you can. They've set the field up again, unsurprisingly, for the bowlers to bowl stump to stump. And I thought Surrey bowled well yesterday, actually, on this surface. So I did a bit of maths. Only 154 runs in boundaries off the bat yesterday, which is a pretty good effort with a short boundary as well.
That's good arithmetic, though. Fisher round the wicket, that's pushed out the offside, no run. Well, I did a bit of arithmetic myself, actually. I worked out that Warwickshire would have to score to run a ball in the first 14 overs if they are to get maximum batting points, exactly a run a ball, which they were doing after the first ball of the day.
Yes.
But they're not now.
It did take me all night to work out that 154 runs in boundary.
That's a good effort.
But that's not a bad effort on a good batting pitch with a short boundary on one side of the ground.
Phil Blitt will be with us as well today. He's just arrived. Here comes Fisher round the wicket to bowl, and that's left by Latham. I'm sure want to bat as big as they possibly can to have any chance of trying to force something in this match. Sorry.
Couldn't have asked for anything better weather-wise.
No.
Again, no.
No,
Although, I
and
say that, I think
the bowlers could have asked for it.
Yeah, I think the bowlers would have liked to have seen a cloud at some point today.
One slip in place, Fisher into bowl to Latham, and Lisa could leave that. Looks as if it missed by a huge amount.
Yeah, that is a good leave, and from the reaction, that isn't too far away from the off stump.
I'm going to do my update in 25 seconds time. I have to remember at weekends that I have to do it a minute later than I do it weekdays. It's very confusing. Last ball, the first over coming up. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where the sun is shining once again, and Warwickshire aiming to build on their work from the first day of this match against the title holders Surrey. They resumed on 364 for 4, and they'll be looking to bat as big as they possibly can. They've added 2 singles off the first over of the morning, which means Tom Latham on his Warwickshire debut is now 140 not out. The batting conditions remain very favourable. Warwickshire 366 for 4 after 97 overs. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. With the sound of me dropping my phone.
Well, no, but I think you'd come off by then, so that was absolutely fine. But it's going to be Nathan Smith to get us started, as we saw yesterday from the Birmingham end of the ground. And Latham 140 not out. Did play very well yesterday. We were all saying that it doesn't matter who you are as the overseas, you want to get off to a good start for your new employers, and he just looked very solid yesterday. Didn't give a chance. The only moment of sort of real trouble he had was in Cameron Steele's first over, where he got a short ball and he tried to work it into the leg side, got a leading edge, and it looped straight over Cameron Steele's head. But other than that, didn't look in a great deal of bother at all yesterday. Up against his fellow countryman, Nathan Smith, who's over the wicket to Latham. Good Yorker first up. That's really well played by Latham. Oh, right on the button there was Nathan Smith. Bowled with pace yesterday, did Nathan Smith.
Good competitive cricket, that wasn't it?
Yeah,
terrific
really
ball.
good.
Well kept out.
Yep.
By Latham.
And that will have woken Latham up.
It's an interesting situation, Warwickshire, the overseas player. You never want a player to be injured, but Michael Booth's little injury did get them out of a bit of a hole in terms of selection.
Yes, as in over the wicket comes Smith, then Latham's on the back foot, playing this one away into the offside, rolls out there towards cover, and there's no run.
Because Michael Booth is still an overseas player this season. He's got one more season as an overseas player. I mean, he was only, I guess, in the team initially because there was only one overseas player over. But he's done really, really well. And it would have been harsh to drop him, but I think that would have been the case. I don't think they've left either Bo Webster or Tom Latham out. So he probably would have been out of the team anyway.
Waits again, does Latham, left-handed of course. As Nathan Smith is into him, forward he goes to a good length delivery, plays this one back up the pitch. There is no run, so the field is a slip, a backward point, the sweeper on the cover right, the cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square and the long leg. So again, on this surface, stump to stump, try and cut down boundaries and make it as hard as possible, because it's difficult on this. As over the wicket goes Smith. And this one's a bit wider, outside the off stump, left alone by Latham and taken by Ben Folkes. I was saying that Surrey came across this sort of surface at Hove and Chelmsford, but at Hove it took Sussex 133 overs to get 435. So Surrey slowed them down and cut down all the boundaries, and it took Sussex a long time to get to that 435. As Smith is in to Latham, who drives, thickish edge, brilliant from Fisher, dives away at backward point and hits the stumps with the throw, and there's an appeal for run out because Latham had taken a couple of steps down, then came back, got the bat down. That's a great bit of work from Fisher, and actually they picked up a single as the throw hit the stumps and ricocheted away, but Terrific bit of work from Matt Fisher, and Latham gets a single. Eventful 1, and Latham moves on to 141.
He's been a little bit casual right getting back there, Tom Latham. We've been an unfortunate way to get out for 140.
Yeah.
But,
well, if we'd had the old TV here, we may have gone upstairs, I suppose, to have a look.
yeah.
But it was a great bit of work from Fisher. Flung himself to his left and got a hand on it, and then threw quickly at the stumps, hit one stump. As Barnard comes on to strike to Smith for the first time in this second over, he's forward to a good length ball. It's a good over from Smith. And it's a good tight start from Surrey this morning. And Warwickshire 367 for 4, Barnard 39, and Latham has 141.
Yes, it's 3 runs off the first 2 overs, and one of those was an overthrow. Let's go back to the Warwickshire overseas situation. They're kind of insured against losing overseas players unexpectedly, which has kept happening to the last couple of seasons, by signing a fair plethora of them this year.
Yes.
So we've got Bo Webster, who's I think due to be here till the end of the T20 blast. Tom Latham is also here for most of the season. And they have got Hassan Ali due to come as well, so that's going to pose a problem if and when he arrives. Fisher bowls, and that's pushed down the pitch. There's no run.
Yes, I did see Hassan Ali. You can stand next to him as well and have your photo downstairs and see how tall he is. Yes. Have you ever noticed there is a very facially a great similarity between Ollie Hannon-Dalby and Justin Rose? If you have a look at that downstairs where you can stand next to him, there is a facially there is a real similarity between those two.
Fisher round the wicket bowls, and that's pushed by Latham. There is no run.
Yeah, good start this from Surrey, because Latham is going to have to start again. Barnard will have to start again. And as I say, Surrey are going to keep this as tight as possible. They did a good job yesterday, Surrey, and I think they've got experience of it this season. Just trying to make run scoring as hard as it can be.
Fisher bowls, and it's just pushed to point. There's no run. Decent enough job today. Warwickshire won't be obsessing on bonus points, but they will want to get the runs reasonably at a reasonable pace, I would have thought, because if they are to force anything in this match, they need to give themselves plenty of time. You're just talking about players looking like other sports personalities. It reminded me. That's left, there's no run. And there's a picture at the Oval which always emphasised it. But the similarity between Gareth Batty and Alex McLeish,
oh yes,
former Birmingham City manager.
I think that's been mentioned before. I stood next to. I just wanted to see how tall I was really yesterday morning, and I looked up and I thought, gosh, there is a real similarity facially between Hannon-Dalby and Justin Rose.
Fisher wearing number 15, running away from us. Bowls, big grunt with good accurate delivery, which Latham is content with defending out of the offside. She's had a 1 run so far this morning.
Well, if you're in the ground today and having a sat in the sun, I should think it's very nice. Today it's warm already, and I think this is meant to be here for a few days, this weather, which is rather lovely. It's a bit like the start of the season again.
You feel this match can't afford any weather interruptions if there is to be. A positive finish either way. Good delivery, that one from Fisher, and Tom Latham tries to defend that but plays and misses. So a good over, maiden over from Fisher, and Surrey have started this morning pretty well, but Warwickshire's 5th wicket pair remain intact at 367 for 4.
Yeah, I think for anything to happen, we need every single ball, minute, over of the 4 days here for anything to happen. Smith will continue from the Birmingham end of the ground. You can see the centre of Birmingham there in the distance. They were discussing it yesterday, lots of cranes in one area building look like new flats away there in the distance. And away to our right as well. It used to be, back in South London, there were lots of cranes. Seems to be in Birmingham at the moment. Here is Smith then to Barnard. Right-handed Barnard is pushing away into the offside. Up comes Ryan Patel to do the fielding.
Well, we do tend to get a lot of cranes on the skyline here. We usually do a crane count. It looks to be a bit of a cluster of them currently. There's a little team of them.
It looks like 4 fishermen sat on the river with their rods away there in the distance, waiting for a bite. So it was nice and quiet on the boats this morning because I completely forgot it was Saturday. As in over the wicket goes Smith, short one. Oh goodness me! Well, that's taken so long to get to Barnard that he's gone to pull it. He was so early on the shot. He's followed it the whole way round. He's got the toe end of his bat and rolled down to Ben Folks behind the stumps. But yes, it was. I forgot it was Saturday. And not a great deal on the road this morning. It was very nice.
Not a full footballing Saturday either. There is some football, but
in over the wicket once again comes Smith, another short one, and again it's sort of a balloony bounce, and it's well taken by Ben Folks, tumbling away to his left. It was like a trampoline going over the top of Barnard, that one. And was always going down. And well taken by Ben Folks away to his left-hand side. Perfectly blue sky. There are a few fluffy clouds away to our right over the back of the Hollies stand. Barnard stands with that bat raised on 39. Smith is into him, and that's a good length. Outside the off stump. Barnard has a little fiddle at that. Outside his off stump, and then rehearses letting it go, and taken by Ben Folks away to his right hand side.
Thank you.
But yeah, so yesterday, as I say, out of 364, 154 in boundaries off the bat runs. Oh, that's well bowled. That beats the edge as well. It's great length from Nathan Smith. That definitely beats the edge of Barnard. Taken by Folks. So there were 34 fours and 3 sixes yesterday, which, as I say, is a pretty good effort on a pitch that isn't offering a huge amount and with a short boundary on one side. If you get it wrong, you could be at stumps on day one, staring down the barrel of an absolute huge total. So I think Surrey did pretty well with the ball yesterday. As goes wider of the crease this time to Smith, and this is left alone by Barnard. It's a good tight start from Surrey this morning. Latham has added a couple of runs. Barnard has added a single. And Warwickshire are 367 for 4. Well, sorry, I didn't know. But you talk about overseas players. Well, of course, one of Surrey's overseas players couldn't get in the side for this game, Mr. Curtis Patterson. So he wasn't in the team.
it's going to be an issue for Warwickshire at some point down the line. Well, it is now.
Yes.
Michael Booth, although he is injured, probably have to have made way. I would imagine so. We've been tossed with him and Bo Webster, but given that Webster's got 85 and helped them win the match last time out, I think he probably would have kept his place. That's played to mid-on by Latham for no run.
I think sort of everyone's focused on Jason Roy playing in this game.
Yes.
But I think probably the reason that Curtis Patterson wasn't selected for this was to get Cameron Steele into the side as well, just to give Rory Burns another option of spin. He looked a little rusty yesterday with the ball, but it does give another option.
That one is played into the ground by Latham, and after a moment's thought, they do scamper through for a single, just the fourth run of the morning, 368 for 4.
So I think that was the thinking, and gives another option to Rory Burns. But yeah, it's Curtis Patterson. Well, the other thing is it gives him a bit more sort of net time, doesn't it? Because he's got a couple of games to come next week and the week after.
Fisher. There's a cloud in the sky. Comes into bowl. That's driven by Barnard. It's probably the shot of the ball. He only gets him one because there's a sweeper on the offside. So Lawrence feels that, and he only gets one run for it, but a nice looking shot. He's on to 39, 3, I think it should be 369 for 4.
I think Barnard's
on 40, isn't he? Yes.
Yeah, nice looking shot from Barnard, but just for the single. Because unsurprisingly, sorry, I've got the sweepers out there.
So that's Latham, and that will be the first boundary of the morning, I think. Opens the face of the bat and just beats slip. The ball going along the ground to get the 4. Well, I don't think this isn't right, is it? The scoreboard now. It's missed the Barnard single. So that's nicely confusing. I think it's 373 for 4. And I think that takes Latham on to 146.
Yes, indeed. I think you're spot on there, Mr. Eakin. I think a bit of everything there. I think Latham played it deliberately.
This one is a Yorker length delivery, which he digs out, and that's a well-taken single. They were decisive on that one.
Good work from Mal Farrell here. Yeah, but I think it was a deliberate open face, but I think it was a little more edgy than he. I think it got a bit closer to first slip than he meant it to with that boundary, Latham.
I think the scoreboard sorted out now. Barnard's on strike. He leaves that. So a more productive over for Warwickshire. They got 7 off it, 374 for 4. Included the boundary for Latham was 146. And Barnard is on 40.
They've missed a Fisher delivery, and now they're back on track.
Yes,
here we are.
But they have got the wrong bat. Oh, that's better.
No, I think everybody's where they should be on the scoreboard now. It's going to be Nathan Smith to continue. And again, it'll be the same field. Slip, backward point, short extra, short mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on, 2 sweepers back. As forward goes Latham. That's nicely played. And this time just guides it away down to the third man boundary for 4. And that brings up his 150. So Tom Latham, 151 not out. 265 deliveries with 16 fours and 1 6. And played that very late. Just let the ball come to him. And just let it kiss off the open face of the bat. And glide it down to the boundary rope for 4. So very nicely played by Tom Latham. Settles himself down over his bat once again. I was reading Brian Alfred's report from last night as Nathan Smith is in, and that's short. And, well, Latham's eyed up the short leg side boundary, pulled straight over the top of it, and it's taken low down by Ben Folkes. And I think it got mentioned yesterday, who was the last Warwickshire player to make 100 on debut. And reading Brian's report last night, he said it was Jeetan Patel.
Yeah, that's
wow.
Yeah, that was. I was thinking it's actually on the way in. I was trying to remember, and certainly I remembered he did do that.
Yeah, as in comes Smith, and this one's left alone by Latham outside his off stump.
And it was a real surprise because he certainly hadn't been signed as a batter.
No.
And he came in, and in fact, someone said to me, I don't know why they signed him. He can't even bat. He went on to score a century on debut.
Yeah,
I think Jonathan Trott did it as well from memory.
And somebody mentioned Sangakkara as well yesterday.
okay.
Yeah, so somebody mentioned Sangakkara, but I don't know whether that's right or not. But Jeetan Patel is over the wicket comes Smith, and this one's left alone. That's really well bowled.
Well, I can't remember whether that was the match. There was a match when I think it was the first time, it was a record of some sort, where the 9th and final wicket pairs both put on century partnerships, which had not happened before.
Do you remember Regana Harath, the Sri Lankan
yes,
spinner?
Yeah.
Surrey signed him. This is quite a while ago now. So Surrey signed him. And do you know what? There was a moment where there was a discussion about whether they'd signed his twin brother, who could bat, because he did take a wicket, but he scored loads of runs. As in over the wicket comes Smith, and that one again, well left. Smith is putting it in here, bending his back. But yes, he hardly took a wicket, but he scored a lot of runs. Yeah, funny, wasn't it? Yeah, so then there was Pragyan Ojha, and he turned up. And well, I've never seen anything like it. Nobody could score a run off him. He's picked up loads of wickets. But yeah, Regana Harath hardly took a wicket for Surrey, but scored loads and loads of runs. As waiting again. Latham, and again he's looking just to guide this down through that gully region, but they'd moved Dom Sibley around to his left. So good over that from Smith. Bending his back here is Nathan Smith. End of the over. 378 for 4, so they've added 14 this morning. Warwickshire, who've been out there for 6 overs. Latham has 151 and Barnard's on 40.
So 8 more overs for the bonus points. Shouldn't be an issue getting to 400. I've got just under 3 and over from here. Of course, Surrey are also looking. 2 more wickets to get him a second bowling point. Fisher comes in to bowl to Barnard, who drives out but doesn't beat the inner field. So there's no run.
I saw Jason Roy this morning. Said, how are your 96 overs in the field? Said, I've really enjoyed it.
Good.
Really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
really enjoyed it, but it's a long time since he's had to do that.
So in comes Fisher. Bowls, and that's pushed to the offside. Here the effort from Fisher. It's another good accurate delivery. It's fairly unrewarding for bowlers here, but Surrey are sticking to their tasks.
I was saying that there's quite an art to this. Quite an art.
Fisher bowling right-handed Barnard, who pushes that one to mid-wicket. Another dot ball. 20th over, yet to get a wicket. Fisher's bowled a couple of maidens, going at around about 4 and over. But it has been the way at Edgbaston this and last season as well. Trying to carve out wins here isn't easy, particularly when you don't get any cloud cover. Fisher into bowl. That's left, taking the wicket-keeper. There is no run. Nottinghamshire might well have got a victory here had the weather not intervened. We'll never know, of course, but they were certainly in a strong position. Game against Sussex. Either side in the end could conjure a win.
It's just hard work, isn't it?
Yeah. Fisher bowls, pitches that one up, it's driven. That will be fielded by the sweeper. It's a comfortable single for Barnard, who did overtake Rob Yates to be top run scorer ahead of this match for Warwickshire. Contributed significantly in the low scoring game against Yorkshire. But, I think he'll be just behind him now with he needs to get to I could work it out exactly, but he needs to get to around 60 odd to remain ahead of Rob Yates after Rob Yates' innings earlier. And Nathan pushes that one to the onside. There's no run.
Yeah, it's another good over from Fisher. And as I say, Surrey will just try and make run scoring as hard as possible this morning. And been out there for 7 overs. And I think that's 15 have been added so far this morning. I think what you couldn't afford to do on here is get it wrong with the ball. I think you could, as I say, if you get it wrong on here, with a short boundary as well, oh dear, you could have been facing a huge total at stumps on day 1. Fisher just making his way down to long leg, as here comes Nathan Smith piling in from the Birmingham end, and it's played late from Barnard, to be fair to him. Sort of hit a thickish edge, but it all went along the carpet, and it's flown off down to the 3rd man boundary rope and away for 4 to bring up the 100 partnership between these two. It is always the way, as Mal Farrell pointed out to me yesterday, in mathematical terms, when you're 383 for 4, you normally have some good partnerships. Yes. And they have put it together, unless of course the opening pair put on 383 and then you lost 4 wickets without a run being added. But normally it's what we've seen here.
It's a 6th century partnership of the season. It's the first for the 5th wicket and the 3rd involving Ed Barnard.
Smith is in, Barnard playing it late again. Oh, he's done well there, Barnard, because they've moved Sibley round to gully, and he's managed to thread that between Messrs Sibley and Clark for a single. So Barnard moves on to 46. Warwickshire move on to 384 for 4. On to strike comes the left-handed Latham. Rory Burns just having a little word with Nathan Smith, and again Sibley will just move round. He's sort of hovering in a 3rd slip position at the moment. Here's Dom Sibley. Nathan Smith is over the wicket to Latham, and Latham solidly forward, playing this one out to Cameron Steele. And there at extra cover, Tom Law's out there in front of the Hollies stand, all on his own at deep backward square. Good to see him back with the ball. Yesterday, didn't have a bit of bowling to do this morning, I would have thought. Dan Lawrence bowled very well yesterday with his off breaks. 24 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 68. Lovely delivery to get rid of Sam Hain. Smith is in to Latham. Good leave from Latham. Well bowled again by Smith. He really is giving it a go here. Here's Nathan Smith. Impressive cricketer, this young man from New Zealand. Rory Burns stood up there with his hands on his hips, surveying his options at the moment. Jason Roy up there at mid-off in his sunglasses and short sleeve sweater. Jordan Clark at backward point. Smith is over the wicket to Latham, who drives. Gorgeous shot from Tom Latham. And that's the thing on this pitch, even if you set your field up, there is no margin for error. And that was slightly over pitch, and he's just put the bat on it, and it has flown down the ground for 4. And Latham moves on to 155, 388 for 4.
Well, having had to abort my mission to find a working coffee machine earlier, I'm now going to renew that.
Good luck with that Clive Eakin.
And bring Mel Farrell into the... Everyone's getting very concerned suddenly about me lacking a coffee here. Thank you very much, guys. But I'll bring Mel Farrell in here.
As Smith is in to Latham, and Latham allows this one to pass outside his off stump. 388 for 4. I did put in the very high-tech space age coffee machine upstairs. I did put in for a white coffee and got a cup of hot milk, but it was very nice. It reminded me of when I was little and had a cold and didn't feel very well, and Mum used to make me a nice cup of hot milk. Talking of not feeling 100%, good morning, Mal Farrell. Still not quite at your peak, I think it's fair to say.
Peak, yes,
no,
right.
no, but you're still you're still going to give it your all
Soldiering
and
on.
do a job. That's what they would say, isn't it, this morning?
I love that Clive thinks that we're concerned about him. I want a damn coffee.
Exactly. Matt Fisher it is, from the pavilion end, and driven by Barnard up towards mid-off, and there is no run as Rory Burns does the fielding. So yes, it's very interesting. I've had a few people this morning, but I went from Wonder this one. And a few people came up to me and asked me some questions. Why on earth did Surrey bowl first? And I said, well, I sort of get it. It was an aggressive option, and they thought they might get something in the first hour. As in over the wicket comes Fisher, forward goes the right-handed Barnard, plays this one out into the offside, but then not a great deal happened, and I actually thought they sat in pretty well yesterday with the ball. I was saying to Clive, I don't often do this, but I did some mathematics last night, and off the bat, on this pitch with a short boundary, 154 runs in boundaries. It's not a bad effort, that, out of 364. And then, of course, they came across Mr. Latham, who at times yesterday basically had a net.
Yeah.
It was lovely to watch as Barnard, nicely played, just guides this one from Fisher down towards third man. And then, is Curtis Patterson not well? I asked. No, he's fine. Just didn't get selected. Why? And they said, well, I think they wanted to. So as Jason Roy sort of thrown a dummy to people there, I think it was more to get Cameron Steele in and have a spinning option as well. So Curtis Patterson will play the next couple of games, I'm sure, back in South London. As around the wicket goes Fisher, driven by Latham. Doesn't really time this one, and Rory Burns does the fielding, moving away to his right-hand side. 390 for 4, and then it was how can we get a positive result, because this looks like a nailed-on draw now. So lots of different equations of that, and then but most people were saying, what on earth is that on your top lip? I got that a lot this morning as well. But yes, interesting seeing a few people this morning with their thoughts on what was happening out there in the middle. Barnard waits again over his bat on 47. Fisher is over the wicket to him, and driving is Barnard. Oh, and Jason Roy, you can hear the cry of anguish because he's dived to his right and gone straight over the top. And it's away for 4, and Barnard brings up his 50. So Barnard moves on to 51. 84 deliveries, nice way to bring it up as well. And Jason, I think you heard the cry there of no.
Yeah.
As he got underneath his dive and away for 4. And 394 for 4 now. Warwickshire 6 runs away from a 4th batting point.
It's been good for Warwickshire this season. That's the 3rd time he's passed 50. He's got a century, an 82. Now this score here today, he's got into the 40s a couple of times as well. So he's a consistent contributor.
Driving again, slower ball I think from Fisher this time, and Jason Roy does the fielding. In there at extra cover, end of the over, 394 for 4. Barnard 51, Latham 156. And those two gentlemen get together for a bit of a natter, and it looks as if Dan Lawrence is going into the attack. So he's been in fairly early this morning. Great figures from him yesterday. 24 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 68. And sort of did a job that actually spinners have to do sometimes, but it takes a lot of bowling to be able to do it well, which is basically shut down an end, and he did that yesterday.
I mean, he shouldered on a massive role and had everyone else sort of bowling around him, really, didn't they? So, yeah, he did well. Bowled a really good ball to get.
Sam Hain, wasn't it? Yeah, no, that was a cracker.
Really good ball.
He didn't particularly celebrate his Alex Davis wicket, did he? But he did the Sam Hain. Yes.
They've got a rather large insect on the outside of the window, right in my eye line. As Lawrence begins. It's around the wicket, first ball defended by Latham.
What is it?
I don't know. Thank goodness it's not a wasp, because we've had.
Is it still with us? It's not moving. Might have
No.
been there for a while, I think.
It's on the outside,
Ah.
but it's just it's right where Dan Lawrence is bowling, as he does now. Down the track, a nice big step, and beats the first fielder at extra cover. They scrambled through for a quick run. Very well run as well.
Half stop that from Dom Sibley. Struck firmly by Latham, using his feet to Lawrence. But again, the field set. Let's try and make run scoring as difficult as possible.
Yeah, they're all just shifting just a little bit, taking a few steps here and there. It's
Well, I say to make run scoring as difficult as possible. It's not difficult. It's cutting boundaries out here. That's what they're doing here. Sorry.
so Barnard now bowls over the wicket to him,
Oh.
and that's a beautiful stop again as he cuts away. Fielder at point, dives.
The stop was good, but the anticipation as well. Rory Burns there. Sort of started moving as Barnard played the shot from mid-wicket and got round and stopped it just behind square on the leg side.
They did end up scrambling through for a single. Latham now on strike, punches that down towards deep cover point. Get another run there.
Yeah. But as I say, all this is about at the moment is cutting down boundaries.
It's not easy, and especially when you've got this left-hand, right-hand combination with the one short boundary on one side. So you're going every time, every ball you're going the short boundaries on the offside. Now it's on the leg side. And they're taking a lot of singles as well. And it's smart batting, smart running, because you're just not allowing them to settle. Here's Lawrence over the wicket to Barnard, who defends this one quite solidly. Folks runs around him and fields it halfway up the pitch.
Who was it who got on a bike once?
A lot of people have got on a
No, but I mean
bike
having
once.
to do long leg to long leg with the left and right hand and borrow someone's bike in the crowd to go round.
Ah, yeah, I can't remember
Might have been
that.
Derek Randall, I think.
In comes Lawrence, and off the back foot punched by Barnard up to long on. They'll get another single. It's the end of the over from Lawrence. So now 398 for 4 with Barnard on 53, Latham on 158. What a magnificent debut this is. The Kiwi, his new home here in Edgbaston.
Yeah, 34 we've had this morning in 10 overs.
So it's a slower scoring rate than we've had. They've been pretty much around the 4 runs and over mark for the whole match.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, as well here, is if you bowl like this, which they're having to, and set the field up like they're having to, there are singles everywhere, really. As Fisher from the pavilion end is into Barnard. Barnard is pushing this one out into the offside, and there is no run. So you can still tick along at 4 and over without hitting a boundary.
Yeah.
What Surrey are doing here, and which I thought they did well yesterday, is if you get it wrong on this with a short boundary, God dear.
We saw that happen with Jordan Clark yesterday.
It could be travelling. Yeah, a couple of
Couple of
short
times.
ones, wasn't it, into the Holly stand. As this is driving Barnard and Matt Fisher. It's a beautiful bit of bowling because Barnard's ended up walking towards him here. And
I set up my iPad.
Fisher, you did at the moment. It's not showing a great deal. It's done the old,
Screen
gone on to standby.
It might be because it was low in battery. because
Ah.
I did have it on all yesterday.
It's very good of you to do this, Mel. It's almost like you've got an aerial going into it at the
I
moment.
know.
That's your charger, though, I think.
That is my
As
charger.
Fisher, over the wicket he comes to Barnard, and turns Barnard round a touch here. It's nicely bowled, just went back of a length that time. Fisher But yes, the previous delivery, Barnard ended up walking straight down the pitch towards him. Just a great length of delivery from Fisher. Jordan Clark is getting himself warmed up. Away there to our right-hand side. So there'd have been some tired bowlers last night, but this morning they all look very perky. 398 for 4. Technical term that, as turning once more is Fisher. That's very wide outside the off stump, and Barnard has absolutely nothing to do with that. And that's taken by Ben Folkes.
That was extraordinarily wide.
It was.
That was
close, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Just inside the tram lines.
Only just.
Jason Roy out there at extra cover, as I say, 96 overs in the dirt for him yesterday. That's the first time he's done that for a while, but he said he really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. And I think he's enjoyed being back with this mob as well. As over the wicket once again, it's Fisher, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Barnard once more. Bit of news overnight. Well, obviously there's the news about the IPO and the BCSL as well, but also Virat.
Yeah. Considering his test future.
I tell you what,
After Rohit.
there's a few there that India might find, in terms of test match cricket, sort of all disappearing at the same time.
Yeah, but gee, they've got some talent.
No, they have. No, well, Sai Sudarshan being one of them, who we saw a little bit of at Surrey.
Yep.
Oh, dear. As in over the wicket once again comes Fisher. And this one's pushed down towards backward point, and there's no run. End of the over, 384 for 4. Another good over from Fisher. 25 overs for Lawrence so far. I think he'll bowl again from the Birmingham end. There's sort of Shubman Gill's being mentioned now, isn't he, as sort of the next captain of the Test team.
Yeah, Bumrah as well.
Well, he did a good job
He did
in
a very
Australia,
good job.
didn't he?
Why not? Why?
Yeah.
Why not have
A bowler.
Pat Cummins does all right. For
He
a
does
fast
very
bowler
well. Yep.
captain.
But there you are as well. Virat hasn't said when, has he? Or is he
No,
going to leave everybody in suspense?
I think what I saw briefly was that he was considering, as Dan Lawrence is in. It's just pushed up towards mid-on by Latham, and as always, he is quick to take the single, running towards the danger end.
Well, I know a few people will be keeping their fingers crossed it might be the final test this summer, because that's when Sachin went, wasn't it? You see, there'd be a symmetry there.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to get into South London.
Good grief. Can
Would
you
you?
imagine?
Yes.
Oh
No,
my
I can't.
Oh boy. Dan Lawrence, he bowled loops this one up to Barnard, who just pushes it down the ground to long on, and that brings up the 400 for Warwickshire. It's been a fine partnership, this one, to get it there, but particularly the performance by Tom Latham. He has been outstanding for them. The New Zealander out there on 159, and he's facing now as Lawrence comes in, another full delivery, and there's a big excited, well, half a shout. He was excited for about 1/1,000,000th of a second.
Yes, he was a long way down.
He was a long way
I know in this day and age, yes, but he was almost stood next to Dan Lawrence.
There is a slip and a leg slip in for Latham, which they've used for Lawrence a lot, as he's in around wicket to the left-hander, who just gently and wristily defends this into the offside. No run.
Well, of course, Surrey, Virat was meant to be coming to Surrey. Oh, I was so excited. I was so excited. And then he never quite got here.
Yeah. Lawrence in once more, and again is that strong stride forward, eyes over the ball. Defence from Latham just drops it straight into the ground in front.
Do you know where he might have made his Surrey debut? Beckenham.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yes.
That would have been amazing.
It would have been.
Here's Lawrence. This one is just flicked around the corner down towards deep backward square leg, and I'll get another single there. So the end of Lawrence's over. It's seen the 400 come up. And Warwickshire now 401 for 4 with Barnard on 54 and Latham on 160. This is turning into a mighty innings from Tom Latham.
I think, had he played it, and there was the chat about what are we going to do if 65,000 people turn up?
Yeah.
Then he was due to be at Guildford.
Oh, God.
Yes, so it was all out grounds.
Wow.
But then unfortunately, no, he didn't get there. And of course, he was due to go to Scarborough, which is why I went to Scarborough with my cutout, Virat Kohli cardboard cutout.
Do you have a Virat Kohli?
Oh yeah, I
cardboard
took it to
cutout?
Scarborough with me because he wasn't coming. So we did have his presence with us in our camper van. And we went to Scarborough for 5 days. But there we are, yeah. So now we've got a slight delay here. Some drinks are coming out and the game's come to a grinding halt at 401 for 4. I think we're having a drinks break now. And yes, cricket will break out again at some point, but it does give everybody a chance to have a natter about everything. And Ryan Patel's having a bit of a natter with Matt Fisher. Ben Folkes is strolling gracefully as always towards us. Latham's having a drink as well.
Yeah, I was wondering if we might see now that the IPL has been postponed, might we see a couple of Indian players?
Well, they need a bit of
themselves
cricket
up
at some point before the Test
series.
series. Yep, true.
You know.
Then in terms of sort of championship cricket, there'll be a few coming back now. They might need a little bit of cricket as well. So yes, it'll be interesting, won't it? But yes, that's a really good point.
But how many rounds are there before
There's another couple after this until we get 2020, don't we? And then Test series. There might be a couple more actually before that. Hang on, no, first test is something like June the 15th, 16th, is it?
The first one, the one that is in Leeds, it's 21st of June.
21st of June, there you go.
So there's probably only 2 more rounds after this.
Yeah, there is. So there's 2 more rounds after this, but I suppose he possibly could get one of those. The other one of those is that anyone who's got players who've been playing a bit of IPL, or maybe are at the IPL but haven't got a game, they may fancy a bit of cricket as well with the T20 round the corner over the next couple of weeks. The last 2 rounds of championship cricket, so you might see some familiar faces.
Yeah, so who's going on? I mean, Jacob Bethel.
Well, Bethel,
yeah.
And then from a Surrey point of view, well, you've got Will Jacks, Jamie Overton, Sam Curran. Tom Curran's been playing in the Pakistan version as well.
I should show you. You know, I did a video with Will Jacks when I was in South Africa, and I think you'd like it.
Oh, what was he doing?
Well, we had a chat. So it's a series of videos that I've been doing for YouTube called Then versus Now. And it's a little bit This Is Your Life-ish, where I present them with some photos from the past.
Ah, that's a nice idea.
And they talk through it. And sometimes you get quite surprised. Like there was one I brought up. It was amazing. It was like in a school classroom. And I said, what's going on here? And he said, oh yeah, that's at school. He said, the funny thing is that the girl standing next to me, she's now my partner.
Oh, really?
So we weren't together at the time, but then, later.
What a lovely story that is.
Yeah, ended up with his childhood.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. And some terrific dorky photos of him playing indoor hockey, because he was massively into indoor hockey.
There you go.
Some things that come out of these videos.
That's very good. Now, Jordan Clark is into the tap, but he's going to do his old trick of having Ben Folkes up to the stumps here. This is another one of his great attributes. I think that was what the delay was, because Folkes was off getting all his bits and pieces for this. So he's going to come in, he's going to bowl wicket to wicket with Ben Folkes up to the stumps. He's going to cut his pace, and it will not allow Barnard and Latham to stand 6 foot outside the crease to him. But we saw him do this a couple of seasons ago at Old Trafford, and he bowled Keaton Jennings all ends up as Over the wicket he comes to Barnard, and Barnard's cutting. Oh, and that gets through backward point, Tom Laws. And they'll get a couple here. And throw comes in. So we'll just get him probably a couple of deliveries to cut the pace and get it up to the bat here, Jordan Clark, because he's used to just piling in, but he's just going to take a little bit, and then it'll be on a length. Gareth Batty's down there having a long old chat with Dan Lawrence on the boundary, away to our left-hand side.
I've seen a lot of the keeping up to the stumps so far this season. I love it.
Yep. Well, it shows the pitches as well, doesn't it? As this one's punched down towards the man by Barnard, isn't it? Up comes Cameron Steele to do the fielding, so they'll take another single, 405 for 4.
When you're on with Frank Watson, I mean, as an old keeper.
Oh, I bet he loves
he
it, does.
does.
Oh, yes.
Boy,
Oh, yes.
he really gets into
This is
it.
where you earn your corn, as this one's turned into the leg side by Latham. And it rolls into Jason Roy. Well, it enables me as well to say one of my favourite ever bits of cricket was a test match in Australia where Jack Russell, without telling Gladstone Sport, just stood up to the stumps. Gladstone didn't realise he was there. Dean Jones was batting down the leg side at full pace, and before anyone had even blinked, Jack had the bails off and Dean Jones was stumped off Gladstone Small.
Wow.
And I've asked Jack that, and I said, was it a pre-plan? He said, no, I just didn't tell him. I just came up to the stumps for that ball.
Amazing.
Unbelievable bit of keeping. As around the wicket again goes Clark, that's the length, and forward goes Latham and drives out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and they will take another single.
So when I was doing some of the European qualifiers last year, the Gibraltar team had a really, really good keeper, and he kept up to the stumps for all 20 overs.
Did he?
Yeah.
Good on him.
Which was really, he had really good hands.
And
too.
the other thing is, it just does make batting tricky.
Yeah,
It really does. As over the wicket once again, ooh, goes Clark. That's the one. That's the length, and even Barnard says it's just come back at me a touch. So end of the over. It's a good skill this from Jordan Clark. As I say, just completely cut his base, and he's just bowling his folks up to the stumps. 464. I have to say that I always quite enjoy it. I played in a team once where it was a lovely old man, lovely older gentleman, who he was in charge of everything, which meant
everything.
Well, getting teams selected and yearbooks and all that good stuff, and every club needs one. But it also, part of that was he was allowed to keep wicket, and he was appalling. He was known as Iron Gloves, and he actually never used his gloves either. He used every other part of his body bar his gloves. But actually there was something spectacular about it.
Latham on strike as Dan Lawrence begins a new over. Bowls. He does take a step forward, clips it round towards deep backward square leg. And they'll take a leisurely single.
Yes. When he stood up, oh my word, it was magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. You knew if anybody edged one, he was never going to catch it.
Because iron gloves would be rather heavy.
Yeah, well, that's the point. He couldn't catch anything. Never caught a thing.
So Dan Lawrence is in around the wicket to Barnard, who just turns this one around the corner. Two fielders out there coming in from the deep square leg.
One of his great
single.
tricks now was if he was standing back, and there wasn't a huge amount of pace in the pitch, he didn't stand up. If it didn't get to him and it bounced, instead of using his gloves, he'd just put both legs together and jump in front of it. Yes, and there'd be a sort of a thonking noise.
Here's Dan Lawrence again. This is driven nicely. Just go out towards deep cover. So I'm quite happy to just keep taking these singles. There's nothing extravagant about what Barnard and Latham are doing. There are the gaps there. There are plenty of singles on offer, and they're just quite happy to keep going along and taking them. Lawrence in, it's slightly flattered delivery, and Barnard says a big no because Latham actually wanted to take another single there as he turned it to mid-wicket. But yeah, it's just very, very sensible cricket, really, from Warwickshire at the moment. Lawrence in, and this one just defended.
I think that is still one of my favourite sounds in cricket.
Hey!
When actually the batsman's middled it and played it very nicely.
Of course.
It's as if he's spun sharply past the edge.
Here's Lawrence to Barnard off the back foot. Slices that nicely out to deep point. They will get another run.
I'm going to leave you, Mel. Clive Eakins coming in here because he's got an update, and then I think Phil Britt's going to come in for you. Yes, lovely. Thank you. You keep talking them out, otherwise there'll be silence.
Double change, yes. So, an over from Lawrence finishes with Warwickshire now 410 for 4. Barnard 59. Latham a mighty 164. This partnership now 129, so it has been very, very productive for Warwickshire. I do love that the scoreboard in the first innings still tells you what the team is leading
Yes,
by.
that's always been...
So Warwickshire lead by
yes,
410.
I know. Just seemed a little superfluous.
And Clive, I will leave you and make
I just arrived and you're going already.
Yeah. We've got to get Phil in.
We'll have to arrange it so we get us in together. That is a strange shot from Ed Barnard. He's going to get 2 runs for it. I have to describe that. He sort of opened his legs and played a sort of low paddle shot down to back of square leg. Got 2 runs for it. Somewhat out of context for the match. Warwickshire will now they've got past the bonus point stage now, so they've succeeded in denying Surrey any further bonus points. Warwickshire taking 4 batting points. Surrey just the 1 bowling point. I think Warwickshire will look to get on with it now because yes, they want to score big, but they need to do it at a fairly decent pace to have any chance here. That's left as no run. I mean, you know, if they score 600 but it takes them all day to do it, they're not going to give themselves a great deal of time.
No.
I suppose it's 2 days, I suppose, but...
there's a bit of rain about on,
is there?
On Monday, on the current forecast, whether that materialises, but yeah, I saw that last night on the forecast, the longer range forecast.
Clark comes in to bowl to Barnard, and that's driven by Barnard out for a single. I guess the aim for us is, can they get to 550 reasonably briskly, set Surrey 400 to avoid a follow-on? You'd probably back Surrey to get them, but you never know.
Well,
gives them a chance.
This wicket, we said right at the start yesterday morning before a ball had been bowled, this is the wicket which is difficult to get a result on. We've seen this year after year on this particular strip. So we've seen some big scores from both sides in the draws, and it's turning out just that way. It gets slower and slower as well as the game goes on this wicket. But we will see. At the moment, 413 for 4s. Played an hour this morning and not had too many problems.
Clark bowls, and that's played to a point by Latham. There's no run. Great debut for Tom Latham.
Tom Latham's approaching. I was saying when I was on air yesterday that he's the first player since I couldn't remember some of them. Kumar Sangakkara. I looked it up. And
was he after Jitan Patel then?
Yeah, well, Chris Benjamin got 100 on debut. I forgot Chris Benjamin.
Was that at Old Trafford?
Yep.
That one is pulled, and that's going to go down to fine leg, wide leg for 4. Warwickshire just beginning to play 1 or 2 shots now. Not that they were being ultra defensive before, but they're just giving themselves a little bit more attack now with Latham on to 168.
Another one who got 100 on debut was Tim Bresnan when he made against Northants. He made 105 in 2020. And
so what you're saying is it's nothing very special?
No. Andy Umeed was another one who's now playing for Somerset.
Was that on debut?
Yep, 101 he got.
Yeah, I think he's still batting.
Was that the very long?
That was at the time. It has been broken by Dom Sibley, funnily enough.
Yeah.
But at the time, it's a slightly redundant record because it was a record in terms of balls faced longest, but of course they haven't counted balls faced for all that long in first-class cricket. But it was the longest in terms of ball faced, the slowest century. Around the wicket comes Clark, and that's a forward defensive by Latham. Going to do an update in 42 seconds. Sorry, make that 39. 417 for 4. I'll go through the other scores when done this report. It's Warwickshire. What were they? 364, weren't they? So 36. Yep. Just getting ready for a report here. 53. So it's not been lightning quick. 53 in 15 overs. Just stick with the field just for a few seconds. Lawrence about to bowl. Well, Warwickshire continuing to steadily accumulate runs here. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston on day 2 of Warwickshire's Championship match against Surrey. And Warwickshire have had another 53 runs so far this morning without any further loss. 417 for 4 now. And Tom Latham, having scored a century on his Warwickshire debut, has now passed 150. He's on 168. And Ed Barnard supported him well. He's reached his half century. He's on 62. Warwickshire secured a 4th batting point. We're out of bonus point range now. They restricted Surrey to just 1 bowling point. The aim now will be to try and bat as big as possible in conditions which are unquestionably favourable to the batters. Warwickshire 417 for 4. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. Just to update you, it's 421 for 4 now. Because Ed Barnard's just cut one to the boundary.
Yeah. Dan Lawrence can't be that wide, a little bit shorter as well, and allowed Barnard just to go straight through with a cut away through backward point. And that's unprotected on that particular boundary, and it raced away to the Hollis stand. This next one, he's forward to defensively and plays back down. And Folks comes running round and does the tidying up. 421 for 4. Barnard, he's having a good season. He's now honing in on being Warwickshire's top run scorer.
I think he is at the moment, isn't he?
No, I think he needs another 9
okay.
or 10. This one he drives, and Lawrence goes down and dives. Rob Yates has got 392, and Ed Barnard coming into this match had 318, so he's up to 384, so he's pretty close in. Lawrence in, bowls, forward comes Barnard, plays that back. Lawrence taking fields up his own bowl. At the end of his 28th over, he bowled pretty good line and got those 2 wickets yesterday. The first one, the Alex Davis one, a bit of a gimme, but the second one, which he got Sam Hain with, was a beauty. Came through the gates and took Sam Hain.
Elsewhere, a very different sort of match going on at Chelmsford. Essex have just lost their 6th wicket. They are 59 for 6, replying to Yorkshire's 216. So that match is moving on apace. Nottinghamshire ball out for 333 at Trent Bridge as Clark comes in the ball, and that's a drive and a miss by Latham. Well taken by Ben Folkes, standing up to the stumps.
You haven't got many of those sort of shots in this innings. Latham's been very good.
Hampshire 44 for 2, replying to Nottinghamshire's 333. And Worcestershire having bowled Sussex out for 284 are finding it tough going at Hove. They're 45 for 3. Those are the other First Division matches. At the stage of the season where you don't get all 18 teams playing in most rounds, 1 or 2 teams are having a break. That one's driven out into the deep by Latham for a single. So in the Second Division, Lancashire 192 for 4, having bowled North and South for 238. Runs being compiled at Canterbury. I've said that a few times over the years. Ben Kellaway scored a century for Glamorgan. They're 438 for 7, and that's it for county championship matches. IPL sadly currently suspended, so is the Pakistan Super League. So the problems between those two nations. In comes Clark. That's left by Barnard. Quite a wireless delivery. Oh, the crowd have given that as a wide, but the umpire hasn't. So sadly for the crowd, they're not in charge.
I think it's been very generous actually on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, I don't think that's not a wide. No, it's not a championship wide.
No.
Might have been pushing the blue line in one-day cricket.
I think the one which he gave earlier on was even wider than that one, so it just got inside the lines.
Clark into bowl. And that one's on leg stump. It's turned around his pads by Barnard for 4. Now Barnard, I think in his good form, he's on to 70. Warwickshire now beginning to get going here. 4:26 of 4. Surrey will want to slow this down if they can. Warwickshire beginning to score with a little bit more freedom.
Yeah, that was a nicely timed shot, wasn't it? From the moment he got off the bat, he was just flying away down to that vacant fine leg position.
This one is played down to shortish third by Barnard. Fielder comes in from the boundary, gets a single. And it's 4:27 for 4. I was about to say the end of the over, isn't it? It's because the batters are all swapping around because of the left-hand, right-hand, or the fielders rather, because of the left-hand, right-hand combination. And Clark, short sleeve shirt bowls. It's defended by Latham into the offside. Another pretty productive over for Warwickshire. Barnard moving on to 71. Tom Latham's on 169. They are 427 for 4. We have had 113 overs, so bonus points are now out of range. As I mentioned, Surrey get 1 bowling point, Warwickshire 4 batting points. Now it's about Warwickshire accumulating or scoring as many runs as they can to try and put a bit of scoreboard pressure on Surrey.
At this stage, I don't think they will have. I think they'll just keep batting and just see what we've got.
I mean,
550, 560 minimum.
You do look at the Surrey batting lineup, and
exactly.
Well, some of them will be licking their lips about batting on this.
So Dan Lawrence going to continue. 2 for 83 off his 28 overs. So far as the sun goes in for a little while, cloud just covering it up and the ground shade as Lawrence comes into bowl to Barnard. It's in bowls. Barnard goes back and runs this away into the offside. It was a good job that they didn't take the single because Lawrence ran right across him and actually completely blocked Tom Latham from even being able to get to the run, so he would have been in deep trouble had they taken the quick single. There was nowhere for him to go. Lawrence here again, bowls. This is turned away through mid-wicket. They run the first quickly, but that's all it'll be as Patel's onto that and gets the ball back into Ben Folkes. So 1 more to Barnard, who goes to 72.
Breeze is picking up. He's blowing my effects mic around on to try and attach that with a clamp after lunch.
Lawrence back onto strike, 169. Sorry, Latham back onto strike rather, not Lawrence. Lawrence bowling. Lawrence comes in from the Birmingham end, bowls a bit short and turned just to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
Lawrence with 2 of the wickets yesterday. Warwickshire haven't lost one yet this morning. It's been a good effort between Barnard and Latham.
Lawrence again, that sight screen flapping behind him as he comes in and bowls, and Latham turns it again straight to mid-wicket.
Looks like it might have come off its mooring slightly, the sight screen. It
Yeah,
really
it
has
does
picked
look
up all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's getting a good old billow, isn't it? Somebody was complaining that they weren't able to sit in those seats. This one is driven by Latham. He'll get a single up to a deepish mid-off rather. Shy at the stumps, but he's home. He goes up to 170 and the total to 429 for 4.
Well, on a much used ground like Edgbaston, of course, they have to use a very large area of a square, so sight screens temporary sight screens often having to be put up.
Not in this one. It's just Barnard drops it away out to the offside. They don't think about the run. End of another over. It's 4:29 for 4. 72 to Ed Barnard, 170 to Tom Latham. And we've had, what, an hour and 12 or 13 minutes this morning, and haven't been too many problems, I don't think, for Warwickshire. A couple of balls that have beaten the bat, but that's about all you can think of.
Yeah. And so we are getting
Tom Laws, I think.
Tom Laws, yes, to enter the bowling attack. This will be number 30, bowling to number 30 when Ed Barnard's on strike. Success for the Surrey bowlers. Very first delivery bowled by Smith was a terrific Yorker, which was very well kept out by Latham. That's Tom Laws bowled 15 overs yesterday. He did get a wicket, 1 for 49. Got the wicket of Rob Yates for 86, the second wicket of the innings to fall. He comes around the wicket now, and Latham has tried to run that down fine leg. And didn't get any bat on that, and Ben Folkes, being Ben Folkes, makes it look easy as he dives.
Well,
that's right, it makes a very good stop.
That wicket he got yesterday with, you're talking about Rob Yates getting caught down the leg side. It was a superb diving catch by Ben Folkes to actually take it, because it was a fairly loose opening delivery from Tom Laws.
It's played to mid-wicket for no run.
And Yates sort of got a nick onto it, and it went wide, but Folkes was across and took a superb diving catch. .429 for 4. There's a lot smashing of spectators in the ground. So we're out of EFL football season, apart from the playoffs. That's pushed out to the onside for a single. Actually, it can sometimes swell the crowd here if Birmingham City are at home, because people either at the end of that match or before it pop in here and watch a bit of cricket. They're not. Yes, it's there's some Premier games still to
yes,
go
the
on.
Premier League is still running with really exciting. Who's going to win the Premier League? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, hello. Who's going to get relegated? Oh, wait a minute. 430 for 4. There we are.
You covered the match last night, did you?
I was there last night, yeah.
A bit unlucky, weren't they?
Yes, Sunderland did a job, which they did well. Laws comes into bowl, and that's played down to wide third for a single. Unfortunately, the second goal was a bit of a gift, an error. 150 partnership rolled up of 259 balls. Ed Barnard has got 73, and in the partnership, Tom Latham has also got 73. So it's been very much an equal partnership between the two. And I've pushed Warwickshire on. Yeah, they sort of gifted the second goal. Sunderland played, and they came with a plan, and the plan went well. Whether they can operate the same plan at home or not is a moot point. That one is pushed out into the deep for a single by Latham, moves on to 172. Yes, Martin Emerson texted me this morning about that.
Oh, well,
God. Text back.
He waited till this morning, did he?
432 for 4. It was my last game at the arena as well. I must thank the club for the fuss they made at half time. So in comes Laws to bowl. Right arm over, and that's clipped to mid-wicket. It will be fielded there. It's a single. Barnard on to 74. 433 for 4.
So when's the second leg?
Second leg is on Tuesday night.
Oh, right.
So
very quick.
I could do with a reasonably early finish on Monday. But yeah, so after the stadium night on Tuesday night. There's only one goal in it, so it'll be interesting. Looking forward to that.
So Dan Lawrence to continue. He's probably getting a bit more bowling than he probably may have thought he was going to get here. He's starting his 30th over. He's into Barnard, who waits and plays this one just in square on the onside, and he's quickly called through by Tom Latham to get the single. Goes on 75. I think that takes him as the top scorer this season for Warwickshire now with that single. As Latham waits on 172 not out and plays a solid defensive shot into the offside. Back to the bowler rather, there's no run. Just 392. Yes, so Ed Barnard has become the top scorer this season for Warwickshire.
This was a third top wicket taker, so it's the top all-rounder.
Shout for LBW against Latham. He came forward and played. Foot was well down the wicket, but there was a thought from Dan Lawrence that was pad first.
Would be a bold umpire to give that. I mean, he's outside the line as well. It's been a long way forward.
Rather more in hope than expectation. Latham waits. Lawrence comes in again. Gives this one a bit short and gets clipped away to the offside. Latham walks away in disgust. He thinks he's missed out on that one.
I suppose Lawrence might have argued that he wasn't playing his shot. He tucked his bat behind his pad, but even so, I don't think he had much chance of getting that verdict.
He comes again and bowls. Latham. Oh, this is a shadow catch it for Rory Burns, who's at leg slip. The ball bounces in front of him, so it's kind of difficult. He didn't take it cleanly either. But apart from that, it was a good shout.
I'm not sure whether he got a bat on that or not. Catch it is one of those shouts that puzzles me slightly on that.
Just a bit more interest in this over from Lawrence as he comes in for his final ball, and Latham turns it to mid-wicket and gives it the due respect. So nice tidy over, as have been many of Dan Lawrence's overs in this innings. But he didn't get the breakthrough. It's 434 for 4.
I just think when they shout catch it, as a fielder I'm thinking, oh thank you, I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah. It's like when somebody drops a catch and people look at them and they go, nobody ever drops a catch on purpose. It's just one of those things that happens, and you instinctively will catch a ball. You don't need to be told. You're quite right.
Anyway, 434 for 4. So I'm just trying to rein Warwickshire in a bit after runs had kind of a little bit more briskly, so it's a fairly defensive field now. No slips in place. Arsenal 5 inside the non-existent circle to save the one. There are 4 out on the boundary. As Laws comes into bowl, and Barnard leans back and plays that to one of the boundary riders and claims his 76th run. 435 for 4.
Yeah, I would think that just looking at it, the crowd today is very similar to the size of the one yesterday. It was a good turnout yesterday. And again, they were treated to excellent weather. And it looks to be the same today.
Comes Laws round the wicket to bowl. It's pushed to the offside, there's no run. It's always been, people have always argued, we should play more championship cricket at weekends, but it's always been my impression anyway that actually that doesn't make that much difference in terms of the, obviously it makes it more accessible to some people, but I guess less accessible to others. If you play cricket, you do other things, necessarily follow that if you play on the weekend you get much bigger crowds. But it's respectable today, certainly. Smattering the people in, and that's a little push out to the offside, fielded by Dom Sibley. Looking forward to him making 473 not out. It's 435 for 4.
There was quite a big queues of people there this morning, waiting to come in when I arrived. They were here quite early.
I'll get Mel in at the end of this over if you don't mind,
Yep.
Phil, and I'll just do a couple of overs with her before I hand over
that's
to
fine.
Mark.
What's Latham? If Latham gets to 173, he equals John Whitehouse's record for Warwickshire on highest score on debut.
Oh, really? Okay, well, that is worthwhile, and that's so we're saying about 3 with a list of
3 hours.
loads of batters have made centuries on debut, but this will be the highest score
Whitehouse
with
in
it.
1971, and that was against Oxford University at the Farm.
Okay, so this
So
probably is the
107
best against the,
if it
in the
gets to
county championship.
174, he's the highest ever on debut. And certainly in the championship he is now. Yeah.
That last delivery from Laws wasn't the best, went well down the leg side, and Latham opted to ignore it. So Laws is coming in again, and that's going well down the leg side as well. It's one of Latham's having a little look at the umpire, and it's one of those ones, I guess, that if he persists that, and in fact, it looks like the umpire might have just had a little word with him. If he persists with that line, I will have to start calling them wide. The umpires feel that a bowler is deliberately bowling
Of course they do
a
this with
consistent
the
leg
spinners,
side
don't they?
line, yeah, can call them. Whether Laws is doing deliberate or not. He's got a leg slip in place, and that's presumably the trap he's trying to get. That one is short, it's pulled, it's gone past the leg slip, it's gone down to fine leg for 4 by Latham. So there we are, 176 record debut score by a Warwickshire batter.
Yep.
Thank you for that tidbit, Phil.
Okay, and I shall. Oops, make way.
So Mel Farrell will come in and Mel Farrell coming in with a chemist shot over there.
Look, needs must. It's all right. I've just got some sugar-free lozenges. That's all.
Okay.
The most important thing is that I've got a coffee.
Yes, I did eventually find the coffee and very considerately made myself one. But yeah. Yes. At least we both come with our own cars. Mine is a little bit more down market than your. Which tournament's that from?
This is from the ICC Men's T20 World Cup in, well, you can see that on the back.
Barbados. There we go.
This one?
Lovely.
Yeah, so this is what the... look at me, I've got my water bottles an Edgbaston one. My bag is from a tournament. It's Lawrence. Continues from the Birmingham end. First shot played late and nicely by Barnard. Just down in front of point, and they'll take a single. Yeah, I am an absolute sucker for freebies.
Yes, that's, well, it goes with the territory, doesn't it? Absolutely. You don't get quite so many these days. Of course, working for the BBC, I'm probably not supposed to take any, but...
Well, yeah, the ICC events are the ones where usually they look after us, as Lawrence. He's in, loops this one up, and that is hauled over deep mid-wicket. It's only gone for 4. I thought it had a chance of going for 6. He just got up and underneath that. It was given a lot of air by Lawrence, and Latham said, "Thank you very much. I'll take that one."
We used to get them at Lord's finals. A suit bag one year. Not sure how useful that was, really. Well, there we are. Got the odd bag as well.
Yeah, sometimes what you get in them, it is a mixed bag, as Lawrence in once more, and this time it's very studiously defended by Latham back to the bowler. There've been times when we've got things like a little fan, like a little with a battery in it, and you set it up on your laptop, and it blows a little breeze on your face. As Lawrence comes in and bowls once more down the track and flicks that through in front of square leg, and that goes all the way for another boundary by Latham. This time it was all the way along the ground. Manages to beat the fielder out on the rope. Takes him to 448. Latham is now, he's put his foot down. He's on 184. So I think I heard you talking before about Warwickshire maybe wanting to get some runs a bit more in a bit more of a sprightly manner. I think Tom Latham has said, all right, ask and you shall receive. Here he is now as another full ball, but he's missed that one. You can tell by the reactions both of the players and of Clive Eakin sitting next to me that that one was not far off.
I think Surrey sensing that Latham might give them opportunities here. They've got a slip and a leg slip in place now.
They've used that quite a lot for Lawrence, who's in once more, darts this one in, it's down the leg side, and left alone. And that's the end of the over, so a good one for Warwickshire, you would have to say. A couple of boundaries coming off it. 448 for 4. Barnard on 77. Now Latham on 184. This partnership worth 167 runs. But yeah, the thing that I'm obsessed with, ever there's a bag and they give you anything, every now and again they give you a power bank. Oh, I love a power bank. I love a power bank.
Yes, I think we got one at Wembley once.
Oh, give me as many as you want. I'm always charging. So power banks never go astray.
If you want to follow what's going on in all the matches around the country, if you go to the BBC online county cricket page, you may already be on it. So just scroll down if you are, and you'll see what's going on in all the games. Gideon, Ben, Paul and Lennon are in charge today, so hello to them. As Laws comes into bowl to Ed Barnard. Barnard lets that go. There's no run. Ed Barnard looking for his second century of the season. Got to 101 against Durham at Chester Street in that brilliant run chase for Warwickshire, though he was a little mortified to get out when he did. It put Warwickshire under a bit of pressure, but they got there in the end with a wicket to spare. Having said what I thought at the time was a fairly generous declaration. A very good effort. Laws comes into bowl. Barnard leads back, hits that into the ground, and it's stopped at point. Eight for 4 Warwickshire, so nothing for Surrey in terms of wickets so far this morning. Frustrating morning for them. They'll be looking forward to their lunch already, I'm sure. Warwickshire want to keep them out in the field for as long as possible, wear them out a bit. Pile a few runs on, that's very wide, and that one is called a wide. And the umpire's taken umbrage, actually with some justification, at the ironic cheers, because certainly some of the ones the crowd called wide are not wides in Championship cricket, but that one was. But the umpire did a bit of pantomime there when he heard the ironic cheers.
The way he turned around to the crowd as well.
I'll be tempted at the umpire, say, right, that's it, I'm going to cancel that wide now. That one is also quite wide, and it's reached by Barnard, plays it to the sweeper for a single, and that's a 450 for Warwickshire. Too late for maximum batting points, but 450 accumulated for loss of just 4 wickets. The 119th over.
And just be interesting this next little period before lunch, just to see if Warwickshire do notably change the tempo of this. We saw them go after Dan Lawrence in the previous over.
So that's going down the leg side. Latham has a little look at it, keeps his bat away from the ball in the end. Just a strangled shout from the bowler, thinking he might just have got one. Still got that leg slip in place, so still looking for that little trap. And Latham just thought better of it at the last moment in terms of risking falling into it.
He's been eyeing that leg side as well too, just as he's looked around. I wonder if he's going to target the short boundary if he gets the ball.
Yeah, short boundary on his offside. That one. Oh, that is edge. They caught behind, and Latham's gone for 184, and Tom Laws takes the wicket. A little bit of bounce maybe there. Latham prodded at it. The bowler was about to appeal but didn't need to because Latham was already walking. But a brilliant innings from Tom Latham. What a start to his Warwickshire season. The highest ever debut score by a Warwickshire batter. 184. And he gets good applause. You can hear how many people are here now in the members area, which we can't see because there's quite voluminous applause for Tom Latham as he goes for 184, which will be off 319 balls, 21 fours and a 6 for Tom Latham.
Yeah, a lot of people on their feet, and rightly so as well. He has been absolutely magnificent. Not done anything particularly flashy or outrageous. He's just very compact. He's played his shots. He's been happy to run hard for singles. He's pounced on loose balls when they've been there. It's just been a really terrific show from Tom Latham. And those members will be very happy to think that he is theirs this season.
Yes, I think we planned this for most of the season. Zen Malik, the new batter out. I think it's a remarkable achievement from Zen Malik to still be in the team for this game. And what I mean by that is he was called in for his debut only because Sam Hain had a back injury in the last game. Well, Sam Hain's back and Tom Latham added. So for Malik to have kept his place is a really good effort. He did it on the back of the 49 not out that saw Warwickshire home in a tense, low-scoring match against Yorkshire. A terrific effort and rewarded. He's 27 years of age, so he's a late arrival to first-class cricket, but he's trying to make the most of it.
He's come via Saka.
Indeed. Laws comes in to bowl to him, and he plays that back to Laws, and there's no run. End of the over, 450 for 5.
Zen Malik, another successful graduate from the Saka Academy. Tom Brown doing brilliant work there in just, I guess, trying to find players who've perhaps fallen through the loops in the South Asian community and trying to keep them in the game. They might have had their chances. I think Zen Malik went to Malvern College and
Did.
He might have been picked up by Worcestershire in the past, but he's kind of tried at a few different places.
He did play for Worcestershire second 11 for a while.
Yeah, just couldn't quite make it, and I know he's thought of very highly. Dan Lawrence now, he's bowling to Barnard, who just plays that up towards mid-on, no run.
I was really pleased for him at Yorkshire because he played 2 List A matches last season, the One Day Cup. In his first match, he set a new career best of 1. And the second match he equalled it.
Barnard waits as Lawrence is in again around the wicket.
Oh!
Slashed! And it's been dropped, can you believe it? He slashed it a wide delivery. It's gone straight to the fielder at backward point, and it's come at chest height, and he's just put it straight down. Oh goodness. All that time in the field. James Taylor it is, who's put that one down. He's got his hands on his hips now, and he looks up to the sky, obviously thinking, how have I done that? Golden opportunity goes begging as Lawrence is in once more, and this time it's played with a straight bat by Barnard back to the bowler.
Well, James Taylor would have been saying, sweet baby James, after dropping that one. Sorry. Yeah, it's one of those ones that it was almost too easy, maybe. I mean, I would have fancied holding on to that one, to be honest. And there's not many that I could hold on to.
Oh, all that time in the field. In comes Lawrence. Next ball's just clipped through to mid-wicket. There's a straightish fielder who runs around and picks that one up. Goodness gracious. And that's the thing, when you've been out in the field too so long, test of concentration when that chance finally comes your way. And that was it. Lawrence again, and off the back foot played into the leg side.
Dan Lawrence must be thinking how unfair the world is right now. Barnard put down on 78, now on to 79.
Well, the ball just sat up.
I'm going to make way for Mark to come in.
I'll be interested to see what Mark Church has to say about that drop, because Well, it'll haunt James Taylor perhaps. Leg slip and slip back in now as Lawrence is over the wicket to Malik, who plays it up to mid-off, no run. The end of an eventful over, but an over that has seen Ed Barnard dropped by James Taylor off the bowling of Dan Lawrence. So Barnard out there on 79, Malik yet to score, and Warwickshire 451 for 5 as we welcome Mark Church back into
Well,
commentary.
he should have called it.
Yes.
He's on there as 12th man, which makes it even worse. And that would have been very interesting, because you would have had two completely fresh batters at the crease. And I think the other thing, and the build-up and the hard work that has gone into creating that chance off Barnard, and Latham has just gone. So he'll be feeling a little bit down, I think, at the moment with James Taylor, as Tom Laws is in. And he's gone wide outside the off stump again, and wide will be the signal. But they've got two men now in there at short extra catching in Messrs Lawrence and Roy. It does happen, unfortunately. I'm trying to think where we were. Sussex, and Dan Lawrence, and the 12th man was on, and it was awful because Dan Lawrence gave a chance, he dropped it, and then it was the last ball over the over, and then he went off, and he'd only been on for that over. As driving is Barnard, that wasn't too far away from Lawrence, but he's flashed it away through the gap between Lawrence in the covers and the backward point, and Barnard moves on to 83, 456 for 5 now. Warwickshire, Nathan Smith ran all the way over to James Taylor there and put an arm round him and said, try and forget about it. But it's a horrible feeling, it really is. And it was one of those where he had a lot of time to think about it. Actually, sometimes it's better if they just come at you like a rocket. As Laws is in again, and this one Barnard plays late. Oh, now he's set off for a single, but Malik's not gone anywhere at the non-striker's end, and Barnard gives him a thumbs up as Sibley was coming up from slip.
I mean, no one, I was just going to say, we all know no one actually means to drop a catch.
No, because it's the most horrible feeling in the world,
It
really.
must be.
Awful, horrible.
Especially in this context.
Oh, it's just horrible. It really is. As over the wicket once more is Laws, and that's a nice looking shot from Barnard. Just driving through the covers. Barnard might see these as bonus runs at the moment,
Yeah.
and make the most of it. Two more to the total. He moves on to 85. And the other worst thing about being out there as 12thers is you can't do anything about it. At least if Taylor was playing, he could get the ball in his hands and have a bowl.
Yeah.
But these things sadly happen. But he'll have that on his mind for a while. What he would like to see here is Barnard miss one. As over the wicket goes Lords. And Barnard looks to drive a wide one. Thick inside edge. The interesting thing here, that all could have come back onto the other. Barnard's almost said to himself, now, right, you're going to go wide outside the off stump. That's fair enough. I'm not just going to stand here and leave it. Because he's really flung the bat at that one.
He's done it a few times. By the way, I've had a tweet from Cooler King.
Yes, indeed.
Hi Mel, the answer to Church's question about a fielder using a bicycle is Essex's Keith Pont.
It was Keith Pont. Marvellous. Ah, now it's making sense. Thank you very much for that, as this is turned into the leg side by Barnard. And they will pick up a single, because George Bell sent me a message and all it said was Keith Pont. And I wasn't quite sure what was going on. To which then he moved it on to Ian Pont, who he says is now a singer, tribute singer in a Spandau ballet band. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Unbelievable. That's just gold, isn't it? As in over the wicket, once more goes Laws, driven by Malik, who looks a very nice looking player, and I've only seen him play 3 shots so far. End of the over, 459 for 5. Barnard has 86. Malik is yet to get off the mark. Tom Latham, the man to go today for a wonderful innings of 184, the highest score by a Warwickshire player on debut.
Yeah, fantastic.
So well done to him.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, Zim Malik, as I was just saying, has come through Saka.
Good, yeah.
So I oddly enough met him last year, the day he signed his contract here.
Must have been an exciting day for him.
We were really excited. Here's Dan Lawrence, first ball's just defended by Barnard straight back to him. And it was interesting. You just really got the sense of a lot of those players who just think that they've missed the boat and it's gone and it's passed them by and they're in their mid to late 20s. As Lawrence in once more, and this time it's just gently pushed out to the offside. They'll take a single.
Well, that's why I like the unicorns, and I don't mean the mythical creatures. I mean, do you remember the unicorn side that played in the one-day competition, which was taken from sort of players who were out of contract? And I remember Wes Durston scored lots of runs and then got another contract. So that was quite good. I quite enjoyed that.
Yeah. Oh, Lawrence in once more. It's a full ball and he whips his hands through it, Zim Malik, and he finds the boundary behind point. He just waited for that one. It was a full ball, but gee, he whipped his hands through it quickly.
Risty.
Nice. And I just think it's a wonderful story. Every time I hear a Saka story, whether it's Kashi Fally, whether it's Andy Amid, and now Zim Malik, they're just great stories of, what cricket can become.
Yeah, absolutely.
When it does find ways.
Good for him as well.
Yeah. It's on strike again as Lawrence is in. He takes a stride forward and uses those wrists again to just caress the ball out into the covers. Take a single.
Stylish.
Yeah.
Need to get off the mark, that was. So that's 101 added this morning. So 101 for one in this morning session so far, Warwickshire.
Lawrence, he's around the wicket to Barnard. Just plays it straight back to the bowler.
Well, I remember Chris Schofield. He drove around and slept in the car having trials, and then he played a couple of second-team games for Surrey. And Mark Butcher and Alan Butcher took a punt on him.
Lawrence bowls. That's turned around into mid-wicket for another single by Barnard.
And within 8 months, he was playing for England in the World T20, the first ever World T20.
Yeah.
Because he had an unbelievable T20 with Surrey, and was suddenly back in the England fold. So, yeah, it can happen later on in your career, comebacks or getting spotted, or so.
Well, and sometimes it's just, maybe there's been just a cultural awareness of how things work and how to communicate. And I know Saka have done a lot of work with clubs as well.
It's because there's so much talent.
Oh, well, that's it. We want
so much talent. As here is Laws coming in over the wicket from the pavilion end. And taken by Ben Folkes as it's left alone by Barnard. Outside is off stump. So 466 for 5 here. Warwickshire thinking. That's what interests me in all of this now.
Well, I thought they were trying to up the ante with Tom Latham just a little bit. When he took on Dan Lawrence, it was like, okay.
Laws is in. That's short. That's cut. Ah, Jason Roy. One for the photographers. They're only in the ground. There he is, diving away to his left-hand side in there at short extra cover. Good bit of work for Jason Roy.
A great bit of work.
But yeah, it's taken 123 overs to get to 466.
You reckon Surrey might be feeling all right about this?
Yeah. Oh, hello. Barnard's had a right old go at this one. Wide outside the off stump.
Yeah,
Beats the edge, and it's taken by Ben Folkes away to his right-hand side.
This is definitely what Laws has been trying to do.
Oh, yeah. And actually, fair play to Barnard.
Yeah.
Because he isn't just letting it go now.
Nope.
And funny enough, he was until he got dropped. And as I say, I think he's thinking to himself, well, this is a bonus now. So he absolutely, he almost threw himself at that one. As Laws is in over the wicket, and Barnard driving to a slower ball, and Jordan Clark does the fielding, but it ricochets away, and Barnard will get a single. That will be one more to the total. 467 for 5. Yeah, it's an interesting equation, this, because Warwickshire doing this right in that Surrey won the toss and stuck them in, so it's down to Surrey to bowl them out. But I think Surrey have bowled well, because I think if you got it wrong on here, you could score thousands. As over the wicket once again comes Tom Laws. Forward goes Malik, plays this one down towards backward point, and there is no run.
Well, this is also the first time for almost all the hittings, certainly a fair bit of it, that Surrey haven't had a right-hand, left-hand combination to deal with. They finally got two right-handers out there.
They have.
And that really made a difference, I think, when you with the short boundary in particular.
Yes. Oh no, absolutely, absolutely. As in over the wicket again. Oh, shot. Here's Laws, and Malik just whips this out towards deep backward square, and they will pick up another single. One more to the total, and sort of that's what I was saying yesterday, is that with that short boundary, and they sort of had the left-hander at the right end for a lot of it.
Yeah.
But also, what did I say? It was 34 boundaries yesterday and 3 sixes. So actually, out of a total of 364, 154 in boundaries is a very good effort with the ball.
Yeah.
So, as I say,
Yeah,
you get that roll.
That's
Dearie
right.
me. So here, it's fascinating this, because Warwickshire will now be thinking to themselves, bat once and then give ourselves time to try and bowl Surrey out twice.
Easier said than done.
Well, time, actually, you might find a point where you wish you had another week.
Here's Lawrence to continue bowling to Malik, who splays his feet and makes room and just guides that one in the end down to deep backward point. They take a single. He looks good though, doesn't he?
No, he
Very
does.
easy
Oh,
on the eye.
absolutely. I'll be honest with you, even if he got out now, he's looked good.
Yeah, it's very easy on the eye. And that is funny enough. I mean, they're obviously different, but that's how I felt when I first watched Kashi Valley bat.
Yep.
In comes Lawrence. That one's just squeezed out towards deep cover by Barnard. They'll take another single.
And you know, look, someone like a Bamber or a Hannah Dalby could bowl an incredible spell, or Surrey could bat badly. But I think, sort of looking at this logically, it's tough enough to take 10 wickets on this, as we're seeing.
Malik waits as Lawrence is in and bowls, and he just gently guides this one down towards deep backward point, running in. Take another single, still happy to take the singles.
So, I suppose what Warwickshire have to work out here is how long do we need? And I know that sounds extraordinary at lunchtime on day 2, but really we're at that point. How long do you need?
Exactly. Here is Lawrence. Bowls and big step forward and a push defensively back to the bowler from Barnard.
You would have thought they'll look to push on a bit after lunch.
Surely, yes.
Surely.
As there's no point doing anything else, you think, as Lawrence is in off the back foot, turns it around the corner, goes down towards Ryan Patel, deep backward square leg. Take another single, so again, just happy to knock the ball into spaces and take the one on offer.
We did say that 450 was almost par on here, yeah. So they're on 472 now.
Here's Lawrence around the wicket, and that one's bounced a little bit more on Malik, but just got on top of it and played it into the leg side. No run.
And then from a Surrey perspective, so they were to bat well on this. they naturally go at 4 and over anyway.
Yeah.
And then you think if a platform could be laid with what they have in that middle order, and Jason Roy's been mentioned quite a lot in that, but also your Dan Lawrence as well, which we saw at Hove, as over the wicket comes Tom Laws. And that's short ball, and Barnard's looked to pull and gets a bottom edge on it, and that could have come back onto his stumps. He gets a single. Barnard moves on to 92, 473 for 5. Then it's interesting because Surrey could get up somewhere near quicker Warwickshire, and then it would get quite interesting. But I think more than Surrey bowling Warwickshire out here, it's how long is it going to take Warwickshire to get to where they want to get to as well. As in over the wicket goes Laws, and forward goes Malik, and plays this one down towards backward point, and there's no run.
I'm here for a freak out at some point.
No, I think
I'm here for a freak out.
You could still see something interesting happening in this game because, you know, as I said, the Warwickshire could bowl really well, knock Surrey over. I think taking 20 wickets on this is going to be very hard work.
It really is.
As Laws is over the wicket once more to Malik. Shot driving, doesn't really time it. And it's up there towards Rory Burnt. So yeah, I think that, but also the other thing in all of this is, you know, on this pitch, I think you'd be quite happy having a dart at anything really last innings. I think you'd be happy to have a chase on this.
Again, I say to you, that presupposes we're going to get to a last innings. That's the other question.
Well, in over the wicket comes Laws, and this one's cut away down to third man, and they'll pick up a single, one more to the total. Yeah, I think the one thing you wouldn't see from Surrey, if they bat well on here, I don't think you would see Surrey just keep batting. I think they'd either get close and even declare before they get there, or go past quickly, then declare. But I don't think it's going to be a case of sort of Surrey in their first innings just batting and batting and batting. As in over the wicket goes Laws, and driving is Barnard. Big cry of no, as tumbling away to his right is Cameron Steele. But as I say, even on a good batting pitch, you've got to bat well.
Of course.
And but if Surrey did get in and play their normal way, as I say, naturally they tend to just tick along at 4 and over. And then they do have sort of those players in the middle order that if you wanted to just go up a gear or two, they can. As in over the wicket again goes Laws, and this is slapped straight into the ground and up again. And there is Jason Roy to do the fielding. And it's the end of the over. 474 for 5. I think Jason Roy's continuing his little game here of making everybody think he hasn't got the ball there. Jason Roy, and then he just rolls it back again.
Oh,
yes, you see, because it went into the ground and up again, and then he took it, and I think he was sort of, who's got it? Where's it got? Oh, well,
such japes.
Can I be honest with you? After 125 overs, I'm surprised he's not doing card tricks at the moment.
Yes. Well, I did say, you know, Dan Lawrence was a bit like his action.
Yes,
like
yes, absolutely.
The magician
with
who
the egg
puts
cups.
Yeah, ball
which
under the cups.
I saw live at the weekend last weekend.
Did you?
Yes, I worked with a magician for 3 days.
Wow. Here is the magician, Dan Lawrence. He bowls to Malik, who just leans back and presses this one out to the deep covers.
He was very good as well.
Really?
Very good.
Magicians are.
I was working at the Thomas the Tank Engine experience for 3 days. Mel
Were
Farrow.
you?
Oh, yes. Right, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Oh.
Yes.
You're a man of many talents.
Well, no, this talent was handing out stickers.
Here's Lawrence over the wicket, and Barnard just plays that down towards deep mid wicket. They'll take another single. Well, to be fair, I don't know if I could hand out stickers.
Oh, I really enjoyed it. sort of at the gate as well, and then welcoming people, and then would you like some coloured pencils? Would you like some stickers? Or would you like an activity sheet?
Wow.
I loved it.
Oh.
And lovely people I work with, Mike and Daryl there, and Jacob and Laura. And it was lovely down at the Spa Valley Railway.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah,
Here's Lawrence over the wicket to Malik. Pushes this one out into the covers. I'll take a single.
Thomas was there, and
Was he?
Percy.
What about the fat controller?
You're not allowed to call it that
Oh,
anymore.
sorry.
No,
Oh, no.
He's called Sir Topham Hatt.
Is he? I see, I
Yes.
missed that.
Yes,
Oh.
and I got my photo with him.
Okay.
And Rusty and Dusty, the platform sort of sweepers, they were there as well.
Oh, so it's not like Rusty and Dusty from Bluey.
No.
Here's Dan Lawrence. First ball driven straight up to a diving mid-off, who saves probably 4 runs because it was well struck by Barnard.
Yeah, so it was lovely. Lovely 3 days. Because I worked on the Polar Express one over the winter, you see.
So it's a thing for you with the kids' cartoons
No.
type stuff. In comes Lawrence. Next ball was just thwacks up too long on. I'll take a single.
Well, the Spa Valley Railway down in Tunbridge Wells, you see,
Yes.
it's all run by volunteers, but it's a beautiful, beautiful place. And I know nothing about steam trains whatsoever, but they do look spectacular. And as I say, Thomas was there, Percy was there, and Emily as well. But Emily didn't get to go on the tracks as much as the other two for some reason.
All right. Malik on strike. Next ball's turned by him into mid-wicket. Defensively, just no run. So, because I've never been to Tunbridge Wells.
Oh, it's lovely.
Isn't it where everyone's disgusted?
Oh yes, absolutely, yes. In the Pantiles.
You're right. That's
Disgusted in the Pantiles.
Disgusted from Tunbridge Wells.
Yes,
That's the reference to that.
I think after my performance on the Polar Express, there'd have been a few of those letters.
Next ball is just played very handsomely by Malik down towards deep point. They'll take a single. It's the end of Lawrence's over. And is that the end of the session? Yes, is indeed. We're going to have some lunch. So we head to lunch with Warwickshire 481 for 5, with Barnard on 94 and Malik out there on 12. So our only wicket to fall in the session this morning was that Tom Latham. Absolutely brilliant innings, highest for any player on debut for Warwickshire. He was out on 184 earlier. He was caught behind of the bowling of Laws, who has tried hard to do everything today. But all in all, Warwickshire, they're in a pretty good position.
They are, very much so. And again, I think Surrey bowled pretty well this morning into a plan. But this is now about how many do Warwickshire want, I think, and how long is it going to take them to get to that total. Well played, Tom Latham, lovely innings of 184. So luncheon has arrived, as Mel Farrell was saying. We'll be back with you in 40 minutes time, but at lunch on this second day, Warwickshire 481 for 5.
This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have continued to take advantage of favourable batting conditions on another sunny day, the second day of their match against Surrey. They are 481 for 5 at lunch. The 1 wicket to 4 was that of Tom Latham, who was caught behind off the bowling of Tom Laws, but not before the New Zealand Test side set a new Warwickshire record for a debut score, making 184. Ed Barnard should have quickly followed, but was put down of what can only be described as an easy chance. The grateful Barnard needs 6 more runs after lunch to complete his second century of the season. Warwickshire 481 for 5. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston.
Surrey. Jimmer.
We've got the keys to my bit.
Jimmer. Jimmer.
Good afternoon, welcome back to what is still, excuse me, a sun-soaked Edgbaston. And still a batting paradise, it would seem. Warwickshire 481 for 5. We reckon that Tom Latham's 184 is the highest ever debut score by a Warwickshire batter. Ed Barnard is 6 away from what will be his second century of the season. He's on 94. Oh, and there's the first U-Bears of the afternoon. And from Surrey's point of view, Mark, it's a bit of a thankless task, but they've just got to keep sticking at it, try and make run scoring as difficult as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm more interested now in what Warwickshire want and how quickly they will get it. That's what gets interesting now. I think they've done it very nicely this morning, and I think Surrey bowled pretty well this morning, kept it very tight and made it hard work for Latham and Barnard and Malik. But I think now it's almost along the lines of how many do you want, Warwickshire, and how much time do you want to give yourselves as well. So this for me now after lunch gets quite interesting now from a sort of batting perspective.
Yeah, 115 runs scored in 30 overs this morning, so under 4 and over. I agree. I don't think they'll be thinking too much about declarations, but I do think they'll want to try and push the scoring on.
Yes, I think they haven't got to do anything really. They can just tick along as they are at the moment. But I think you know that they want to give themselves an opportunity. So the ball's sort of firmly in their court now at lunchtime, due to them getting themselves to this point, having batted well.
They will also only want to bat once, won't they?
Yes.
They possibly can. Yes. So they need a few more runs to do that. But Zen Malik on strikers. The wicket taker from this morning, Tom Laws, comes in to bowl. Right arm over. That's left by Malik. No run.
I think as well, from a Surrey perspective, they've stuck in there. I think with the Surrey batting line, as I was saying to Mel, I think they'd have to bat well, but on this surface, if they got in, naturally, they tend to go at 4 and over anyway. And then you've got that Lawrence Roy sort of middle order. But also, you never know how Warwickshire are going to bowl.
This one is played down to a shortish third for a single.
And the other thing, Clive, I think is, let's be brutally honest about this, and whether we even got to that point, I'm not quite sure how we get to that point, but if you wanted to chase in the last innings on anything, this would be it. It really would. But to get to that point, it's going to take some manoeuvring by somebody somewhere. So I think now this is more along the lines of how many do Warwickshire want, and how long do they want to give themselves to have a go at Surrey?
Fisher comes in, and that's a defender. There's no run. I mean, Warwickshire always claim that they are adventurous when it comes to setting targets and that sort of thing. It hasn't really been tested this season, but it could be tested in this game. They'd be very bold if they do set Surrey anything that Surrey might reasonably get.
Yeah, yeah. And also the other thing will be, as I said, if Surrey bat well and set a platform, naturally they go at 4 and over anyway.
Yeah, indeed, and that's played to mid-wicket with no run with Jason Roy. And if Jason Roy bats with Dom Sibley, it'll be a century partnership in about 49 balls with Roy on 99.
Well, the thing with that actually is, you know, in many ways, and everyone's saying, well, he hasn't played a red ball game for 5 years and all that good stuff, but, you know, it almost, if they set a platform for him, it would be like a one-day game in many ways for him. But we're a long way away from that anyway.
9 first-class centuries to his name, Jason Roy. That one is driven a little bit wide driven. It's a good shot for nothing, Barnard. I've got the cable knit jumpers on, so you're going to have to help me, Mark.
That is Jason Roy.
Ah, it was a very good stop.
Yes, diving away to his right.
It was a World Cup all over again. No run, 482 for 5.
The sort of, I've looked at the sort of the first couple of games, which was on pitches that were fairly placid as well. But the Hove one was the one that got interesting at one point. It got very interesting at one point.
This next one is played to square leg for a single by Barnard.
And the reason it got interesting, different to this now, but the reason it got interesting was that Surrey bowled with great discipline after a bad first hour, and it took Sussex 131 overs to get their 435. Then Surrey at stumps were 90 for 1 on day 2 in 22 overs. And then when they took them off for bad light, so they took them off for bad light at about 4:15. And then for some reason decided to call play off entirely at about 4:45 when you could have played to 10 past 7. But when they went off at that point, Surrey were 390 for 3 and 86 trailing by just the 45. Now if you got those 17 overs in, Surrey could have had a 100-run lead going into the last morning. So it was interesting actually, and they didn't go mad. As Cameron Steele's going to get us started after lunch from the Birmingham end. He's bowling to Barnard, who's on 95. Barnard played very nicely. So this is different, obviously, in that there's more runs on the board and they're only 5 wickets down. As Steele is in, and nicely played, straight down the ground by Barnard. He'll get a single down towards long on, and that will bring Malik on to strike. So I think what I'm trying to say is, yeah, one of the Warwickshire bowlers could have a field day, but I think on this surface, if Surrey were just to bat naturally, and then you've got some players in the middle order that can put their foot down if needs be. As Steele is in, forward comes Malik, and that rolls out towards Rory Burns. But at the moment, all of that is in the distance because Warwickshire's still batting, and as I say, it's how many do they want, and how many overs do they want to get there? As Malik gets a short one, he'll feel he's missed out a touch here because he's pulled it straight into the leg side, and it's picked up by Dom Sibley.
Well, I'm thinking if everything goes to plan for Warwickshire, that's a big if, and they may well be bowled out. But if they're not, and they bat for another 30 overs or so, they could get close to 600 by then.
I think that would be their target from here, as this is punched into the offside, and a great stop from Rory Burns.
I mean, he's not helping here, or they're not helping here. Jason Roy and Rory Burns making these excellent stops.
But what you have to say as well is we're 128 overs into this, and they're still flying around in the field because Surrey have sort of got used to this now. As here is Steele, and forward goes Malik and plays this one straight down the ground, and they will stroll a single, and Malik will keep the strike. Tidy first over from Cameron Steele. Malik's on 14, Barnard's on 96, and Warwickshire are 485 for 5.
So if they were to get to 600, they'll have about 30 overs left in the day. Bowl Surrey out by the end of the day, bowl them out again by lunch tomorrow, and jobs are good.
Yes, and that would be good for you as well, because it would give you a bit more time to get to Sunderland. Yes.
We shall see how this game pans out. I just mentioned Dom Sibley there earlier. The last time I saw him bat was in the one-day cup at Rugby School last season, and he has the distinction as Fisher comes in to bowl, and Malik plays that back there's no run, of scoring the first county century at rugby school. He scored 149 of 142 balls. Terrific innings. It actually ended up on the losing side. It was a cracking game, with Surrey falling 3 runs short of Warwickshire's total. It was a splendid innings by Dom Sibley.
Well, he started this season very well.
I was always a fan of Dom Sibley. I know he had his detractors, but I always enjoyed it.
Interestingly, there's been a bit of chat from people who sort of write about these things.
Fisher comes into bowl. Malik plays that to mid-on. There's no run.
About the sort of England's second coming of Sibley.
Well, I wouldn't argue with it if that happened.
No, not at all. So, yes, and he's been in hundreds in each innings against Hampshire for Sibley, and then opening game of the season, 3 in the first inning, 66, second against Essex, then 100 and 105 against Hampshire, 82 against Sussex, and 53 and 3 against Somerset. So yeah, he's in pretty good nick so far, because it was 5 innings and each of those going past 50 and 2 of them going on to 100 in the same game. So he's in good nick.
Fisher comes in right arm over to bowl, and that's played towards mid-on. There's no run. He gave his best interviews at Warwickshire towards the end, when we knew, when it had been announced that he was going to Surrey. That seemed to relax him quite a lot, and he gave some very nice interviews.
He's a lovely lad as well. He's a lovely lad. And
as is often the case, the whole England situation was a burden.
oh, of course, I think it is, and I think, you know, you've got an awful lot of people saying a lot of things about you.
Malik comes into bowl, and that's edged and just beats slip. A dive at slip. Whether that constitutes a chance or not, I'm not sure. Malik will get 4 for it. It was certainly a good effort by the fielder.
Well, it is
there.
Sibley. It is Dom Sibley down low to his left. I'm just wondering if it would have been a cracking catch, but I think that may have got to him.
As a slip fielder for Warwickshire, he did put a few down. He did take some crackers. That one,
yeah, it's tough to see, but it's just from the reaction. Maybe they get a paw on it.
well, inevitably the bowler reacts as if that should have been easy to bounce.
Well, I think for Fisher on this surface, just to find the edge as well.
It would have been a spectacular one-handed catch if he'd held it, but he couldn't quite. And Malik pushes that to point. There's no run.
Again, after lunch, Surrey have just bowled top of off stump with the field set up. And they're making it hard for Warwickshire.
Yeah.
They're not just going to give them runs here, and I think what's been the key, and Surrey have learnt this over the back end of last season and the 2 away games this season, is just cut boundaries out. Just cover your boundaries.
Fisher comes into bowl. That's pushed up the offside. There's no run. I mentioned earlier, Malik, his one-day cup average is currently 1. But his first-class average at this moment in time is 77. I mean, it will be halved as and when he gets out. But right now, it's 77, having finished 49 not out in his second innings.
I said to Mal, within 3 balls, you can see he's stylish. You can see he looks good. He really does. So, yeah, he can obviously play. Thank you to Edgbaston again. I said yesterday, Clive, that the lovely thing about the toilet series, when you go to relieve yourself, they give you some cricketing stats and trivia. And I gave the first ever international game yesterday, as this one's pushed by Barnard down to backward point, and there's no run. And I'll let you take over after this ball because he's on 96. But today's one was the first Australian touring side that came over here. All wore in the field different coloured caps so the crowd could identify them.
Marvellous.
See? Another bit of information.
Steal to Barnard. He plays that one to long off for a single. Puts on to 97. Carry on.
And the other bit, that all the law changes in cricket. What's the one sort of thing that has never changed in cricket? I saw this as though I was washing my hands. What's the one thing that has never changed? As here is Steele, and Malik, that's a lovely shot. It's all about his wrists, and he's just threaded it to the right of Burns at cover, and the left of Nathan Smith at a wideish mid-off, so that's a lovely bit of batting. He's on to 22, 494 for 5.
I don't know, I can't even begin
The
to
length of the pitch.
Is that right?
It's always been 22 yards. And again, I learned that whilst I was washing my hands. So as I say, you sort of relieve yourself and pick up information at the same time, which is excellent. As Steele is in to Malik, and Malik works this one down the ground. He'll take a single. One more to Malik. He moves on to 23. 495 for 5 now. Warwickshire. A bit more cloud cover now than we had this morning, but it's just broken white, fluffy cloud. It's looking lovely, the ground, as in comes Steele, and Barnard will drive down the ground for a single. That will move him on to 98 as Nathan Smith does the fielding. 496 for 5. Barnard did have that big life when he was dropped by James Taylor at backward point off Lawrence on 78, and that was just after Latham had gone as well. Taylor on as the 12th man as Steele is in, and this is turned by Malik off his hip. To the leg side, he'll take a single, he'll keep the strike, it'll leave Barnard 98 not out at the non-striker's end. Malik has 24, and Warwickshire are 497 for 5.
Yeah, highest total of the season now for Warwickshire. This they beating the 454 they were bowled out for against Sussex here. The highest score last season was at 698 for 3 against Durham. Extraordinary match where Durham made 500 plus and had to follow on. She weren't a million miles away from bowling that second time round, but couldn't quite do it. Fisher comes into bowl to Malik. The slip is more in a second slip position as he plays that back to the bowler. There's no run. But that was the only time they got past 500 last season, so it's not something they've done too often of late.
But they're going to do it here, unless
It would be quite
something
spectacular,
seismic
yes.
occurs.
Well, they did it twice in 2023, but not here actually. That one's left, there's no run, and that was maybe in a pretty closely. Certainly the reaction of the bowler and the fact that folks took it down the leg side in the end, suggesting it nipped back and might just have narrowly missed the offside. Ed Barnard's coming down the pitch to Zen, Malik, and maybe saying, just you might want to play at some of these.
It's a good bit of bowling, that. Because he's got that one to tail back a touch at him. Just wondering if he may have got a little bit of reverse there, actually. Because this ball is now, what, 51 overs old, it may have been.
This next one, Zen Malik does play out. It's a bit of an inside edge to mid-wicket. They get a fairly hurried single.
I just wonder whether he is possibly. Yeah, I think he is. I think he's just getting it to reverse a touch here. He's Matt Fisher.
One of those times I mentioned they got 500 in 2023 was at Canterbury. That was a game. I think I commentated a whole day. Obviously, I wasn't on all day, but I did quite long stints all day without seeing a single wicket. Scrap a single wicket, which just get a little bit tedious after a while. But it was a game where Dom Sibley was involved in it. But the most exciting bit of the game really is Fisher comes into bowl, and that's pushed to the offside. There's no run. He was scoring at a, I mean, to be fair, it was a slow pitch at Canterbury. He had no choice really, but he was scoring at quite a slow rate towards a double hundred. But he had a race on between Marcus Labuschagne, who was scoring rapidly for Glamorgan, as to who would be first to get to 1,000 first-class runs for the season. And what complicated things is we weren't 100% sure whether Sibley had played against the universities early season, and we weren't 100% sure that was first class. We had to go to the scorers, and the scorers weren't entirely sure. They had to clarify. Eventually it turned out it was, and he just about won the race with minutes to spare. That's played to point. There's no run, 498 for 5. But it was a match also where Warwickshire rocked up with, I mean, you know, Phil nearly got a bowl, to be honest, because they had so many injuries, and the big joke was the coach broke down on the way to the ground as well, and they had to, Ben Mike was drafted in for that game, I think, as a loanee, and they had a couple of other loanees in the bowling attack because they had no fit bowlers left.
And then found a slow one.
And it was a fairly tedious draw, however. 498 for 5, Fisher. Last ball of the over, a bit of an edge from Barnard, but he will move on to 99 and take the score to 499 for 5. So he could bring up the 500 and his own century at the same time. He won't know who's applauding what.
Well, that would be a nice symmetry, wouldn't it? Be nice for the crowd as well, because they wouldn't have to clap twice. Save their hands. Oh, he's played very nicely here. And he, as I say, he had that one big slice of luck when he was dropped on 74, but other than that, just looked very solid.
Well, if he gets a single now and the crowd aren't sure whether it's a leg by or not, it won't matter, because they can applaud anyway, because if it turns out to be a leg by, they're applauding the 500.
Yes.
So I just take this ball as slip in as Cameron Steele tosses the ball from one hand to the other. Back to bowl his 7th over. Comes in, and that is driven too long on for a single for Ed Barnard, who completes his 2nd century of the season, his 9th of his first class career. 165 balls, 8 fours, and Ed Barnard continues his good form. He comes down the pitch, gets congratulations from Zayn Malik. He's having a good all-round season. He's taken a few wickets as well, and he's 100 not out, and he's brought up the 500. 500 for 5.
Well, that was lovely symmetry as Steele is into Malik, and Malik turns this one down the ground towards long on. They'll stroll another single, but yes, well played. Ed Barnard, nice 100 this, and got a very warm round of applause from this crowd at Edgbaston.
We'll bring Mel in about a quarter, but I've forgotten Mel. I've got to report at 2:15, so I'll bring Mel in after I've done that.
Sweeping is Barnard, that's nicely played. Down towards the high leg boundary rope. And Fisher was never getting to that, so that's nicely played from Barnard. Just took it from outside his off stump, and even with the leg spinner, just paddled it down towards fine leg, so Barnard moves on to 104. 505 for 5 now.
So Netherlands have made 282 for 7 in their 50 overs at Amstelveen against Scotland.
Yes, indeed. There's games of cricket everywhere now, isn't there?
Well,
all the time. Is in comes Steele, and forward goes Barnard, and just pushes this one down to backward point, and it's picked up by Jordan Clark, and there's no run.
One occasion when I felt slightly uncomfortable about licence fee being paid was when I went all the way to Amsterdam to watch Warwickshire play the Netherlands.
As forward goes Barnard, and there's no run here.
And we didn't see a ball bowled. But
Nice
I did get to go to the Van
though.
Gogh Museum, so that was all right.
Yes, very nice. Very nice.
A bit unfortunate, there we go.
I remember sitting on the roof of the Grange a couple of times. That was cold. As Barnard plays this one down the ground, he'll take a single.
They put the sight screen right in front of us one year.
Yeah, I remember, and you had to go higher up, didn't you, so you could see over the top.
Yeah.
Single to Barnard off the final ball of the Steele over. Barnard's on 105, 506 for 5. Malik has 26.
I enjoyed those games. I even went to Belfast one year, which I really enjoyed, because I was actually brought up in a little village called Helen's Bay near Belfast for the first sort of 10 years of my life. So I was able to go and visit that when I covered a cricket match.
You must have done Colwyn Bay as well.
Yeah, I've done it once.
Lovely.
Yes,
Yeah,
I think Ian Bell scored about 1 million runs in that match.
That was nice. I remember that.
Fisher comes in to bowl to Ed Barnard, and that's driven straight to mid-off. There's no run. Yeah, I remember taking a nice walk along along the coast there at Colwyn Bay.
I remember it was when I was doing the highlights and everything, so I needed Wi-Fi, but this is quite a while ago, so not every place in the world had Wi-Fi in those days. So I, every night, had to buy myself a all-day bus pass, because the bus had Wi-Fi, and then sit on the top of the bus as it just went up the road and back again, waiting for the highlights to upload.
Fisher comes into bowl. It's very resourceful of you. That's played to a mid-wicket for a single by Barnard. It's on to 106.
It was the only way I could get it done. And I remember that it went basically from the ground all the way to where all the hotels and everything are on the seafront. And then it turned around at the end of the road and then went all the way back to the ground. So basically two trips of that and the highlights were on.
Fisher then to bowl 507 for 5. And that is played back, good accurate delivery, and Malik just plays it back to mid-off for no run. Fisher working away. He's 95 runs in his 26th over, so he's been pretty tight in the context of a big innings. Be doing a report on BBC CWR in a moment, and then we'll ring Mel into the action. Warwickshire's current scoring rate 3.8 and over, so given they got 500, that's okay, but it's also okay from Surrey's point of view. This next one is a bit of a shout of a catch, which has come off the pass, it's come to square leg. Hopefully we'll be doing a report in a moment.
Yeah,
they were a bit early, actually, to be fair, so maybe it was just testing it out.
As you say, I think Surrey obviously would like to be feet up having a bat at the moment, but actually on here to be under 4 and over, pretty good effort that.
Fisher to Barnard, who just tried, that's a good shot, he's guided that down to third, deliberate shot, just showed his bat the ball and opened the face, and it's beaten the chasing fielder down there to be a boundary for 4. Improvised shot from Ed Barnard, who moves on to 110.
Yeah, I feel for Fisher here. He's again hit the top of the off stump. It's a good shot from Barnard. He's just guided it between the two fielders, who did their best to get down there and dive and get the ball back, but just beat Ryan Patel over the rope and away for 4. I think it was just a shout of frustration there from Fisher, which you can understand.
He's on his highest score of the season now, Ed Barnard, as Fisher comes in to bowl, and that's played on top of the run. The previous time he got a century this season, no sooner had he raised his bat to celebrate to the crowd, and he was out next ball.
That's happened.
So, but he's 110 now, 512 for 5, Warwickshire.
Ollie Sykes down there running some drinks out for Dan Lawrence. He's a talented boy. He made his debut in all forms of the game last year, but played the game at Hove and made 30 odd. But yeah, talented player, Ollie Sykes. 512 for 5 then. Malik.
Come from Gloucestershire, yeah? Is that right?
No. He's sorry. He's a young man.
Okay.
He's as Malik's up on his toes and cuts this one away out towards the sweeper on the boundary rope. So yeah, it's come through the academy and to Tunbridge School. I think he was the school's cricketer of the year as well a couple of years ago. So he's a very talented boy. Here is steal, well played, Ed Barnard. He's played the paddle sweep to this, and well, it's going to run away down towards the boundary rope for 4. So there's a little bit of improvisation here from Barnard, and that was nicely played. And Folks was going across, but he's just dinked it straight over the top of Folks and down to the boundary rope for 4. Barnard moves on to 114. 517 for 5 now, Warwickshire. The other thing with these players these days is when they do want to just up it a touch, they've got all the shots. As waits again does Barnard. As steal is in, and this time Barnard just turns it into the leg side. They'll pick up a single. One more to the total. Barnard moves on to 115. Malik comes back onto strike on 27. 68 these two have added for this, the 6th wicket. Steele is over the wicket once more. A bit quicker this time. That's cut by Malik. I think that'll get to the boundary rope. It will indeed, because it's a short boundary out towards the Holly stand for the right-hander through the offside. And so Malik, as long as he got it in a gap, that was going to run away for 4. So Malik moves on to 31. 522 for 5.
Making runs again, Zayn Malik. To wait a long time for his first-class opportunity.
It's a great story.
Yeah.
As he's cutting again here. Out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. That's Tom Laws out there. And they will just get a single. One more to the total. One more to Malik. He moves on to 32 now. Settling himself over his bat once again is Barnard. The Steele is into him, and Barnard punches through extra cover off the back foot. And round goes Tom Laws to do the fielding, and they will pick up a single. Another Cameron Steele over comes to an end. 524 for 5. Barnard has 160. Malik's on 32. And we've had 134 overs now of this Warwickshire innings.
So just the 1 wicket to fall today. That's of Tom Latham. He made 184 before he was caught. Folks bowled Laws. Into the partnership. So in comes Fisher to bowl. It's pushed to the outside, there's no run. And the partnership 169 for the 5th wicket. And now 74 more have been added for the 6th.
Yep, they've done it well. But again, I think the fact that it's still just about under 4 and over, I think it's a good effort from the bowling side, especially with the short boundary on one side of the ground, etc.
Swan comes into bowl. There's a opinion for an LBW here, Barnard. Did he hit the pad first? He doesn't get a great deal of support from his teammates.
He didn't get any support.
And it's not out. Somebody might just look at this. You know, Kai Smith scored runs this season, young player, but he's a very inexperienced lower order for Warwickshire, apart from Ollie Hallen-Dolby, who's
I think
not in the team for his batting.
You know, I hate to mention it again for James Taylor, but I think, had he not dropped that one with Barnard there, that was just after Latham had gone. Now that would have been 460 for 6.
Yeah. Oh, that's going down the leg side, and a good tumbly stop from Folks. Barnard leaning forward, doesn't make contact with it.
And I think we've seen it's hard work on here. So if you get a chance, you've really got to hang on to it, haven't you? You know, it's tough enough to take 10 wickets, let alone 11. But I think that would have been quite interesting actually, because the 2 set batters gone, 2 fresh batters at the crease.
Comes Fisher to bowl. That's driven by Barnard, and that is going to be 4. Good shot through the covers. Just a rolling. Apparently the sound quality is fine at our end, but apparently the sound quality is not what it might be. So
Oh dear.
we'll see if we can do something on that. He says it sounds like you're broadcasting underwater, but I mean that's because you are. There's a new scuba dive commentary that we've decided to do.
Well, maybe it's there's a lead or something somewhere. It's a bit wobbly.
I'll see if I can do something about it when I come off. This next one is driven down the ground, and that'll be successive boundaries for Barnard. That was a lovely straight drive, and he's on to 124, 532 for 5.
Yep, and it's nicely played by Barnard. I think Fisher here just getting it up there to see if we saw a couple reverse for him, but There, Barnard just full face of the bat, drilled it straight back down the ground for 4.
He's in again, Fisher, and that's pushed out of the covers. Shout of weight. It's fielded, there's no run. 5:32 for 5 at the end of the over.
It's a really obvious thing to say, and Fisher's kicking the ground a touch in frustration there, but he's bowled well here. But on this surface, you know, it's just that if you do get it slightly wrong, you're going to get punished. And those were 2 lovely shots from Barnard. One through extra cover and then one straight back down the ground for 4 runs.
Right, well, I think an update is about to come our way. Yeah, Warwickshire still steadily accumulating runs here. They are 533 for 5. They only lost 1 wicket today, that of Tom Latham, who scored the highest ever debut score by a Warwickshire batter, 184, before being caught behind of Tom Laws. And Ed Barnard has since gone on to make his 2nd century of the season. He did get one big, huge slice of luck when he was dropped off what can be kindly described as a regulation chance when he was on 77. He's continued though to prosper and take advantage, and Sen Malik, who had such an encouraging debut at the age of 27 in the last game against Yorkshire, is going on from there. He's on 33. The batting conditions remain favourable, very little cloud in the sky, sunshine and a pretty flat pitch, but Warwickshire are making the best of it so far. They are 534 for 5. So,
well,
bring Mel in to join you, Mark.
There is that phrase, isn't there, in saying making hay while the sun shines. So the best time to make hay is when the sun is shining. Not that I know anything about making hay. As here is Steele and Barnard playing this one down into the leg side, and round goes Ben Folkes to do the retrieval work. Mal Farrell is making her way back in to her seat to my right. Still not at 100% Mal Farrell, as in over the wicket once again goes Steele, and played by Barnard back up the pitch, and there's no run. But the captain's come to you and said, can you give me 5 solid overs of effort? And you've said absolutely.
Oh,
I'm happy to
dig in deep.
skip. As in over the wicket again comes Steele. Ooh, and Barnard's playing this one off the back foot and just has to drop the bat on it, and it squirts away into the leg side, and there's no run. End of the over, 5:35 for 5 then. Barnard 125 and Malik is on 34. Feeling any better? No, not really.
I'm just very tired.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised.
No, not sleeping very well.
No.
And,
well,
yes.
if you want to, I think if you can find the commentary of Ashley Mamler's 34 not out in a day, which was one of my favourite days of my life, but that normally sends most people to sleep within about 20 minutes. So if you could find it, that might help.
Here is Fisher into the attack. First ball, it's just driven quite square. It's up down at deep cover. Take a single. There's actually a spot, you know, the spot here is, you know, where the coffee machine is upstairs in that press room. Yes. And there's a couch there. And the sun comes streaming in.
That's a nice
spot.
spot.
It's the warmest spot here. And it's so dangerous when you sit down on that couch.
To nod off.
It's really quite comfortable.
Yeah.
And I was up there earlier, and all I wanted to do was
have a
curl into a ball.
Yeah, yeah.
Like a cat. Here comes.
Well bowled.
Fisher, yeah, it is well bowled. Beats the bat of Barnard. He's interesting. He's played a few funky shots in this innings.
He has.
A few little reverse sort of scoopy things. And
I think where we are with this now is, I was saying to Clive, it's sort of what are Warwickshire looking at here, and when they do want to possibly up it a touch, Surrey aren't going to change how they're bowling.
No, here's Fisher again. It's just played up to Jason Roy, who's at extra cover, and he made a very exaggerated show of putting his hands up waiting for that ball.
He's 137 overs in now in the field, so he's back in the dirt. He's Jason Roy out there at cover. And I said to Clive that I think actually, had James Taylor hung on to that chance from Barnard, that would have been 450 for 6. That could have been quite interesting, actually, at that point.
Yeah, that might have changed things quite noticeably. Here's Fisher again. It's a full ball. And he just chops his bat down in time. Barnard ends up rolling down towards first slip. No run.
It's not beyond the realms of possibility. We could get to a third new ball.
What are we on now?
Well, we're 137th over.
Right.
Another 23 from here.
Oh.
It's not beyond.
No, that is not beyond.
So
just so hard to take.
Well, this is my other point from a Warwickshire point of view is how long do they want to give themselves?
Yep. Here's Fisher. Oh, that's an inside edge. He went for the booming drive. Ball has ended up squirting out just to a very square mid-wicket position where it is fielded. Didn't go at all where he was intending it to go. They got a single. So the thing is, I know that you were saying that Surrey have been finding very flat pitches when they've been away this year. But in the past sort of bit over 12 months, we've done a lot of games here at Edgbaston that have been like this. As Fisher is in, it's just driven in defence by Malik. No run. Yeah, this is not the first match I've been to where we've been asking the question, where are the wickets going to come from? As the over is finished. It's 537 for 5 with Barnard on 126 and Malik on 35. So I don't know that this has been asked for because Surrey is away. And particularly, like, the thing that sort of has blown my mind is you come in for a test match and the pitch is very different. And it's, I am told, because the centre block here is quite different.
Yeah. As driving here is Barnard, straight back up the pitch, and fielding's done by Cameron Still. We see, I'm here, I'm sure they have, but you know, there's some, the hybrids are knocking around now as well, aren't they?
Oh, there was one at Essex when I was there a couple of weeks ago.
As pushing off the back foot is Barnard, down towards Jordan Clark, in there at backward point. There is no run.
Well, there's certainly a lot in it for the bowlers on that particular pitch. I think from memory, they've got maybe
they haven't got
9 maybe pitches.
It's not a big square, is it? As driving is Barnard. It's a good stop from Rory Burns, tumbling away to his right-hand side, and they will pick up a single. What? Look, I think had Warwickshire picked a pitch with a bit in it, then they would have gone completely against the thinking of how to negate Surrey, as this is whipped into the leg side by Malik, and it's a good tumbling stop. And I can assure you that I think D. Worrell would have been turning his arm over. You know, that's the thing.
I just don't know, and I can't say with any certainty that these pitches that are very much to the side.
And also to the right, I think, of the square, is this one's whipped into the leg side by Malik down towards long on.
Yeah, just
they'll pick up a single, one more to the total. Yeah, and it can happen like that.
Yeah.
That you find that on one side of the square, actually, not a lot happens. Here is Cameron Still, in over the wicket, and Barnard pushes away down towards backward point, and there's no run. Look at Nathan Smith here. He is bombing up to bowl from the pavilion end. He's come sprinting up to get his hands on the ball. Fisher's bowled well again there. He hasn't had a lot of luck here. Again, Matt Fisher. I think the thing is for Fisher is when he gets on something with a little bit in there, and I'm not asking for a huge amount, but just something, he'll pick up a 5 for 6 foot. But as I say, on here, just getting the ball past the edge is very, very tough. But one thing we do know is Nathan Smith's going to come piling in again.
Yeah.
He did this morning. He bent his bat this morning. And this will be his 22nd over. 21 overs, 1 maiden, none for 65.
He bowls with a lot of heart. He's
Yeah,
really
good cricketer, this
really
chap.
good. Yep. Good batter as well.
Yeah. And as we were saying yesterday in the field, he's everywhere. Just doing his laces up at the moment, which is very sensible.
It is interesting to me that we haven't seen, as the funkiest the field has got has been a leg slip. As Smith is in outside the off stump, left alone by Malik.
Well, I think, yes. Well, I'll be honest with you. Taking 10 wickets on this is tough.
Yeah.
And funky fields is to make something happen. I think
Yeah.
actually what Surrey sort of said to themselves is let's try and keep it under 4 and over, cut out the boundaries, bang away at off stump. I think they've done that pretty well actually with the fields they've got set up.
I just think we'd see a different approach from Warwickshire. In comes Smith, and the next ball's driven solidly by Malik up to mid-off no run.
Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty of ways to do it, and I think as well it's with the I was saying yesterday, it's with the bowler and as well being comfy with it.
Absolutely.
Because you can put the bowler off, as we said yesterday.
Look at that. And the other factor as well. We know we're saying very hard to take 10 wickets, and it clearly is. But Warwickshire may be hoping that, look, they have spent a lot of time batting. This Surrey side has spent a lot of time in the field, and you do sometimes get that tired mind when you then get to bat. As there's a big shout. I like it. The umpire doesn't. So Malik is still out there. They really liked that one. We're just having another look at it here. Well, it's not a bad shout.
He got himself outside
Just maybe impact outside.
Yeah, I think that's height looked all right.
Everything else did. The angle looked good.
Yeah, I think he must have just been outside when it hit his front pad. Nice bit of bowling from Nathan Smith.
Yeah, he's with the quickest out there.
Oh yes.
By some margin, he's in again. Bowls, and that's driven straight back to the bowler, who picks it up with one hand.
Still looking for his first wicket, of course.
Crazy.
Would have liked the umpire to be in the affirmative there with that LBW shout. And as I've said, Surrey got to bat well on here. It's no given. And
well, like I said,
and somebody for Warwickshire could have a field day.
You do get tired minds after you've been out. You do see that happen a lot with tired minds out after being out in the field for such a long time. As Smith is in over the wicket again. It's just defended out into the covers, where Jason Roy will pick it up. So no run for Malik.
Yeah, but what I would say with that, and Sibley or Burns could get an absolute pearler first up, but that these two are used to having to go out there at a filthy time and bat. So I think Patel will bat at 3, and then Lawrence probably at 4. Folks will bat 5. And it will be very interesting to see how both sides go about it, really. Fisher and Nathan Smith having a long chat here about where he wants Fisher. Here we are. We're going to have 2 short mid-wickets.
Here we are.
There we
right.
are. It's not that funky, but
No,
it's 2 short mid-wickets.
It's the funkiest we've seen. In comes Smith, and that first one of those short mid-wickets does the fielding as he plays the on drive. So it was It was funky short and funky sweet.
Yes, it was, and he went with the slower one, hoping that Mr. Malik would whip that leg side and get caught by one of those two fielders.
Yes, at the end of the over, it is 539 for 5. Barnard on 127. Malik played very nicely for his 36.
Yes, and Cameron Steele's going to continue. Rory Burns has nipped off. So James Taylor is back out there. Ben Folks is having a drink. Ollie Sykes has brought that out to him.
You know, several years back, a friend and I went and saw James Taylor and Carole King in concert. It was one of the best concerts I've ever been to.
Very good.
It was amazing, actually.
Yes. Over the wicket then, it's Cameron Steele. Gives this one a bit of air, and Barnard will just tuck it into the leg side. Acres of space for that single. And that will be one more to the total. 540 for 5. Malik, as the sun comes out from behind a cloud now, lit up out there in the middle are the players as Steele is in and Malik is forward. Pushes this one into the offside and there's no run.
Not just James Taylor. Do you know, until I went to that concert, I just had not realised how many songs Carole King had written. Huge.
I couldn't name any of them, but I know that she's written a few. Short one, and that's whipped by Malik into the leg side. That's going to roll out towards deep mid-wicket, and there is Dan Lawrence to do the fielding. And they'll pick up one more, 541 for 5.
Well, because she was part of Goffin and King as a songwriting duo in the 60s. So there were loads of those songs by those boy and girl bands.
Driving is Barnard down towards long off. They've strolled another single. Barnard moves on to 129. Well, give me the title of a Carole King number.
Hang on.
And I'll see if I recognise, because I recognise the name, obviously.
Oh, really? Do you mean that?
Yes, so I know, I've heard, yeah, I reckon. But when you say one of the songs, Malik's tried one of those wristy drives, it's gone straight back up the pitch. And there's no... You've Got a Friend.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lovely song, You've Got a Friend.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh, there's so many.
Yes, you see, this is the
other
thing.
ones.
This is what I saw. I think I saw a documentary. As this one's bouncing a touch on Malik. It was the googly. He'd laid back to punch that off the back foot, but it just bounced and spun back sharply at him. It's nicely played. But yes, and I think the documentary was sort of along the lines of what I was saying at the end of the year. 542 for 5. Obviously, you know of Carole King, but you don't realise all the songs that Carole King has done that you know of.
Absolutely. Well, there's I Feel the Earth Move.
Yes, Under My Feet.
Yes. There's, oh gosh, If It's Over, Is This What I Get for Loving You?
Mm-hmm.
It Might Will
Velbrits.
Rain Until September.
Velbrits.
It's Too Late.
Yes, it is. It is too late.
The Locomotion.
The Locomotion. You see, did I know that Carole? No, I didn't, but I do now.
Yeah, because of course that was a hit.
For Lulu.
No.
No, was it not Lulu?
Little Eva.
Lulu did it as well.
Well, so did Kylie Minogue.
No, I know,
but
you
no
see,
one
but
cares.
did we all know that it was Carole King there?
Okay.
That's my point.
How about Aretha Franklin? You Make Me Feel Like a Natural Woman.
Is that a Carole King?
Yeah.
There you see. There you are. That's what I mean. Yeah, there you are.
Pleasant Valley Sunday by the Monkees.
Ah, that's Carole King as well, is it?
And the Pauper Song by the Monkees as well.
Ah, you see.
So it's incredible how many songs she's written. There's Nathan Smith is in. Oh, he's just cut him in half there. Barnard takes a little walk after realising he's just been done by the pace of Nathan Smith on that occasion. Ball coming back in.
Well, he's getting it to reverse. We saw Fisher get it to go a bit, but he's a bit quicker. He's Nathan Smith, and that, I think, hit Barnard in the unmentionables. So he's just rearranging the furniture at the moment on 129 and taking a big deep breath.
Barnard waits. Backlift high. Smith is in. He drives this nicely. Beats a diving Jason Roy at extra cover. There's a bit of a race on here now. Ball is slowing up in the outfield, and I think, oh yes, nice bit of fielding out there on the boundary rope.
Yep, good chase from Rory Burns again.
So we'll pick up another 3. I'm just going. So 2 more for. Oh, where you lead, I will follow.
Yes.
Will you love me tomorrow?
No, I remember that one.
Everyone does. And,
Yes.
And yes, you've got a friend.
Yes.
I mean,
Oh, that's a lovely song, isn't it?
Huge number of hits.
Yep.
A Tapestry album.
Yeah, but you see, you don't know it was Carole King.
Well, Goffin and King, as Smith is in, it's driven straight up to mid-on, no run. Yeah, because
Whatever happened to Steve Bergoffin? Because he played for Sussex a separate. I didn't realise he was a songwriter as well. So,
there you go.
there you are. No, I think I did see or hear sort of along those lines. Did you realise how many Carole King songs you know, but you didn't realise it was Carole King?
Yeah, but it's like for the Monkees, for Aretha Franklin, for a lot of those boy bands in the 60s. Smith is in. Oh, that's a
Boldy
woody
is getting it
sound.
to go.
Yes. Bit of reverse again from Smith. He's been the one to make it move. We saw him find a hint of it yesterday, but yeah,
I know he's gone wider on the crease there and on the
Yes.
angle, but he's just got a couple to go in with that extra bit of pace as well. Somebody's having a whistle. It's actually very good. Name that tune out there in the middle.
There maybe they're whistling Carole King
It could be. That would be a bonus.
Nathan Smith turns, runs in, Orange Soul's flapping, and this ball is left by Malik.
He's got that sort of action as well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It's very strong top half of the action. So he has got that action if it does start going. But he's bowled pretty well here.
He's not.
He's got a bit about him, hasn't he?
Yeah, he does. It's the end of his over. It's 545 for 5. He's not particularly tall.
No, but
as you always say with bowlers who are shorter, he tends to be skiddier. But his ability to actually find a bit of reverse swing, push that ball through is.
I used to love it when Simon Jones used to get it going.
Didn't everyone, except for the opposing.
Well, exactly, but it was
batters.
that action as well. That was the other thing. As Cameron Steele, he's in, and forward goes Barnard, and this one's pushed into the offside by Barnard. I will vacate at the end of this over, Mal, and then bring Phil Britt in to join you for 20 minutes, half an hour, but then Mr. Eakin will be back. And you need to go and put your feet up again before we come to you for a 4th or 5th spell in the afternoon session.
I'll just get a bit of physio, get a bit of work done on the table.
That's the key thing. That's the key thing. As Steele is in and driving is Barnard down towards long off. One of the great sadnesses there is that Simon Jones never played a test match again after that 05 series.
Yeah, it's incredible to me.
Because he got injured, didn't he? And he didn't play the last test, and that's when P. Collingwood came in. As in again goes Steele. Oh, that's a full toss. And that's it. Down the ground by Malik towards long off.
His eyes lit up for the
They
moment
did,
there
they
too.
did.
Even though his back is to me, I can tell his eyes lit up for a minute just by his body language.
Yeah.
But fair credit, he ended up playing a sensible shot.
He did. Sun's out again from behind a cloud. He's in again, he's Steele. Barnard will just push him down the ground for another single towards long on. And there is Ryan Patel to do the fielding. 5:48 for 5. A couple of balls to go in this over. But yeah, I always think what a shame that is. Because he was dynamite, wasn't he, when he got it going. As in over the wicket once again goes Steele. Malik wristily driving down towards long off. Another single, 5:49 for 5. And they had on the telly the other day here, Freddie's over here, where he worked over Ricky Ponting. God, dear. As in over the wicket again. goes still. This is cut for 4 by Barnard out towards the boundary rope in front of the Holly stand. And that's the 100 partnership up between these two, Barnard and Malik. And the drinks being brought out and the change of gloves and possibly a little message as well to these two. So 5.53 for 5, Barnard 138 and Malik is on 39, Mel Farrell.
Thank you, Churchy. As we let you take a break for a little while, as the players are as well. They had also brought up the 550 for Warwickshire now. Just wonder how different things might have been if that catch of Barnard had been taken. It seems like an age away when he was on 77. Certainly made the most of it as we welcome in Phil Britt to our...
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's been a while since we've been on together.
I think it probably was in the last game. The last time you were Sussex.
Well, you can't have too much of a good thing. They're trying to keep us apart.
Yeah, it's fine. By appointment only, Mel.
Yes. And
So what are they going to pull out at, do you reckon?
hard to say. I mean, I think,
5.95?
well, maybe. Here comes Nathan Smith. He's in over the wicket. Oh, driven straight. My goodness. It was straight at the feet of Nathan Smith, who managed to do almost a forward somersault and land on his feet. It was incredible. I give him, it was not in the pike position, but I'm going to give him 8.5 for that particular tumble.
Was he trying to avoid it?
Yeah, he tried to dive over the ball. I think it's got him on the foot.
Yeah.
So it gave the impression of the ball knocking him over.
It was a lovely straight drive and
But it was a
very
lovely
well fielded.
Lovely straight somersault.
Yeah.
Very impressive. Nice work by the Kiwi. He's in again now over the wicket. Oh, and that one's on the hit. There's a half a shout, but I don't think there was any chance of that one being given. Malik just stands his ground. It was
I
going
think
down
that
leg
might
side.
that was closer to the Holly stand than it was to the wickets. There was optimism, and that was I think that was ultra optimistic.
By the way, we've just hit that time of the day when the sun hits a particular window on one of the high rises.
Oh
opposite.
yes, I spotted. Yeah.
And it's like when someone gets a
Yeah. So like
mirror.
a mirror out in.
Yes. And then
And there's absolutely nothing you can do about
no,
that.
it's straight opposite us. Here's Smith in, bowls driven firmly, but not really timed by Malik up to mid-off no run.
There you go, Mel.
Oh, it's
even as
going.
we speak, it's gone because the cloud has actually come over and taken that out. They're either listening to you and have closed the window from in the city centre, or that cloud has helped you. But it's definitely gone.
It was very bright. It was like someone
yeah.
shining a torch in your eye.
Although we shouldn't really be looking to that part, it's miles away from the cricket. But
Yeah, but it's distracting out the corner. Here comes Smith in, defended straight back to him. This time, not quite so firmly by Malik.
I was listening to you talk to Mark about Carol King and Jerry Goffin, and you went to see her in concert.
Yes, with James Taylor.
How long ago?
It would have been 10 years ago.
I was going to say it's got to be.
Yeah. It's years ago, but goodness gracious, it was so good. Here's Smith in, bowls, and whips that one away through the leg side, over the boundary fence and into the Holly stand for 6.
Picked that up beautifully, didn't he? Absolutely beautifully. And it sailed away and 20 rows back, and it actually ricocheted straight off a seat and back onto the pitch. Let's hope it was a seat and not one of the spectators. Quite a few spectators in the Holly stand today.
There are, but it was just really a flick. But timed it well, used the pace of Nathan Smith, who's in once more. This time it's just driven out into extra cover where Jason Roy will do the fielding. He made the most of that one, and at the end of the over it's 559 for 5 with Barnard on 138. Malik has moved up to 45. So he scored 49, didn't he, in that game against Yorkshire?
Yes, he did. He was 49 not out, unbeaten 49. Hit 6 to win the game. And he's taking his opportunity with both hands, he has to say. It's great to see it as well.
It
really
certainly is.
You know, we watched last year Raleigh at Worcester getting centuries in both innings here against Warwickshire. I mean, come on, a similar pattern. And he actually, the two of them their style look quite similar, don't they?
You can see both quite wristy,
Yeah.
very stylish.
Steele starts new over from the Birmingham end, and Barnard, who is motoring along, he's plays this one quietly out into the offside, and there's no run. Barnard 138, 45 now to Malik, who is really starting to establish himself in this Warwickshire side. I know he's only had a couple of games, but he's making a big impact. Barnard drives this one up to long off for a single. 560 for 5. It's been hard going, and they've stuck to their task well, I think, the Surrey bowlers. It's not been easy, but they've kept a good line. Tom Law's had a little spell where he was firing stuff down the leg side, and eventually umpire Hartley started to pull him back a little bit, because I think he was just taking it perhaps just a little bit, the mick a bit too much. This one is driven, but probably they could have got a run for this one in the end, as Malik drives it through into the mid-wicket area. Simply does the fielding. He had to make quite a bit of ground. Malik watched it, having looked to force it away. Didn't quite get that one any real power behind the shot. Steele again, it's been quite expensive. In his 13th over, he's gone for 87. He's in and bowls. Malik gets down on that one. It was a fuller delivery and ended up being dug out by Malik. Had to bring the bat down on it. And sort of backed away to give himself space to cut it. But in the end, chopped the ball down and kept it out. Steele whips through the overs quickly as he comes in again and bowls. Malik is driving up to long on for a single. That's all it will be. Some ripples of applause around. I'm not quite sure that that was for. There's no significant partnership. That's now has passed the 100, and it's still in bowls and cut away by Barnard down to the cover boundary. So the 3rd century partnership of the innings, this one between these two.
Yeah, 112 now.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that.
Warwickshire's 7th all-century partnership this season so far.
You mentioned that plan with Laws of bowling down the leg side, but then he switched and he was kind of bowling quite wide outside the off stump. So kind of bowling dry leg, bowling dry off. That has been a little bit of a tactic at a few times. Bit of an in-out field. They've got Jason Roy in short extra cover. There's another fielder almost behind him. As Smith is in, it's driven straight to Jason Roy at extra cover. No run. They've got quite a straight, short mid-wicket as well.
Yeah. Yeah, no slip or anybody in the gully. There's nobody at all in close catching on the behind the wicket, just protecting the boundaries. But as Mel said, 2 straight mid-off, extra cover and mid-wicket, and 2 deepish mid-on and mid-offs. They're not right the way back to the fence, but they're a tidy, probably 20 yards back behind the bowler's return.
As Smith is in. Next ball's just driven straight up to mid-on. No run there. I guess we are in that situation now where you're just sort of saying, right, how many do they want?
Yeah,
how
exactly.
quickly do they want to get them?
Well,
and how much time do they want to give themselves? Warwickshire?
The one thing for sure, there's 562 on this wicket shouldn't cause great problems. That's a huge score to go for, but the Surrey batting lineup is such that you wouldn't put it past them beating that.
Smith in. Next ball just driven defensively up towards Jason Roy, who stops it with his foot, tries to kick it up, doesn't quite work. He has to go and retrieve it.
I think it's a question of whether you actually believe you can take 20 wickets on here, and what we've seen so far, I don't think there's much evidence that unless something absolutely stupendous happens, that's going to be the case.
I don't know if you were listening when I was talking to Churchy about it, and I was saying, you know, this is not the first match I've seen like this.
No, exactly.
Here
No.
on these outer
Yeah.
on these outer pitches, as Smith is in over the wicket, just played defensively into the ground and out to extra cover by Barnard. No run.
Well, we said Richard was here yesterday, before a ball had been bowled. He said, "You see where we're playing?" We were talking, and I said, "We're on that one." I said, "That's going to be really difficult to bowl sides out on." And Richard had already seen it. Richard Wilford had seen that. We've seen games on this particular side of the square where we've never got into a second innings hardly. At the end of the fourth day, we've had sides who declared still on their first innings, and the game's been shook hands.
Smith is in. That's driven nicely, but only as far as a diving fielder. He's in. It's just sort of outside the ring. An extra cover diving is to his left. That fielder that I mentioned before was almost behind Jason Roy, just a little bit squarer.
So I don't think it's one where deliberately had a wicket prepared to nullify
Yes,
the
this
champions.
is what I
think this is something which happens every so often on this particular side of the square.
Yeah, they did take a single, by the way. So it's Malik now on strike as Smith is in, and he's just flicked that behind square leg. There's two fielders out there in the deep, so they'll just get the single. And that is the end of Nathan Smith's over. It's 564 for 5. Barnard now 141. Malik on 47.
Nathan Smith when he played here last year, and when he was making his debut for Worcestershire, was playing on the other side of the square, and he would have found a very different wicket to this one. This was probably not what he was hoping for on his first match of the season with his new county. So Mel makes way, and Clive is going to join us. As Cameron Steele is about to bowl, starting his 14th over from the Birmingham end. Still to get a wicket, 0 for 89. So, he'll be bowling. Then Malik is on 47. He's in, he drives up to long on for a single. He goes to 48. 465 for 5.
Why won't that go in? Go on, get it. There we go. I charge it for my laptop. Wouldn't go in. Wouldn't go in the socket.
Barnard on strike. He waits, goes back, cuts straight to backward point. And fielded by Clark there, who gets down on his knees, prevents the run.
Well, I talked about Warwickshire maybe being 600 ahead with 30 overs to go. Well, actually, on 600 rather, with 30 overs to go. But actually, they could be a bit above that now.
Yeah. I'm just trying to decide what sort of figure they would have in mind. As this one is short from Steele and is pulled away viciously by Barnard through the mid-wicket. There's a man out on the mid-wicket boundary. He just basically watched it go by. It was much too wide and so well hit. Barnard goes on to 145 and 569 for 5. That was way too short, and at his pace from Steele, you can't afford to drop it that short. Does the same again. This time Barnard goes back and hammers it up to long off for a single. Run's really coming along quickly now. 570 for 5. Barnard up to 146.
His career best in mind. He's currently 165 in first-class cricket.
This one is down the leg side. Now, did he get a little nick to that? I think he did, judging by the reaction of Steele. Malik is getting for 2. I think No, I think it's going to be signalled as leg byes. Yes, it is. Yeah. But they come back for 3. But they are, sadly from Malik's point of view, because that would have brought up a maiden first-class half-century. But he's still got to wait for that. Those 3 have been signalled as extras.
He's averaging over 100 now in first-class cricket. And even when he gets out, it'll still be over 50.
Yeah. This is turned square on the onside by Barnard, who ambles through for the single off the final ball of the over, 574 for 5. And continues to be quite expensive steel.
Ed Barnard has actually got a highest score in white ball cricket than he's got in first-class cricket. His highest score in the List A format is 173 not out. Whereas 165 is his highest first-class score. Trying to remember who that was against. Anyway, I was probably there. 574 for 5, Warwickshire.
I'm trying to think which game it was.
14 overs until tea, and scoring almost 4 and over, so you're looking at 625 by tea if things carry on the way they are. Smith, who's been pretty tight, bowls another good accurate delivery. He's gone for just 3 and over, whereas Warwickshire is scoring approaching 4 and over overall. Hasn't got any wickets. So bowled one of the best balls of the day, I think, is first ball at Tom Latham this morning. It's a gorgeous attempted Yorker, which Latham did very well to get him out.
Was it steam, wasn't it? Really woke him up first thing in the morning.
Yorkshire ended up with a 93-run first innings lead over Essex at Chelmsford. Bowled them out for just 123. 6 wickets for George Hill. This next one, Barnard drops a bat on and runs down to third. Now he's run the first one quickly in the hope that there might be a second, but there isn't. George Hill, 24 years of age.
He bowled well at rugby school against Warwickshire last year in the one-day cup.
Yes, that does ring a bell now you mention it, yeah.
Yeah, he was, we were quite impressed with him.
He's taken 6 wickets today and put Yorkshire in a very good position there. Low-scoring game against Warwickshire headingly, which Warwickshire won. It's a sort of game at Chelmsford with Yorkshire at the moment having the initiative. Not a good start to the season, is threatening to continue, as they have Hampshire at 184 for 9. Hampshire just about avoided the follow-on, but they're going to face a big first innings deficit. Smith bowls, that's played to mid-wicket for a single by Malik. And he'll probably face a big first innings deficit. Carl Abbott's still at the crease, so you never know, but they've only got 1 wicket left. At 184 for 9, still 149 behind Notts, who have been arguably the surprise package. Mohammed Abbas has got 5 wickets there, 5 for 31.
A bit unlucky not to come away with a victory here, weren't they?
Yeah, of course. Ollie Halland-Dolby was going to score a double century if the match had carried on, but in comes Smith to bowl. Let's pitch that one up, and it's dug out by Barnard. No run.
Yes, he just gave that a little bit of extra loop and held it back a touch, but Barnard wasn't fooled into driving at that one, perhaps giving it a chance up to Sibley at extra cover, Jason Roy at extra cover.
Smith running away from the pavilion, comes into a bowl to Barnard, straps on the pads. The appeal comes from mid-off as it comes off the thigh. But the umpire was about to signal leg by, but then realised he doesn't have to because he didn't take a run. 576 for 5. Worcestershire, I'm afraid, in trouble. That's a phrase that we might be using quite a lot this season, the way things have been going. 111 for 8, replying to Sussex's 284.
Well, they really lost wickets quickly there, haven't they?
Yes, they were 197 for 4 at one stage.
That was the last time I looked.
Smith to Barnard, who plays that to shortish boundary just in front of square leg for a single. Barnard under 149, that's the end of the over. Smith takes his cap. There's the umpire, for goodness sake, when's tea? 13 overs to go, yeah. Got Warwickshire batting on, of course. There's a bit of a psychology involved as well. When the opposition starts getting twitchy and saying, when are you going to declare, and you bat on and on. Australia used to be good at that, didn't they? And really grind the opposition into the ground.
Absolutely.
An element of that for Warwickshire. I would be surprised if they batted all day today, even if they're not bowled out. But I don't think they'll be hurrying. I think we'll see quite a bit from them after tea. That's my guess.
Well, Steele's going to continue at the Birmingham end. He's approaching his 100 off his bowling. So this one is played by Barnard into the onside. There's no run, simply does the fielding. Barnard, who is 149. He's waits. No slip in place, but in fact standing up to the wicket, obviously. This one's shorter and it's cut, but straight to Jordan Clark at backward point. A yard either side, that might have gone run away down to the boundary, but it was absolutely dead accurate at him, and there's no run for it. This crowd has gradually built up during the day. It's a decent crowd. This one, Barnard runs away into the offside. He thinks about the single. Malik responds, but in the end, folks were quickly off his box and was running to pick it up, take the glove off, and they chose not to run. So they're not being rushed at all here, these two. They're just keep continuing to just steadily build total. This one's given extra width and is driven up to long off, and the applause you can hear is for Barnard's 150. It's come off 224 balls and 94, so well done to him. Good round of applause. 578 for 5. That brings Zen Malik on to strike, who is also looking for a single, if he can get one, which he does, and that brings his maiden first-class half-century. 76 balls. He's got 6 balls. Well done to him.
Well, he took one for the team, you could say it headingly, and that he hit the winning runs to leave himself 49 not out.
He hit a 6, didn't he? Was
he
it
did,
a 6?
that's
Yeah,
right,
to
yeah.
get it, yeah. This next one, Barnard goes back and cuts away to deep backward point, where it is just a single.
I have a feeling, and I haven't got around to checking this, but didn't they also hit a 6 to win the game against Durham? So I have a feeling they've won both their matches by hitting 6s. I might be wrong on that, but that's a vague recollection I have. Anyway, 580 for 5 here.
I think it was Bamba hit the 6.
That's right. That's right. I think so.
Yeah. I've got Bamba down for 2 6s in that game, and I'm sure you're right.
So they hit 6s of both matches to win them. It's interesting that Barnard 15 fours. I mean, he was on 8 fours for his 100, so he's hit 7 fours for the next 50. So that's a sign that he's. Well, it's either a sign he's picked it up or that he can't run much anymore.
Well, let's hope that's not the case, because he's going to have to do a fair bit of bowling as well.
Well, he's the 3rd highest wicket taker as well as the highest run scorer now for Warwickshire. So
Yeah, he's moved some considerable way ahead on that one now.
He'll be muttering, do I have to do everything? It's Laws who's taken the 1 wicket to fall today, who's going to come in and bowl, and that's a very wide delivery, which is swatted away by Barnard. It might be cut off. No, it doesn't. Well, I'm afraid the ball deserved a 4.
Yeah.
I mean, there are obviously mitigating circumstances. It must be pretty hard work out there in the heat. But Laws didn't get that one right at all, and Barnard moves on to 155.
Yeah, he got hold of that, Barnard, right at the meat of the bat.
It's not fun out there, I wouldn't have thought. It was nice to hear Jason Roy tell Mark Church that he enjoyed yesterday in the field. I wonder whether he's enjoying it quite so much today, because it's a bit of a thankless task at the moment for Surrey. That's a good delivery. That's a much better one, and Barnard just chops us at it as it was spearing towards his off stump.
Yeah, much better line from Laws there. So I can't imagine that 2 days in the field is a lot of fun for anybody, Clive. Whatever way you try and
It's still not a bad job to be paid for, though, is it? I suppose. But yeah, it's probably not county cricket at its most exciting from a playing point of view. This next one is driven down the ground, but it'll be cut off at mid-on. They have been pretty good in the field, Surrey, all things considered, apart from that unfortunate drop catch for the substitute fielder, James Taylor, which put down a straightforward chance for Ed Barnard, who has now, quickly doing my mathematics, has pretty much doubled his score from there. So that might please them.
It would have been 2 wickets because they just got rid of Tom Latham, and it would have been, I think it was virtually the next over, wasn't it?
We were saying earlier, this next one played down to third for a single. There's some talented young players in this lineup, but it does look a pretty inexperienced lower order, with the exception of Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who, with the greatest respect, is not in the team for his batting. I mean, he's a much better batter than I could ever dream of being, but that's not why he's in the team. And then you've got Chase Simmons.
You've got Kai Smith still.
Yeah, but he's still very young and inexperienced. I know he's done well, but I mean, this is only his 5th first-class match. So Ethan Bamber, a little bit more experience, but no first-class 50. So that one, he's gone for a big shot there, Malik, and he's having a look at his bat. He gets hit the bottom of that toe of the bat, and it's rolled away onto the offside.
Could easily have been ricocheted back into his stumps there. Got just threw the shot a bit early there.
27 years of age there, Malik made his first-class debut in the last match against Yorkshire. And, it's always good to see. Very different circumstances. Jake Lintott came very late to the party as well, didn't he? That was great to see. He's played that one out into the deep for a single. And one more run.
Well, he's taken his opportunity well, hasn't he? He's got that chance with Sam Hain basically being injured for the last game, so he came in to replace Hain and has done well and has retained his place.
Well, I was going to say, I said that earlier. The very fact he's retained his place is remarkable, really, when you think that he came in as a last-minute replacement for Sam Hain, who is now fit for this game. Plus, you had Tom Latham coming, and he still kept his place. That's a great credit to him, and great credit to what he did in his debut. Came from the South Asian Cricket Academy, and it's a success story for them so far.
Steele starts a new over, full toss, which Malik whips away through mid-wicket down for a single. Start of a new over.
Since he played second 11 cricket for Glamorgan and actually did very well for them. Whether they attempted to sign him or not, I don't know, but I'd have thought they could have used him.
When was that? When did he play second?
It says, I'm just looking at the Warwickshire website.
He's
got 624 runs for Glamorgan seconds, an average of 104.
Steele bowls, and this is a full toss outside the off stump, which Barnard probably may feel he missed out on that because he drove it straight out to Laws out on the deep cover boundary, but it was straight at him, but he's got away with that one still. 588 for 5.
That was last season he did that.
Again, this one is hit over the top by Malik, over the top of extra cover, and down to the fence for 4. He goes on to 56 with that shot, 592 for 5.
Just looking at a quote here from Gavin Larson, who signed him last season. Where is it? Lost that quote now. I'll find it.
Steele bowls, that's short and cut away by Malik, but a good tumbling stop from Jordan Clark prevents any runs. They thought about the single, but there was a big weight from Ed Barnard. 592 for 5. Malik taps the ground as In comes Steele and bowls, and this one is pulled away in the air, but pulled away hard over the top of mid-wicket and down to the fence. So another boundary for Malik. 596 for 5.
Gavin Larson said he's the best uncontracted player I've seen since my arrival at Edgbaston when he signed him last season. He did play for Staffordshire as well. Player coming through Staffs.
It's that's a bit of a surprise. Glamorgan wouldn't have actually.
It is a bit. Well, whether maybe they try, maybe Warwickshire, because he scored some runs against Warwickshire. Maybe Warwickshire just nipped in.
This next one is cut away backward a point, and that's another boundary for Malik as it goes through, and it brings up the 600 for Warwickshire, and that's 3 boundaries off that over from Steele. Warwickshire move on to 600, and no sign of the declaration, so obviously pushing on. We'll bring in
should
Mark.
we bring Mark in? Thank you very much. 600 for 5. Warwickshire. So it's 234 for 1 today. So Warwickshire. Can they get to 1,000? Ah dear.
Well, it may be what they're aiming for, Mr. Eakin. It's 1,000.
What was it when Brian Lara was at 800 and how many, Phil, when Brian Lara got his 500, 898 or something, or? Yeah, I know, yeah. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, but.
Yes, well. Barnard 157, Malik 64.
I'm not suggesting Barnard's going to get 502 here, but you never know.
Well, if he does, we could still be here on Tuesday if he does. But so Tom Lawson is going to keep going here. They've got 4 men in the covers now to come around the wicket to Barnard. How far away were we from tee? 10 overs from tee. Maybe that's the thought. Back till tee, and then
close to 650 by tee.
It could be. As Tom Lawson from the pavilion end is coming over the wicket to Barnard, and Barnard just opens the face of the bat, glides this down towards the man, and they'll pick up a single. That'll be 1 more to Barnard. He moves on to 158. 601 for 5.
I'm trying to remember who got the wicket. I think it was me. Did I describe the 1 wicket to 4?
Yes, you did.
Oh,
yes, and you described it very well.
Keep me.
In fact, it seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? But no, you described it very, very well. As in over the wicket again goes Laws. That's wide outside the off stump, and Malik gets nothing on this as it was wide and going wider. Laws comes marching back towards us. Rory Burns stood up there at mid-off, lobs the ball back to Tom Laws. As Laws turns once again, gets ready to come in over the wicket to Malik, and Malik always had a flash at this one, beats the outside edge, and it's taken by Ben Folkes away to his right.
Now I have to check with Phil here. The partnership's 151. 6 wicket record for Surrey and Edgbaston. Is that 6 wicket record at this ground? Okay. Against Surrey on a Saturday. No, but to be fair, the previous record was set in 1906. It was a while ago. 125. Geez.
Oh, it's the high score against Surrey at Edgbaston as well. There could be a few more to come. Here goes Malik driving, and half stopped at backward point, and they will get a single. 1 more to the total. 602 for 5. Barnard comes back onto strike again. I think Sibley felt that at backward point. Just wringing his hand a touch at the moment. Tell you what, Jason Roy is in his 151st over in the field now.
Yes, is he still enjoying it, do you think?
In over the wicket comes Laws, and Barnard's had a swing and a miss. So a little bit more impetus in that shot.
I mean, I was very pleased to hear that he said he enjoyed it.
He loved it
because
yesterday. He might not
it's, you know,
quite feel the same in the 151st. No, I think
It's still not a bad thing to get paid for.
100%. And actually, he said it was just great to be back out there with the players. And there's a couple there that it's his first experience of playing with them, like Laws. So no, I think he really is enjoying it. As over the wicket comes Laws to Barnard, and Barnard just runs it away down towards Ryan Patel, who comes flying around to do the fielding, and they're back for 2. So a little bit of impetus there in the running between the wickets as well. Sprinting the first and getting back for the second. End of the over, 604 for 5. Barnard has 160, and Malik is on 65.
And to be fair, the score would be higher if it wasn't for the fielding of Jason Roy and Rory Burns. They made some very good stops out there.
Yeah,
I can't think of too many ground fielding errors by Surrey.
No, and I think they've bowled well, and I think actually they've kept it pretty tight, which sounds a strange thing to say at 604 for 5, but we have had 151 overs as well. So it's a lot of batting. Maybe it is they're just going to bat till tea, Warwickshire.
I think they're going beyond that. I don't think there's any hurry to come out.
Yeah, so maybe they're going to bat all day.
Pretty much taking a Surrey win out of the equation simply because of the time left in the match. I mean, Surrey might score 800, but then they wouldn't have time probably to turn that into a win. I wouldn't have thought. But unless, of course, Warwick should do something adventurous with the declaration third innings. But I don't expect that to happen.
Surprise.
Steele is number 113 off his 16 overs, but he's still plugging away. He's got 4 fielders now on the leg side boundary, the long boundary, 2 on the offside boundary. Just only really 1 fielder in close for Malik, close-ish, and Malik says, "Okay, there's plenty of room for a single. I'll have that, thank you." And he moves on to 66, 605 for 5.
Well, for Malik, there's an opportunity here as well, isn't there? He's 66 not out now.
Absolutely, yeah. Maiden first class 50.
And Barnard's 40 away from a double 100.
He's also only 6 away from setting a new career best. This next one. He cuts that, short, wide of off stump. He finds the sweeper there and gets a single. 161. 606. I'm supposed to be doing an update soon. I'm not hearing anything at the moment.
Well,
everything's all right.
There's only Steele, Roy, Burns and Folks for company now. Everybody else is on the boundary.
That's carved away by Malik again. 2 on the boundary fielders for a single. I mean, the only problem with this fielding, sorry, is if Warwickshire wants to take 6 singles and over, they can probably do it.
Well, I think Surrey wouldn't mind that.
Well, maybe not.
Yes, I think Surrey probably take that at the moment.
Steele to Barnard again. Accepts the offer of a single.
It's almost as if that's what Rory Burns is saying at the moment. Is you can find 6 and over just in singles here, just to move it on a touch. But again, you know, there is that thing that if you win the toss and stick the opposition in, it's down to you to bowl them out.
It's attempted to switch. It's an appeal for LBW, which is answered in the negative. It was a leg by, so no question of coming off the bat, but looks rather leg side-ish looking at the replay. I suppose anything's worth a shout when it's 609 for 5.
You never know.
I'm sure that 196 in the end, so Notts leading by 137 at Trembridge. Okay, continue there. Impressive season. It's nudged into the onside by Barnard. He's able to take a walk there as opposed to a run.
Well, that's your 6 for the over.
Yes.
So that could be what we're looking at here. I think we're going to have a drinks break as well.
So I've got to do an update on BBC CWR in a moment. Currently covering Coventry rugby. Yeah, well, Warwickshire continuing just to accumulate runs here. They've only lost one wicket all day. They're 610 for 5. The one batter out today was Tom Latham for a new county record debut score of 184. Since then, Ed Barnard has flourished. He has taken advantage of a huge miss when he was dropped off well, to put it kindly, a regulation chance on 77. He's gone on to make 163 not out. He's closing in on a career best score. And Zen Malik, great story, Zen Malik came from the South Asian Cricket Academy at the age of 27 when he was signed last year, made his first class debut against Yorkshire and got Warwickshire over the line on that game with a 49 not out, and he's prospering again here in what admittedly are very favourable batting conditions. He's 67 not out. It really now is a question of how long Warwickshire want to bat for, how many runs they want to accumulate, and then try and bowl Surrey out twice, which given the batting conditions and given the strength of the Surrey batting lineup is certainly not going to be easy. But that's a little bit further down the line. At the moment, Warwickshire's batters enjoying themselves. 610 for 5.
Well, it's quite a long drinks break, this.
Yes.
Not surprised as well.
Yeah.
So now the other exciting thing is we're 8 overs away from a third new ball.
Hey.
That's exciting, isn't it? I'm not too sure many of the Surrey Quicks at this point now will be putting their hands up and saying, I'll take the new ball. But yes, as I say, I think more of this is along the lines of Rory Burns is sort of saying, if you want to take 6 singles and over, take 6 singles and over. Sort of gets that run rate going up a touch, doesn't it? There's Curtis Patterson. He's doing some drinks duties at the moment with Ollie Sykes down below us. So it's going to be Tom Laws to continue, and the field will be the same again for Laws. So he's going to have a deep backward square, a long leg, third man backward point, sweeper on the cover rope, and then a cover point, and Jason Roy at short extra cover. Barnard 163 not out as Laws is into him, and Barnard pushes it straight to Sibley. And they're at cover point, and there's no run.
Just have certain echoes of Warwickshire's the first home game of the season last season, certainly an early one against Durham, where they made 698 for 3, and Durham actually made the highest score that Warwickshire conceded all season, 517, and then had to follow on.
Well,
which is a bit bizarre. I think there might be some sort of record for the highest score having to follow on. At the moment, the follow-on target would be what, 461?
Yes, yes indeed. As in over the wicket goes Laws, and cut away by Barnard down towards Ryan Patel. Patel will get round and lobs the ball back to Ben Folkes, who gives him a round of applause, and Barnard picks up another single. He moves on to 164. 611 for 5.
Alex Davis, who filled his boots in that game, the Warwickshire captain, made 256. No wonder he didn't want to declare earlier.
Well,
I'll tell you what's funny, actually it's good to see Barnard score runs. I'll come back to that in a second.
there's over the wicket. Ooh, he's got a fly in the eye.
Yeah.
Tom Laws.
In that 698 for 3, poor old Ed Barnard was out for 1.
Oh no. Yes. Well, at least we haven't had that in this. So far, the lowest score is actually Bo Webster.
Yeah.
Yes. But you sometimes do see that, a massive score, and then someone's out first ball. Horrible, isn't it? Tom Laws. Right, Tom, over the wicket he comes. And Malik, that's more like it. Picks up a length ball and chips it straight back over Tom Laws's head. And away for 4. And the crowd have liked that as well. And Malik moves on to 71. And it's 615 for 5. So, took it off a length and then chipped it straight back down the ground. Nicely played by Malik. As Laws down below us, wearing number 30 as always. Over the wicket he goes. It's full toss. It's drilled by Malik straight up the ground, and Jordan Clark eventually does the fielding. That was travelling. It's nicely timed. Either side of Jordan Clark, that would have been 4 more, but it was straight at him. Warwickshire still leading by 615 on the scoreboard.
It's one thing Warwickshire have done this season is give opportunities to the the less experienced players. Mallet playing his second game here. They opted to put Kai Smith in as wicket keeper after the retirement of Michael Burgess. Didn't have to do that. There were plenty of other options.
It's good to see as Dawes is in. That's short, that's wide outside the off stump. Malik almost falls over trying to reach that. And no wide signalled. And taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right-hand side.
Hamza Sheikh's had a run on the team. Hasn't quite worked out for him, but hopefully it will in the future. Now it's Malik and bringing Chase Simmons in for this game. And they have contributed. I mean, Kai Smith played an important role in the game against Durham. And Michael Booth, of course, he's only played a handful of first-class matches. He's been given opportunities this year, which he's done well with.
As Laws is over the wicket once again. Another short one, and guiding this down towards that third man boundary is Malik. And well, Ryan Patel does his very best to get to that. I think he got something on it, but it's over the boundary rope and away for 4. So Malik with a couple of boundaries there. He moves on to 75, and it's 619 for 5. Barnard 164, and on the scoreboard, Warwickshire still lead by 619.
I suppose Warwickshire might have actually had the discussion, might have said them. Players might know that, well, we're going to bat till tea. In which case, Malik would be thinking, I better get a Scooby on here if I want to get if I want to get my century.
Well, seven overs until the tea break.
Yeah. So Steele will be bowling to Barnard, who's heading for a personal landmark. Blows into his hands. Steele and Barnard pushes out one, bounced a little bit, and hence the yelp from Steele, but he does get a single, which now gets him to equaling his career best of 165.
And that was the googly, I think. A little bit of purchase on that.
Steele in again. Also off the back of his hand, it's run down very neatly by Malik. He'll get 2 runs down to third. Didn't quite get it fine enough to reach the boundary.
Yes, sort of tea time would be the logical sort of time, perhaps, for Warwickshire to call it a day.
This one, he plays even finer, Malik, and will get a 4 for that. Just the faintest of contacts, enough to beat the wicketkeeper who's standing up. And he gets 4 runs, he's on to 81.
Yep, nicely played again by the young man. Well, how old is he, 27, did somebody?
27, yeah, so he's young in cricketing terms.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Well, I was just reading the blurb on Warwickshire signed him. It's a little bit puzzling. He scored 600 second 11 runs for Glamorgan last year. You would have thought they might have had use of him, but perhaps they just didn't have the right sort of vacancy at the time. It's that's a high full toss. That must have been close to a no ball. Probably because he's a spinner, he'll get away with it. It would be 2 runs. Obviously not bowled deliberately, but that was chest high. Umpires having a look at each other. Well, they've given the bowler the benefit of the doubt there. I'm not sure they would have done if it had been a seam bowler, a pace bowler. 2 more runs anyway to Malik, who's on to 83. Steele in again. That one pitches. Malik makes room for himself and carves it out to the offside. 2 fielders have a contest as to who's to get the ball first, which shows they're still eager out there, and it's 1 run.
Yeah, he's played very nicely here. There's Malik. He's 16 away now from 100.
And this time it's Barnard who goes a little deft run down to third. He doesn't get it terribly far. Well, that's a knowledgeable crowd. There's his teammates and some of the crowd realising that that is Ed Barnard's career best score of 166. And they applaud that. So
well played.
done to Barnard.
Making the most of this, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You can sort of scoff at batting conditions, but ultimately you've still got to score the runs.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's doing that here. Is Barnard. So partnership's worth 180 now. The 6th wicket.
Almost said it like a darts commentator.
Yes, indeed. There's been no triple 20s thus far. So it's going to be Tom Laws down below us from the pavilion end, and he's going to come in over the wicket to Barnard on 166. And oh, now he's 3 across the line. I think height will be the issue there. He was eyeing up that short leg side boundary. I've got a feeling they were told in that drinks break that tea is the time, because that's the first time that Barnard's done anything like that. Tried to take a ball off a length and swing it over the leg side. So I think that will probably be when Warwickshire decide enough is enough, and then they'll have 32 overs this evening at Surrey, and then two days. They're going to stick someone down. I think it's going to be Jordan Clark towards long on now for Malik. As Tom Laws comes in over the wicket to him, and that's wide outside the off stump, and Malik has nothing to do with that. And it's taken by Ben Folkes away to his right.
They do come off tee. They probably won't make the highest first division score of the season, which currently belongs to Somerset. Made 670 for 7.
That was Banton's
Taunton.
370 odd, wasn't it?
Funnily enough, the match ended in a draw.
Yes.
Surrey will have conceded the second and third highest scores in the division, having conceded 582 for 6 at Chelmsford.
As this is worked by Malik into the leg side. Jason Roy does the fielding.
Perhaps the relevant stat is the highest score teams made and gone on to win the match.
Yes.
At the moment that belongs to Nottinghamshire, who made 579 in their victory against Durham, batting second. Well, the second innings, I meant to say, for Notts.
Ground staff sat on the bench next to the hover cover. As in over the wicket goes Laws. That's short, that's 6. Malik's picked that up. He's gone into the holly stand. Very short leg side boundary, but it's a good pick up that. And Malik moves into the 90s. 90 exactly. 637 for 5. So that was nicely picked up and swung away.
Just to correct myself, that 579 by Notts was the second innings for the match.
Right.
Which they end up winning on. Whether Warwickshire get a win with this score, time will tell, but it'll take some doing, I think.
Well, Malik 10 runs away now from 100. As Laws is into him, and he drives down the ground. Now, interesting this for Mr. Malik, because after this over, there will be 5 till tea. Now, the way the field's set, he could just knock it around in singles to get there, but I think he's into that sort of mindset now, and he's sort of been told at tea we're going to pull the plug on this innings. So, how does he go about it? That'll be interesting. As Barnard has 166 to his name, and he's driving, and Sibley dives, doesn't get anything on this. They'll look for 2, they should get 2, they will get 2. And it will mean that Malik's still on strike. He's on 91, the end of the Laws over. 640 for 5, 5 overs until tea. And, well, actually, the other thing is, Surrey might not get the opportunity for the new ball again, because in 5 overs' time, that would be the 160 overs. So.
Also, it's possible that Warwickshire might have done a calculation. I saw them do this once before and it didn't quite work. Either they miscalculated or the umpires did. But they tried to declare before tea at such a time where tea would be taken at the
so
point where they declare.
Yeah.
I think we're probably in that field now. It'll be 5 overs to tea. So,
well, the logic is you get the 2 in between, don't you, when you declare?
Yeah.
So it might just be 3 overs. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so then they get their full set of 32.
Yeah. Anyway, Dan Lawrence has got 2 of the 5 wickets to go, so he can still get a 5 here. Dan Lawrence comes in to bowl to Malik, who's on 91, and Malik pushes that back to the bowler. There's no run. He must be nervous here.
Oh, we going to have a Graham Hick, Mike Atherton type scenario?
I don't think so.
Oh, the tension.
I don't think so.
The tension.
I don't think Alex Davis will do that to Zen Malik.
So we could be coming out after tea.
Well, he should get there before tea, you'd think. If he doesn't get dismissed, although he defends that one to mid-on.
I remember that. I remember that.
Yes. I think Mike Atherton did say in subsequent years that he regretted that decision.
Yes, but I think at the time, I think he told him, hadn't he?
Yeah. I don't think it did a lot of long-term favours. Anyway, he comes down the pitch, Malik, and has to shuffle his feet and adjust and push it onto the onside. I think Dan Lawrence saw that. And there is no rum.
He'd be a bit nervous, I would have thought.
He's bound to be. Second first-class match. Some effort. This next one from Lawrence. He carves that away. There's a fielder out there, though, so you'll only get a single, so you'll still be on 92. Four and a half overs to go till tea.
Yeah, but as you were saying there, it might only be 2.5.
Yeah. I don't think they'll come off before he.
Oh, wow.
As mentioned earlier, he took one for the team and getting to 49 not
well, that's
out.
what I mean.
That's
what I mean.
Game against Yorkshire. He's got his highest score. It's played to long on for a single.
Highest, apparently, yeah.
So 173 not out is his highest score, but that was in white ball cricket. His highest score in first class cricket was 165. But you're right, that he is closing in now on a highest score in senior cricket. Lawrence, last ball of the over. Malik does absolutely the right thing from his own personal selfish point of view and plays it long on for a single, which takes him on to 93 and keeps him on strike.
It's the way to do it. So he's 7 away from 100. 643 for 5. So all the numbers are there, but not necessarily in the right order. And Laws is coming up to bowl another over. Down below us, Oakes and Burns are in a conversation. Sibley's just having a little wander around at extra cover, having a chat with Matt Fisher. So Malik and Barnard don't have a lot of company out there from the Surrey fielders at the moment because, again, the field unsurprisingly is spread. So Tom Laws 2 for 100 for his 25 overs. Malik is on 93 as Laws is into him. Full delivery. Just checked down the ground by Malik. And he'll get a single down there to Jordan Clark. So he's on to 94. Oh, if you
maybe he wants to prove what a team player he is by getting to 99 not out and then
well,
suggesting they declare.
He would be the greatest team player of all time. If that was the case. I think if he comes back onto strike, though, he will be very tempted with that short leg side boundary towards the Holly stand, especially if there's anything back of a length from Laws. He's over the wicket here to Barnard, and he's driving down the ground. That's nicely played. And, oh, Jordan Clark, I'm not surprised at this stage. He's slid across, got a hand to it, but it's ricocheted away and over the boundary rope for 4.
And as always, the crowd are highly sympathetic.
Yes,
to
absolutely.
an opposition fielder
Absolutely.
who makes a mistake. I've been keeping a record the last couple of seasons because there was one season, the season before, where there seemed to be an extraordinary number of them, of players who get to 99 and don't get to 100. No one's done it this season. David Milan's 98 is the closest anyone's done it this season.
6:48 for 9. Lords is in, and that's hitting the pads of Barnard. Half a shout as he tries to flick it into the leg side. Now, Mr. E, can you take over here? Because we have seen Malik with a ball that was just back of a length. Whip it off his hip into the Holly stand for 6, and he's on 94.
So, I might be trying to tempt fate here by looking it up. Let me have a look at the 99s in the past couple of seasons. I know there was one against Warwickshire, where Matt Critchley finished 99 not out when they won the game. So here's Malik. He forward defends that.
Well, the famous one of those was, of course, Alex Tudor, wasn't it?
Yes.
Finished 99 not out, and the late great Graham Thorpe was at the other end, and yeah, that was his highest test score, 99 not out.
Well, there were 4 99s last season that I registered in the championship, including Matt Critchley's 99 not out. Next one, Malik just punches, the bowler misses it, and they'll get through for a single. So that will take him on to 95. The crowd applaud him because it's a 650 up, and it's a 200 partnership. 173 run score by Barnard, 95 by Malik in that partnership. So Barnard certainly dominated it. But a 200 partnership for Warwickshire, and that definitely deserves another U Bears shout.
Yeah, we are. Clearing the throat before tea. Ambulance.
Carry on there.
As Laws will come in over the wicket to Barnard. And Barnard's letting him go. That's so Malik gets strike.
It was
start of the next over.
Sorry, Mike, it was 2023 where there were 7 cases, 6 of them in the first division, of players being out for 99. And they included Tom Latham for Surrey.
Oh yes, that was against
Somerset at Taunton, and Will Jacks in the same game.
Yes, they both. Yeah, that's right.
Both out for 99.
Yes.
There you go.
Obviously, lives long in the memory.
Joey Eveson, who I think was going for his maiden first-class century at the time, was out for 99 here for Kent. And Alistair Cook was out for 99 for Essex against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Danny Briggs of Warwickshire also at Lords.
At Lords as well.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's disappointing.
And Matt Critchley again, having got 99 out last season, got 99 out the season before. Lawrence into Malik. Ooh, he tries to carve at that one and wasn't far off, just nicking it into the wicketkeeper's gloves. Good take from Ben Folkes, but he hadn't quite nicked it. Malik.
Come on. Get there. No, I'm getting nervous.
You don't want them batting out.
I'm getting nervous. Well, no, not that. I'm getting nervous for him now.
Well, what we've got 17 balls to go to tea. He's on 95. Here comes Lawrence. Oh, he's giving him plenty of height there. He's tempting him, but Malik just played the percentage game and played it to long on for a single to take himself to 96.
It'd be great to see him get there. It'd be a great story as well, wouldn't it?
Would. Barnard then, so he is close now to his highest score in any form of cricket. At county level at least, and there it is. He plays up to backward point for a single.
Yes. 99.
Yeah.
There was a test match, wasn't there, where I think Australia against England, where there were definitely 1 or 2 99s in there as well. I think Mark Wall got one.
It's making me feel like an ice cream now, isn't it? In this seat. Anyway, Lawrence comes into bowl, and that's again Malik content to do these in singles. He's on to 97. 653 for 5, Warwickshire.
And then one of the worst ones ever was Mike Atherton. Do you remember at Lords where he was running with Mike Gatting? Oh. And he ended up on his knees.
Barnard just lets that run off his bat down to third for a single.
Never made a test 100 at Lords either. And Ian Healy, quite rightly, just sort of made him wait while he was trying to crawl back. Yes. He always says it was because it was near tea time. So Mr. Gatting, his mind was on something else.
Lawrence to bowl. And that's going to be a single. But Ed Barnard ran in the first one quickly, thinking he might be able to get Malik 2 there, but just the one, which takes him to 98. He's got 2 overs to go till tea, so that shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah. Well, look, he deserves 100 here, and I'm a bit nervous for him now.
Barnard will probably not get any opportunity to go to a double 100 unless Warwickshire decide to bat on after tea, which they could do, but got the feeling is they won't.
He will be tempted with anything, won't he? That's back of a length or drifting onto pads with that short leg side boundary. They're going to bring the field up a bit now for him.
Yes. Ruthless from Surrey, trying to make it difficult for him to get a single this time, and he defends that. Back to Laws. Tom Laws the bowler. No run. Laws might think, well, this is an opportunity for me to get a third wicket with a batter, young batter on 98.
Surrey doing the right thing here, make it as hard as possible for him.
Absolutely.
He'll be thinking just something, please. Just something on my legs or something short and wide.
An edge down to third already.
Yeah.
Would be nice. So Laws is in, and Malik hits that in the air, but safe. He's certainly got to get one. Will he have time for two? No, he won't. So he remains on 99. Oh, he must have thought he was there then when he hit that.
I think for a second he might have thought that was it, because it wasn't that far away from Dob Sibley, was it? And they're at short extra cover. But he's on 99.
Is Davis coming to the balcony? No, not really.
Yes.
Off you come, lads.
Oh dear.
Laws to Barnard. He's 175. I'm sure he'll look for a single to try and help. But he won't get one because Surrey have spotted that danger as well, and they'll still make it difficult to get singles. They're teasing Malik here a bit, aren't they?
9 balls till tea.
Yeah. If Barnard gets it, I bet they give him a single off the last ball of the over, won't
Oh
they?
yes, that would make perfect sense.
It's supposed to be you now, isn't it? With Barnard.
Yes, of course. Yes. No, not at all. 175 not out, Barnard. Malik's on 99, but he's at the non-strikers end. As Laws is in, and Barnard's playing for his partner here, I think.
Yeah.
So he's playing this defensively, straight back up the pitch.
Probably saying to him, whatever you do not run on a leg by.
Yes. So I'm pretty sure Barnard here, even at 656 for 5, will either be letting it go or defending it. As Laws comes wandering back with his captain, Rory Burns. It's been a good over this from Laws. As over the wicket he goes to Barnard, and Barnard, there you go, lets him go outside the off stump. So he could come in off 2 paces here. Tom
Oh,
Laws,
here we
I
go.
think.
The field's going back.
Yes. There we are. So everyone's going back. So he could run 2, I suppose. But then, oh, that could
run
get.
out,
Oh
yes,
no! Just stay where you are. I'm pretty sure he will. I always think this is like, I've always described this as when I was sort of in my teenage youth. When this happens, it was like me arriving at a party, and everybody went in the other direction. It was. They're all gone out towards the boundary rope. So last ball of the over, and Barnard digs it out, plays it back up the pitch. Surrey will just let it roll, but they're not going to take the single. So it means Malik will be on strike at the start of the last over before tea. 656 for 5. Ooh, and Malik 99 not out, and the field will be up for this one. They'll give him an opportunity if he wants to go over the top to Dan Lawrence.
A little bit of drama then in the match, so
I'm nervous for him now. I really am. I think it'd be lovely for him to get there, and he deserves to. But these situations always add a bit of nerves, don't they? He may be the coolest, calmest customer out there. But that shot he played against Laws, I think that was. I'd just like to get there now, please.
yeah, he did show some temperament in that win against Yorkshire. Tense situation for Warwickshire, but this is perhaps a bit more personal this time. As Lawrence comes into bowl to him, and there are 9 fielders saving the one. So everyone's in, and he comes down the pitch and hits it over the top, and Zain Malik has scored his maiden first-class century, bringing it up with a 4. He removes his helmet, gets a hug from Ed Barnard. 27 years of age when he made his first-class debut, and in his second first-class match he has scored a century, which is warmly greeted by the crowd. What a story, what a performance, what a credit to Staffordshire and to the South Asian Cricket Academy, and well done to Warwickshire for finally picking him up.
Yes, what a lovely way to go to it as well. And every Surrey player applauded that as well, because I think every player knows what it's like to start your career, and to get the first one under your belt is terrific.
Yeah, Lawrence comes into bowl, and that's play out for a single. I'm sure, much as Surrey were doing their very best to make it hard for him, I'm sure they're quite pleased for him, really. They'd love to have stopped him, of course, but well done, Zen Malik. 661 for 5. You would think we're now in the final throes of the Warwickshire innings, although I don't know. It's all down to Alex Davis. I'm still grateful to for winning me a coffee machine at the end of season raffle last season. That one is played onto the odd side for a single.
Did he pull the
Drew
ticket
me
out?
Yeah,
well, there you are, you
nice
see.
coffee machine, which I'm thoroughly enjoying, I must say.
That's worked out well, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You weren't presenting the evening, were you?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, well, that's good, 'cause there may have been a question asked if you were.
Yeah, no, I wasn't, so it was all right.
That's very nice. 212 this partnership now worth. So, a very good one.
Well, 3 more balls left till tea. He's given that lots of air, Lawrence, and Malik has opted just to push down to the offside for a single. Down Lawrence saying, why don't you come down the ground trying that one for 6 then? But the field is now well spread out, of course. There's lots of fielders on the boundary, so I'm sure he would like now to go in with a nice red star by his name, which would take his career average to about 164 in first-class cricket if he ends up not out. Not bad, is it? Oh. He's better than Don Bradman. That one is played out for a single by Barnard.
Well, I remember the shock when Zafar Ansari retired around the cricketing world. Imagine if he retired now with his average at that. I've had enough. Thanks very much.
Right.
I'll go now. Thank you.
Indeed.
Yes. Yeah, he's played very nicely, and he just looks a very stylish player, doesn't he?
He does.
All the shots.
Lawrence. Oh, my goodness me. He's bowled a quick bouncer there, which has been signalled wide by the umpire. Dan Lawrence doesn't like that.
Good take from Ben Folks,
wasn't it?
He must have got a signal, but it's a very good take. Might try another one here.
Yes. Pressure from Dan Lawrence there. So one more over now before tea. And this one pitches up and it's pushed out to the offside. That, unless I'm very much mistaken, will be tea. Whether it's the end of the Warwickshire innings or not, well, I guess we'll find out in 20 minutes' time. 665 for 5. Ed Barnard 177. Zen Malik on 105. Just a 1 wicket falling today. That of Tom Latham for 184.
Yeah, well played. Well, first of all, well played Ed Barnard. He was 177 not out. He's played very, very well there. And Zen Malik is maiden first-class 100, so congratulations to him. Surrey again have stuck in there with the ball. And there is Cameron Steele just shaking both Malik and Barnard's hands. So we're making our way off. I think all we're waiting to see now is if Warwickshire will come back and have a bat after tea. But yes, well played. This is Malik and Barnard. They make their way off, and tea arrives with Warwickshire in a healthy position at 665 for 5.
I did see the umpire look towards the changing room, whether they're just checking as to whether it's time for the roller in between innings, I don't know. But I don't suppose Alex Davis is obliged to reveal his hand until 10 minutes before.
Absolutely.
See,
Do you know what? I've got a sneaky suspicion they might not. I've got a little sneaky suspicion they might not. I think they might keep going a bit longer. But well played.
There's a bit of miming going on with the umpire. He's asking. I think the umpire's asking Alex Davis. He might be saying, well, wait and see.
Oh, exactly, yes. I don't have to tell you yet. I'm having me egg cress sandwich.
So there we are. We'll take a little break. 665 for 5. Our Warwickshire. And we'll see you in 20 minutes' time.
News from the dressing room is that Warwickshire have declared their winners players on 665 for 5.
So it was a bit niggly. You know, my time here was delayed a little bit, but it's nice to finally be here and get amongst the guys and get around them. And yeah, looking forward to game coming up in a few days.
Yeah, so slightly delayed arrival with the injury that you had to your hand. I guess you're keen to make up for some lost time.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously pretty disappointed to be ruled out of those first few games, but I guess to finally be here now and obviously come and want to do well, but you know, obviously put my best foot forward and try, I guess, win games of cricket for Warwickshire. So I guess that's sort of what I'm about. Try to do my role as best as I can and hopefully contribute to, I guess, some team performances.
Give us a quick update on the hand. Looks like you're fine and ready to go, Tom.
Yeah, I've been hitting for a couple of weeks. Yeah, slowly eased into it and probably been a little bit cautious on things just to make sure it's right. But yeah, things seem to be tracking in the right direction and hopefully be ready to go in a couple of days.
And potentially first game this weekend up on Friday against Surrey, a club that you know fairly well.
Yeah, obviously nice to play them first up. Obviously a few familiar faces, haven't spent the 23 season or playing 5 Champo games for them. So yeah, it'll be nice to come up against them on the other side this time. But yeah, it'll be nice to obviously catch up with a few of the guys as well.
Yeah, and I guess potential debuts don't come much bigger than that. Defending champions be a tough test.
Yeah, they're obviously a quality side. I think we've seen that over the last sort of 3 seasons. See, winning the last 3. So I guess from a Warwickshire point of view, the performance they've had over the last sort of couple of weeks, you know, especially the performance last week up in Leeds was a great performance. So hopefully I can come and add a little bit to the group and hopefully we put another good team performance against the defending champions.
Get the flag out.
Things around a bit, we'll see. He comes wide of the crease this time and bowls out well outside the off stump of the left hand.
He did get the new ball up at Durham,
did
George. He? Yeah, so it's unusual, I guess, but not.
Certainly when there's much cricket played at either end of the season as this is just leaked down the leg side and Davies flicks it very fine for 4 runs, the first boundary of the day. Hill starts a new over, and there's going to be 4 runs here for Davies down the leg side. It's the second one he's just nudged down there. Get to this target, and again, his leg side here, Hill, and Davies has levered it into a big gap at square leg, and that might beat Sears as well. Beats him on the other side. Fallen to catches in the cordon behind the wicket. And now Davies, having been presented with a ball in exactly that slot, just outside off stump,
again. Oh, has he got him? No, he hasn't. He should have. Harry Brook has dropped it, and it's gone for 4 down through third man.
Hill bowls, and this time he does drive, and he beats extra cover. And did Thompson maybe just get a finger on that and take some of the way off it, but not enough? And it's gone up to the rope for 4 runs. His first boundary, Robbie Yates, and that's the one he's been looking for.
In hand then from the Kirkstall lane and bowls it now. Bowled him! Stump has been flattened, 2 of them in fact. Right up there, and he's yorked him. And Davies has gone for 31. They have got a breakthrough. But on his legs is the other question. It's wide of off stump here, and it's an uppercut over the top of what would have been sort of a flying gully, really. It's gone for 4 down to the Howard stand. Again to bowl to Hamza Sheikh. This time he's strayed down the leg side and been flicked away for 4 off the bat.
So we'll see, maybe we are going to have a brief interruption. And O'Shake has pushed it. This one, he's out. He's caught low down. A first wicket for Buckingham in this innings. And well taken by Bairstow. It was just a feather on it from Shake as he pushed slightly away from his body. Tricky target. Buckingham bowls. Oh, well, that's going to help Warwickshire. He angles that from round the wicket across the left-hander, and Yates just nudges it. Helps it the way it's going. Still a lot of good seam bowlers in this game. This is shorter from Buckingham, and Yates pulls for probably 4 runs. Yeah, he controlled that very well. Wide of mid-wicket. And there is a fieldsman there just at mid-wicket. Here's Thompson then to start his spell, but he's onto the pads of Yates straight away, and Yates is going to reduce the requirement to just 100 more by tucking this off his pads for 4 runs.
Round the wicket now to Yates, tries to straighten things up and is driven for 4 through the covers. James Wharton is chasing it down. We're not going to get that. 4 from the moment it left the bat, clean on his back. And it bowls again, and he's gone this time. Ooh, second attempt, Joe Root. So, having not worked first delivery, he's got it right second time. A few high fives down there. They've given themselves a little glimmer again, have Yorkshire. In again, full. Driven firmly and for 4. Past the diving Don Bess. Was bowling to Malik, full, and helped on its way around the corner for 4. Taking him off here, Warwickshire, because they're putting just about every ball. See it in again, and oh no, lovely shot this time by Malik. That's his best shot so far.
I don't know we're going to win. Thompson, oh, he's bowled Mosley here, knocked his off stump out, and an important blow just before lunch, struck by Jordan Thompson. That was right on the spot. And Warwickshire still needing 76 more runs this afternoon. Anyway, with 76 to win, Thompson bowls, and Barnard makes a start on that 76 by forcing a rising ball off the back foot.
Code again, it's up there to drive. Invitation accepted, and unfortunately for Ben Code and for Ben Sears, the latter has not fully got his hand on that. And it's going to go for 4 straight through. Sears at mid-off. Here's Code again. Barnard goes back foot, punches away through the covers for 4. Just a bit too short from Ben Code this time. It's Malik, and that's a lovely shot. Lovely shot, just too wide from Jordan Thompson, half volley length, and just pushed through the line of the ball. Accumulating here. Thompson in, got over the top of that, watched it well. And he comes again.
Ooh. That was a miscue. Flew wide of gully.
4-4. I completely lost it, I've got to say. It's gone.
It went pretty quickly off the thick edge, and it wasn't all that far away. And Malik, he pushes forward, this dribbles off the outside edge and runs along the ground between keeper and first slit for 4.
Lane end. Short ball. Barnard has a go at it, and he's gone. It really did climb on.
It's good for him. He's finished unbeaten on 49 in his debut match.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
people swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston,
the ecstasy, the agony,
disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
but throughout we've been together as bears. We're now ready for the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
That is as good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do. Oh my goodness! Oh yes! Oh yes!
Oh, what's that?
Attention all stewards.
Prepare for the bluff. Security, are you seeing this?
What are you doing? What do you mean? It's important.
I think we're going to need more bubble wrap.
Tom, welcome to Edgbaston.
Thank you very much. Nice to finally be here. It's obviously a nice warm day today, so yeah, nice to meet all the guys this morning and get stuck into a bit of training.
Yeah, and only less than 24 hours off the plane, and yeah, straight in with the into the nets with the guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice to, as I said, to meet up with all the guys, and so it was a bit niggly. You know, my time here was delayed a little bit, but yeah, nice to finally be here and get amongst the guys and get around them, and yeah, looking forward to game coming up in a few days.
Yes, a slightly delayed arrival with the injury that you had to your hand. I guess you're keen to make up for some lost time.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, pretty disappointed to be ruled out of those first few games, but I guess to finally be here now and obviously come and.
Well, a very warm welcome back to Edgbaston, here on the BBC Sport website and app. On your smart speaker, of course, just say play BBC Sounds, Warwickshire versus Surrey Day 2, and you should hear us, dependent on how smart your speaker is, of course. And also, of course, on CWR BBC London. I must say as well, before we get into this, Clive Eakin, your mufflers are absolutely magnificent on these microphones. They're BBC CWR mufflers, and they're absolutely magnificent. Now, the declaration has come. 665 for 5 in 160 overs. Barnard 177. And then Mr. Malik with his 105 not out, his maiden first class 100, and got there with a lovely shot over the top. And Zen Malik is a great story, and he has his maiden first class 100. So Surrey, in response to the 665, Messrs Burns and Sibley are out there. In the middle is going to be Ethan Bamber to get us started, and of course from a Surrey perspective they're used to Bamber running up to bowl in a Middlesex shirt, but doing a very good job for Warwickshire now. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Burns. He's got 3 slips in there. Bamber is in, and Burns gets a ball on his hip. And a little bit of something on that. It rolls away into the leg side, and there is no run. So Surrey have begun their response to the 665. And we do have the 32 overs remaining in the day, so we do have a full session of cricket. As Bamber, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Rory Burns, and Burns gets a ball on his hip once more, and Simmons comes round to do the fielding. I'm going to Steve. Excuse me. And there is no run. But yes, I felt, no, I didn't feel there for Ed Barnard because he played so beautifully, but all eyes were on Zen Malik there because it's such a good story. But Barnard with his highest score as well of 177. As Bamber's in, and Burns gets the ball that just bounces on him a touch. He pushes it down towards backward point, and there is no run. So Kai Smith not keeping in this game. Kai Smith's down there at backward point. So does that mean the captain, Mr. Davis, has got the gloves? I think he has. It looks like Alex Davis with the gloves on, down there in the distance. So Smith has been doing that job, hasn't he? But he's in there at backward point at the moment. As Bamber around the wicket once again, and Burns clips this neatly, tidily, up towards mid-on. And there is no run. But yes, well, now Farrell's alongside me. Zen Malik, who at the moment he's stood out there at cover. He'll think all is good with the world at the moment, won't he? And he'll have had an energy drink, I would have thought, and an energy bar during the tea break. But he'll still be on cloud nine. As Bamber is in to Burns, full leg delivery. Burns looks to drive, doesn't really time this. It putters straight back up the pitch, and Bamber does the fielding off his own bowling.
What an absolutely stunning moment for Zen Malik. And not just for him, for Saka as well, another success story. But just to put into perspective, Zen Malik trialled for 12 different counties before he signed a contract with Warwickshire. It's a story of persistence, determination.
Bamber is in, and this is left alone by Burns outside his off stump. So maiden over first up from Bamber. Surrey yet to get up and running, and Surrey trail by 665 on the board, and that is spot on. So it's going to be Oliver Hannon-Dalby. But yet, well, fair play to Warwickshire as well for signing him.
Absolutely, and you know, you do give a lot of credit to Saka, because if he hadn't got those opportunities, he was in England under 19, so there was a talent there from a young age. Then fell off the radar, but was there trying around the counties. So there is a lot of credit to Warwickshire for bringing him in. He played in the first ever Saka match against Worcestershire back in 2022. By the way, batting in the batting lineup that day, Kashif Ali, Zen Malik, Andy Hamid and Zainul Hassan. So that gives you an idea of just, you know, how successful Saka has been in helping them find opportunities.
And I'll tell you what as well, it's great for Saka.
Certainly is. Oliver Hannon-Dalby, it is the great experience in all. First of all, beats the batter squared up Sibley, who just went poking at that one.
Bit of bounce for Oliver Hannon-Dalby. Sibley wanders off towards square leg. Yeah, so Alex Davis with the gloves for Warwickshire in this game. The captain is wearing a short sleeve sweater.
Yeah, how do we feel? Because it's short sleeves for a wicketkeeper, but we're okay with a short sleeve sweater.
Absolutely.
Black gloves, as Hannon-Dalby is in, and all that's played that in front of the slips in the end.
Well, I must say,
away.
I do like a keeper in a long sleeve shirt.
Well,
Brendan McCullum tended to keep wicket in a short sleeve shirt. Never sure it looks quite right.
Well, it's a very different look after seeing and being obsessed with Ben Folkes's green palmed gloves. These are distinctively black. Hannon-Dalby's in. Boy, he bangs that one in. Goes through to the keeper, but he's definitely getting some away movement early on, Hannon-Dalby.
And the other thing is, he's the tallest bowler on show, Oliver Hannon-Dalby. As I've had my photo next to him now.
Downstairs.
Yeah.
Did you see Alex Davies?
Yes.
Did you stand next to his?
No, I didn't. The thing I did also notice is there is a lot of facial similarities between Hannon-Dalby and Justin Rose.
Next ball is just played by Sibley.
Yes, Will Warwickshire are now in the field after finally declaring having accumulated a massive score on good batting conditions here at Edgbaston. And quite a story for Zen Malik, 27-year-old, finally getting his first opportunity in county cricket after years of trying. He came through the South Asian Cricket Academy and was snapped up by Warwickshire last season. And in his second championship match, he has his maiden first-class century. And he finished unbeaten at the end of the innings, of Warwickshire losing just one wicket today, that of Tom Latham, and made 184. Malik 105 not out, and Ed Barnard, a career best 177 not out in a double century partnership for the sixth wicket. Warwickshire eventually declaring it tea at 665 for 5. It's going to be difficult, to say the least, to bowl this strong Surrey batting line-up twice in these favourable batting conditions. Warwickshire have accumulated a huge total, which gives them some time to try and do it. Surrey are one without loss in their second innings.
And now you realise why I pulled out of that commentary so suddenly.
Yep, well, there he was. He was ready.
Burns is ready now as Hannon Dolby is in over the wicket. Just clips that one down towards a wide min-on. They'll take a single, so 2 runs coming off Hannon Dolby's first over. 1 apiece for Burns and Sibley.
Yeah, nice tidy first over from Ollie Hannon Dolby. But yes, facially, there's a bit of the Justin Roses about it.
Yeah, you said that
very
before.
much so, very much so.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, so Alex Davies down there, it has his height on there as 5'8".
Right.
I'm not sure that that's entirely correct.
I was pleased because I thought I'd shrunk a bit, but I hit the 6 foot, which I was but I did think my hair probably got me to that point. As around the wicket comes Bamber, then to Burns, and Burns is on the back foot playing this one up towards mid-off, and there's a lovely, when you walk into reception here, they have lovely boards up with honours and international hundreds and Warwickshire men's captain and Warwickshire women's captain, and then it's got the test centuries here at Edgbaston. And the last person to score one in a test match here. That's a good. That was a good one. I looked at that this morning. As around the wicket comes Bamber, and forward goes Burns. There's this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Didn't they play a test here last year?
Usman Khawaja.
Oh, yeah.
And then if you 2019, the opening Ashes test. No, that was 2023.
That's 2023.
But
that was the one where he threw his bat.
Yes, but 2019 here, Ashes test.
Oh, that was Steve Smith.
But who for England?
Oh, for it.
As around the wicket comes Bamber to Rory Burns, and shot drives away towards Malik at cover, and there's no run.
Did Stokes score a century? Oh, no.
No. He's out there at the moment.
Oh, Rory Burns.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So there you are. But it's a lovely board. And I spent
indeed.
a bit of time having a little look at sort of who scored hundreds here. But Khawaja, the last one.
There you go.
2023.
Yeah, he threw his bat.
Yes, I remember that as Bamber's in. Oh, that's well bowled. Doesn't really get through to Davis. Sort of on the bounce to Alex Davis, and then here we are for you. And I again, my tea time fact for you when I was having my tea time relieving myself. Who faced the first ever ball in a one-day international?
In a one-day international.
And it was bowled by Graham Mackenzie, who was facing. Good from Clive Eakin, Geoffrey Boycott.
Oh.
There you are. As around the wicket once again goes Burns, looking to dry. Thickish inside edge, goes back up the pitch to Bamber, and there's no run.
Because the first one to face and score a run in Test cricket was Charles Bannerman.
There you are.
Right.
But Geoffrey wouldn't be the first person that would spring to mind in one-day international cricket.
I wonder what he scored.
To face the first ball. I reckon he let it go.
Oh, I'm going to have to look that up.
Probably England got about 120 in 60 overs, I would have thought.
I'm going to look that up.
As around the wicket goes Bamber. And driving is Burns, thickish inside edge. Down towards Ollie Hannon-Dalby at long leg, and they will take a single. And Burns will move on to 2. It's the end of the over, 3 without loss.
So what I'm really wondering is what socks Ethan Bamber is wearing.
Oh, is he into different coloured
Novelty
socks?
socks?
Is he?
Yes, he is.
Ah.
I interviewed him about it. I asked him what his favourite pairs were, and he's got a Winnie the Pooh weightlifting pair and some dinosaurs in the kitchen.
Ah. Are they white? No.
No, they're all sorts. He had a nice pumpkin pair on the day that I interviewed him about it. Oh, a big flash outside the off stump for Oliver Hannon's first ball of his second over to Burns. That was a big attempt at a big booming drive.
Well, it was a good length from Hannon-Dalby. Rory Burns certainly went after that through the covers. It would have looked lovely if it had sped off through extra cover, but as it was, you didn't get anything on it at all.
It's just a little. We need to be a little bit careful here, Surrey. Hannon-Dalby's in once more. Leaves this one alone. Much better leave.
Absolutely, they do.
Yeah.
And actually, these two. This actually is the way they go about things. Nothing different at the moment about the way they go about things. Burns will look to be positive. Sibley will just play the Sibley way. But yes, absolutely. You know, it's not a given.
Yeah. It certainly isn't. I mean, if anyone knows how to bowl on any conditions here at Edgbaston, it's Oliver Hannon-Dalby, who turns and starts his run up. He's in over the wicket, again bangs that one in, and it's left on length.
Interesting that he is the tallest bowler on show. Oliver Hannon-Dalby can make a bit of a difference, that.
Yeah, well, just a point of difference, isn't it?
Yes. Well, actually, the other thing here is that you've got Bamber from one end, who's not the tallest, and sort of just bustles in and gets it on a good length and nips it and swings it a touch. And then you've got this fella, 6'8", I think he is. And so it's quite a contrast from either end of the ground at the moment.
Well, it is, and one of the things Ethan Bamber said, which I thought was interesting, as Hannon-Dalby is in, bowls, Burns with a very straight bat, just defends that ball out towards mid-off. He was sort of saying it was a similar thing when I spoke to him during one of the games here, the same kind of pitch, and coming from Middlesex, where it actually does quite a lot. It's just really different for Ethan Bamber coming and bowling here. And then he was saying he was probably guilty of keeping catches in too long, whereas Alex Davies, you know, who will want to do his little funky field mix-ups. Hannon-Dalby is in. Oh, he almost got through Burns. Just got his bat down in time. That ball just straightened a touch, I think.
Yeah, nicely bowled again.
But yeah, so that was a challenge for him in having the confidence to do it. He's actually a very self-deprecating character, and was saying that it's something he's been trying to work on in projecting confidence, because he does not come across as your typical fast bowler at all. But an absolutely delightful young man. In is Hannon-Dalby, and that is nicely played. Just got up on top of it, laced it behind point, and that's 4 runs. Outfield quite fast, so Burns, as you would expect, just looking to take any positive option that's available to him. He moves on to 6. As Hannon-Dalby collects his floppy hat and makes his way out into the field at 7 for none. Burns on 6, Sibley on 1.
Nicely put away by Rory Burns. Typical Burns shot, just got on top of the bounce and guided it away through that backward point region for 4. Yeah, I was always impressed with Bamber at Middlesex. I think as well with him, he's a bit of a nightmare to face. And do you know what? I think anyone coming out of international cricket facing this fella, I think it's really tough, especially if he's getting it to nibble a bit. He's a handy bowler, is Ethan Bamber. As over the wicket he comes to Dom Sibley. There you go. Just turns Sibley round a touch. It's the length as much as anything. It's pretty well played by Sibley. Just get the bat straight. Thickish edge. Davis is. It was not a bit like that Strictly Come Ice dancing show, wasn't it? I don't think that's the title of it, but he sort of slid on one knee there as the throw came in. And 2 more to the total, 9 without loss. As Sibley played that pretty well, actually. Just get the bat gun barrel straight and just let it hit the outside edge. First time that Bamber's had a chance to bowl at Sibley. He's on 3, Bamber's into him. Sibley, good looking on drive from Dom Sibley. That's very well fielded by Yates, diving away to his left hand side. And there is no run. But it was a nice looking shot. Dom Sibley's in good nick as well. I was sort of going through his scores this season. I do apologise. I've got them here somewhere in my computer, but he's been very consistent so far this season.
Well, I've got something for you.
As Bamber's in, and that's left alone by Sibley outside his off stump. 3 and 66 against Essex, then 100 and 105 against Hampshire, 82 against Sussex, 53 and 3 against Somerset.
So what I noticed, last time I did a Surrey game was early in the season, very early last season. And when I went back, so I go back to my notes before each match, just, you know, update them. And I got to update his.
Bamber over the wicket to Sibley. That's a beauty. And whatever the pitch, early on, you can get 1 or 2 like that. That's an absolute cracker.
Yeah, really.
And Bamber well bowled and well played Dom Sibley because he didn't nick it.
No, just straightened it enough. So what I noticed, so I was I go through and I'll update their averages and all that sort of thing. So at the start of last season, his average was 29.41, so it was still there.
As over the wicket goes Bamber, and this is clipped by Sibley. It's really tight, this, and Sam Hain does the fielding.
So 29.41. It is now, coming into this game, 40.63. Now that is a serious jump in one season.
Yep.
More than 10 runs.
And I think that's why, again, England's being mentioned with him. As Bamber is over the wicket to him, and he's forward Sibley, and all sorts of oohs and ahs and cries as it rolls up towards Sam Hain. And there is no run. End of the over. Burns 9. Apologies, Burns 6, Sibley 3. Surrey 9 without loss. Nice start from Bamber and Hannon Dorby. A nice afternoon here at Edgbaston. Saturday afternoon, sun's still out, bit of cloud. And I think the crowd enjoying this. They've seen the home side post over 600 in their first innings. They've seen Centurions records. Now they're seeing Messrs Hannon Dorby and Bamber looking for an early breakthrough.
There's Hannon Dorby in now, over the wicket, played with a very straight bat by Burns. He's out to short mid-wicket, no run.
Bo Webster stood in there at third slip. He's got terrific hands in there, because in his first test match, I think his first contribution was a captured slip, I seem to remember. But he's a terrific slipper.
I've mentioned before the various Cameron Green comparisons, and he's the other one he's made the gully region his own, just in that kind of region. I'd be interested to see how big Bo Webster's hands are. Hannon Dolby's in, bangs that one in left alone outside the off stump. Good bounce from Hannon Dolby.
Yeah, so I should think they're fairly lengthy.
Well, this is what surprised me. Cameron Green does not have large hands.
You know what they say, large hands, big feet. That's what they say, I bet he's got big feet. So Cameron Green, he takes some absolute blinders.
He does, but that's why I wanted to check, because everyone always
I
says
see what you're
he's
saying.
got those big buckets, but they're not.
Spades.
As Hannon Dolby's in, that's clipped away nicely, square through the onside, I should say, and they'll just pick up the one. Well, so the one who has got buckets, that's the end of the over, by the way.
No,
it's not. Oh, it's.
Yep.
Oh God, sorry, I'm back on the left-hand, right-hand thing. The one who's got the biggest hands I've ever seen is Marco Janssen.
Oh, yeah.
South African.
Yeah.
So I know this might sound a bit weird, but so I'll measure. I'll ask them if I can just see how big their hands are and measure them against my own. When we put the heels of our hands together, my entire hand fit in his palm. Wow. Huge. In comes Dolby. That ball, just a little bit of a way movement. Let go. So whereas when I did that with Cameron Green, I reckon my hands came up to his top knuckle.
It's interesting, actually. Well, with Stokes as well, he's got that broken bent finger, hasn't he? And with that catch he took in that Ashes test.
Oh, the one at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, but he said that was also basically it's like a hook, that finger, and he could get underneath it. Yeah, it's interesting.
I'm always interested in cricketers' hands. As Hannon Dolby is in, very high elbow, very straight bat from Sibley in return. Yeah, that's like well, Pat Cummins, that's the really interesting one, you know, on his bowling hand, on that's your forefinger, he's missing the top of his finger, so it ends at the knuckle. Is that right? No, it's his... I'm just trying to think of it. It is his middle finger.
Right.
He's missing it on. Yes. So it's got an unusual outline of his bowling hand. Hannon Dolby is in, left alone, and that will be the end of his over. It's 10 for none. Burns on 7, Sibley on 3. And he got that because when he was a little boy, he got some what you would call sweets and what we would call lollies. And he ran home, and his sister was in the bathroom, and he opened the door to show her, and she was quite unimpressed, and she slammed the door on it, sliced the top of his finger off. But the reason I find it interesting is for him, he said, you know, so as a right-hander, normally the last ball for most right-handed seamers, the last finger that leaves the ball is the middle finger because it's the longest.
He hasn't got it.
But his is the forefinger is the last ball, is the last one. So it's probably more of a natural in-swinger to a right-hander.
Bamber around the wicket to Burns. Burns lets this one go outside his off stump. I think Wacker.
He did. Yeah, he was missing a few bits and pieces. Yeah. So it always interests me because there's just these different things about.
Is it in my imagination, or didn't Fred Titmus? Didn't he? Yeah, that's right. So yes, players have lost bits and pieces over the course of their careers. As Bamber is around the wicket to Burns, and it's cut by Burns straight to Malik, who does the fielding, moving round to his right hand side. But it was interesting, there was an interview with Stokes about that, and he said, and it was like that one he took over in the World Cup game, back over his shoulder.
You cannot do that, Ben Stokes.
Yeah, but again, it's almost like a hook, that finger that he's bust up so much that it sort of, what it is, it's like a hook. Bamber. Around the wicket he comes to the left-handed Burns, solidly forward. Plays this one straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. So Ollie Hannon Dolby down there. Is that Stuart Barnes down there in the distance, the bowling coach? I think it is. Having a stroll round. Very good bowling coach, Stuart Barnes. Of course, was at Surrey for quite some time. Played for Gloucestershire. one of his bowlers wandering around there. He might not beat him, he's a long way away. As Bamber, around the wicket he comes again. Tibbins is driving up towards mid-on. Haynes slides across to do the fielding. And they will pick up a single. Burns moves on to 8. Sibley coming back onto strike on 3. 11 without loss, sorry. It's going to be Dom Sibley coming back on to strike. 3 slips in there. There's the backward point. There's a cover mid-off, mid-on. Simmons is at mid-wicket. Hannon Dalby's doing the mileage as Bamber's in, and Sibley on drives again up towards Hayne. He does the fielding up there at mid-on. There's a ripple of applause. Elsewhere, there's some interesting games going on. He said trying to find them. And Yorkshire and Essex, Yorkshire 48 without loss in their second innings, dismissed Essex for 123, so they lead by 141 to Yorkshire at Chelmsford. So they are Yorkshire 216, Essex 123, Yorkshire 48 without loss. Yorkshire in a good position there.
Teams coming up have doing pretty well.
As over the wicket comes Bamber, and this one's left alone by Sibley outside his off stump. This is an interesting one as well at the end of the over at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire 333, Hampshire 196, Nottinghamshire 50 for 4. Meaning that Nottinghamshire lead by 187 runs. What I was going to say, Mal Farrell, is at the end of this over, I'm going to vacate and bring Phil Britt in, and then Guy Beacon or I will take over from you at 5 o'clock.
Yep.
That will enable you to get on with your other bits and pieces, because you're a very, very busy journey.
Thank you.
Sussex 284, Worcestershire 176 for 9 in response. All those in Division 1, of course.
Hannon Dalby over the wicket to Burns, who leaves this one alone.
In Division 2 at Wantage Road, this is shaping up very nicely. Northamptonshire 238, Lancashire 276, Northamptonshire 67 for 4 now. So they lead by just the 29 runs. And Glamorgan and Kent, oh, now look at this. Glamorgan 549 for 9 declared. That's at Canterbury. Kent in reply 52 for 5.
Wow.
Yes. So there you are, you see.
Wow.
All happening.
Hannon Dalby in, bowls. That's clipped away, square. Oh my goodness, that's a lovely shot. That ball has flown to the mid-wicket boundary.
I think Ollie Hannon Dalby on his follow-through was like, oh, don't bowl.
Don't bowl there.
I've bowled so much.
Don't bowl
but
there.
Just do not go anywhere near his hip. And I know he's going to move across his stumps, and it's a short leg side boundary, but it was almost as if.
Well, that ball crossed the boundary rope almost before he hit it.
Well,
it was that quick.
That's a strength. I think everybody knows that's a strength.
Well, they've got a fielder down there on the deep mid-wicket boundary now, just saving that run as Hannon Dalby is in, left alone outside off stump.
I do like that. But these fellas have played against each other so much over the years, and it was almost as if as he let it go, he thought, oh, come on, I do know where he is strong, and it absolutely whistled off to that Holly stand.
It got there so quickly, it was incredible. Sweetly timed. And as I said, there is a fielder out there. There's also one at long leg as well on the leg side for protection as Hannon Dalby is in, angling that ball away. Might have moved a little bit as well.
Yeah, he's a very good bowler, isn't he, Dalby? I always remember, do you remember the hottest day ever on record in this country about 3-4 years ago?
Was it during COVID?
No, it was after. I think it was after.
Was it, it was the one where I was at Chesterless Street for that ODI.
Right, yes.
And
it was the hottest ever day on record.
I think,
But there were lots of photos of this this gentleman, Mr. Hannon Dolby, you got fully prepared for it.
As he's in now, over the wicket, defended out to point, no run.
He might have been here, but all ready for him. He had big umbrella down the long leg, buckets of ice to put his feet in, and everything that you would need on the hottest ever day. And a towel with ice in it to go around his neck.
Love it.
Very good. That's called preparation.
I remember that day at Chesterless Street, and partly because it's the only time I've ever been at a match where the queue for water was massive and there was no queue for beer.
Yeah. It was.
Right, serious.
It was warm.
Hannon Dolby in bowls. Oh, and that's a fuller ball, and he's tried to whip that away, but in the end it's just dribbled off the bat in the end for Burns. The end of Hannon Dolby's over. It's 15 for none with Burns on 12 and Sibley on 3. And I think Phil's hovering.
Yes, Phil's going to join you, Mal, till 5 o'clock.
Okay. Thank you, Churchy. We'll just let them do the commentary box 2-step. Although, to be fair, there's a lot of room in this one. It's not like some that have been in recently where you really do have to climb over each other to swap over. Ethan Bamber, it is who is going to continue from the pavilion end as we have Phil join us. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Bamber it is. He's coming in over the wicket. Bowls. Oh, it's an edge and it's dropped just short of first slip. And Alex Davies, he is out there on his hands and knees with his head on the ground going, oh gosh, was that an opportunity?
Was that I think that's the first ball which has caught the edge and actually gone anywhere near hand. There was one which went wide of slip in the Warwickshire innings. That's the first one of the seamers that's happened.
It was a thick edge. Oh, next ball he plays and misses. Goes through to Alex Davies, but that's another beauty from Bamber. Just those first 2 balls of this over. I mean, it's just really testing Sibley out.
He certainly settled into the Warwickshire side well, Ethan Bamber, having come from Middlesex. Well, 1 or 2 people thought, well, he's not a regular in the Middlesex side, so what's he going to do? But he's taken 18 wickets this season.
He's in now over the wicket, bangs this one in. This time, that ball spits up, and I think that's hit Sibley on his thumb. He just pulled his hand away from the ball, just had a bit of a look at it. This is a good over from Bamber.
Yeah.
Well, he wanted the opportunity, and he's got the opportunity here to establish himself as a real spearhead for Warwickshire, and that's what they've needed. It's what it's felt like they've missed that in the past couple of years. They've had a bowling attack that can be a bit samey, and in comes Bamber again. It's just played out defensively, square on the offside by Sibley.
Well, it's been so heavily reliant on Oliver Hannon Dolby
that
he's basically had to carry the attack. Chris Rushworth, the first year he was here, did well, but then obviously he got injured at the beginning of last season and didn't really take much part at all. So it left Hannon Dolby to again carry the weight, and that again he got his 50 wickets in the championship. But this year so far, just a single wicket for all of Hannon Dolby's.
Here's Bamber bowls, and that is just clipped square on the onside this time. A run.
It's going to be interesting to see young Chase Simmons have a bowl as well, because he's quick. One of the big problems Warwickshire have had is keeping him fit, but there's a lot of potential there with him. He's been in the squad for a couple of games, but hasn't made the 11, but good to see that he's in this time. He might have wanted a bit more friendlier wicket for a seamer, but we'll see.
Bamber runs in, bowls to Sibley, who drives handsomely through the onside. And that might go for 4, will it? No, and it doesn't, because that is brilliant fielding out there by, I think that's Sam Hain in the floppy. That is wonderful fielding. It was a dive right on the rope and flicked it back in. So saved a couple of runs, and that's the end of Ethan Bamber's over. 17 for none with Burns on 12 and Sibley on 5. But that was a really good probing, testing over from Bamber.
We are going to see Chase Evans, who I was just talking about. He's into the attack, replacing Oliver Hammond-Dolby at the Birmingham end. Sorry, and I just knocked your
no,
machine. Knocked it out of kilter.
No, you've got rid of the live stream.
Yeah, that might be a good thing.
See that? No, it's not.
Watch it live here, Mel.
I do watch it live here. What the live stream for me is very good. It's when I want to watch something again.
And again and again.
I watch the replay just to check.
Got it back.
Well, and also you can watch it back, and cause we're not behind the bowler's arm here, whereas the camera for the live stream is. So sometimes you can see where.
Yes, Simmons in, and this first ball is cut away down to third man when Malik does the fielding. So Warwickshire, despite having 600 on the board, have put a third man in place. Simmons.
Yeah, on the long side, on the long boundary side as well, which is interesting.
18 without loss, 13 of those to Rory Burns, 5 to Don Sibley. He's about to face, he's taking guard.
Just sending another fielder out on the leg side for Sibley, going down to deep square leg, I think. A bit of juggling about where exactly he's going to stand. Yeah, deep square leg and a long leg now.
It's Simmons in, bowls, and this is worked away down to, through the gully, down to third man. Again, just the single, and just the fielding down there.
You know, maybe there is that because there are some matches where you see so many runs leak through.
Oh yeah,
through that area.
I have to say that when it's unprotected, it's just, you know, you can play a false shot and get 4 runs for it. At least you're protecting it. I do think it's a sensible thing to do, but perhaps not with 600 on the board. Simmons in, bowls. This is in the air and wide of backward point, and will race down to the boundary for a second. Warwickshire had interest in that, but it flew past backward point and away to the fence. 4 runs to Burns, but not in the most controlled manner. It was Kai Smith there who went flying across. He's not keeping today, and he's out in the field and very nearly pulled up a spectacular catch.
Yeah, it wasn't too far away. Would have been a real specky.
Wasn't quite sure of the rationale between Alec Davis taking the gloves again and Kai Smith having a break. Simmons in, and this is outside the off stump and through to Davis. There's no run. 23 without loss. Yates giving the ball a bit of a clean polish. He's at second slip. Tom Latham at slip. Simmons, who's got genuine pace, is in and bowls. This is left by Burns. Goes through to Davis, and there's no run.
And that was the question that we were asking an awful lot last year. And I know commentated on a few games here is, you know, does Warwickshire have the attack that can take 20 wickets? And more often than not, they really struggled.
Yeah.
But there are a few changes now this year, and
Simmons in. This is pulled away. This is a nice shot down to fine leg. Bamber does the fielding, not entirely clean, but enough to restrict Burns to a single. 24 without loss. And Burns is on 18, 6 to Sibley. It's a good question. There's one thing in this game, Warwickshire don't have a regular spinner. Rob Yates will have to do, I think, quite a bit of bowling. Obviously got a fair bit of seam bowling on offer here.
And they do, and they've got a lot. They've got some really handy bowlers in their lineup. But this is, I guess, this is why they're looking at it. But they got Ethan Bamber in,
yeah,
because they wanted that penetration. It's a huge amount of responsibility for Bamber. Burns waits as in he comes, bowls and plays that very late. Just brings his bat down. It just dribbles its way down to third slip.
There's, of course, Chris Woke's waiting in the wings to perhaps certainly get a game in. I wonder whether he might play next week against Hampshire. I don't know how close he is to being fit. But, of course, then they'll perhaps be looking at him for the Indian Test series, starting mid-June. So you'd hope that he would get some championship cricket in before that series.
Bamber in, and that's driven very straight, but mid-on.
Chris Rushworth is playing Birmingham League cricket today.
Is he?
So he's continues his recovery program. But obviously a lot of difference between playing Birmingham League afternoon game to playing a 4-day championship game in terms of the strain on the leg. Came back last season and got a recurrence of the injury, which I think he's had again during the winter.
Bamber bustles in around the wicket. Oh, and he's got through Burns' defences on that occasion. You hear that slips cordon through the effects. That's another beauty that has just straightened up a little off the seam, but is that a no ball?
Yeah.
It's been called a front foot no ball.
So in the end it wouldn't have mattered, but good delivery as such.
And he turns around, so he's bowling this one again. It's in, bowls to Burns, who leaves this one well alone outside the off stump. Do you know, I should ask Churchy this. I don't think that Burns's little head bob is as exaggerated as it used to be. You know, it always used to say it looks like he's heard someone at mid-on say something rude about his mum. He's like, what'd you say? And it's still there, but it's not as pronounced. In years and all, that's turned him around a bit. He just pulled out of the shot in time as he swiveled towards the leg side. It was well down the leg side. I think Rory Burns would have been very annoyed with himself if it actually made contact with the ball.
Well, it'd be a bit like Robbie Yates must have felt.
Yeah, that's a very similar situation. No one wants a leg side strangle. As Bamber is in, this time it's played straight back to the bowler, who fields it himself.
Warwickshire bowled a good tight line in these opening spells. They haven't allowed Surrey to get away on this chase. But,
I think
this is going to be, looking at it, Surrey are going to have to bat into Monday, aren't they? Well into Monday to clear the arrears.
Bamber in bowls, and that's just driven defensively up to mid-off, no run. End of the over, 26 for none. Burns on 18, Sibley on 6. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is the thing about this pair, though, isn't it? There'll be times when they'll play and miss.
Yep.
There'll be times when they'll be turned around or squared up. But more often than not, they're still there at the end of it.
Yep, they're good. Well, the thing is, once you've got Surrey in trouble, there's so much batting down the order.
Yeah.
You look at the number of times that Surrey have been sort of 120 for 5, 380 all out, because the lower order has just scored the runs and they bat so deep that you never really know until the last man's gone just what score you're going to be setting. Simmons comes back in again from that Birmingham end, starts to Dom Sibley, who's up on his toes and pushing it up to mid-on, and there's no run. The sight screens at the far end, blown around all day. The wind's really got under them. There's a huge expanse of sheeting there.
Looks like my laundry.
Gosh, if your laundry's that big, I hope it's the sheets and that's all.
Definitely. Oh, I've been doing a lot of that because I've been stuck at home all week. I even stripped all the cushions and washed the cushion covers.
Oh, good. Simmons in. Sibley pushes this one away into the offside to back the point, and there's no run. 26 without loss.
Yeah, nothing like being at home and being under the weather.
So, do you put them out on the line in this nice weather? No.
No, I hang them inside.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't have a balcony. I don't have a garden, so.
Oh no, it's difficult then. You haven't got much choice really.
Oh, I've gone through every drawer, everything, cupboards.
Simmons in, bowls. Sibley plays this one to mid-wicket. So Warwickshire brought the mid-wicket in now to more of a catching position for Sibley, just in case he chips one up there. But it's nicely played and well bowled by Chase Simmons. Yeah, so it's home. The moment the sun comes out, well, it puts the stuff on the line.
How come you don't put it out?
I do sometimes, yeah, I do. This one is turned behind square on the onside rather. I do by regularly doing it while she's out drinking and enjoying herself. After I've done the cleaning and polished everything.
I'll take your word for it.
27 without loss. It's been another beautiful day over here, isn't it?
It really has.
Just enough breeze to make it pleasant without being too hot. But over on the far side, if you get out of that wind, it's really warm. Jason's in bowls. Rory Burns not interested in that one. Just shoulders, arms, lets it through to the keeper. There's no run.
Trey Simmons bowling with good pace. He hasn't been able to quite get the challenging lines that Ethan Bamber has been getting from the pavilion end. So it's getting a few words of encouragement from the fielders as he walks back.
Comes in last ball of his second over. Ian bowls and so turn Burns round a little. He plays it back up to mid-off, but it was not together where he was looking to, and a better delivery from Simmons. Almost got an outside edge.
I'm going to leave you, Phil, for the afternoon. I've got to go and write.
Is that you done for the afternoon?
That's
now,
me
Mel?
done for the afternoon. I'm going to go tap away on my laptop.
Right, thanks Mel. She'll be back with us tomorrow. And hear more from her then. And Clive's replacing, coming in. So it's going to be Ethan Bamber to continue from this pavilion end. He's bowled pretty well so far, 6 overs, just 8 runs, and he has actually caused a little bit of a problem to the bat.
I've got a wicket there, Warwickshire would love to make a break. They've got plenty of runs to play with. Bamber into Sibley. Drives that down the ground. That's a really good shot from Sibley. We'll get 4 for that. Leans into that, down the ground. Sibley onto 11. And a decent career at Warwickshire, Dom Sibley. He's broken into the England team while he was here, won the county championship.
Did he win the county championship in his final season here?
No, I'll tell you what his final season was. His final game, if you remember. He played a big morale part in it. His final game here was the game against Hampshire, where Warwickshire needed to win to avoid relegation, and had declared to set Hampshire about 130 to win. And poor old Liam Norwell was taking all the wickets. He was absolutely shattered, wanted to come off as Bamber comes in to bowl, and that's left us no run. And Dom Sibley, fielding at mid-off, was encouraging him and persuading him to carry on. It's it struck a chord around Warwickshire because obviously Sibley knew he was on his way.
Yeah.
And yet he played a big part as a cheerleader in the Warwickshire.
That was 2022, wasn't it?
Yeah, I guess it would have been.
So he's had 2 championships with Surrey. I was just trying to think whether he'd played in all 3, but he's not. He's only played in 2 of the 3.
Oh, that one's gone past the outside edge. A shout of anguish from Alex Davis as he takes that. Just misses Dom Sibley's bat.
Yeah, because he got a championship here in 2021 with Warwickshire. That's right. Then he was still here in 22, and then won championships with Surrey in 23 and 24. That's not a bad record, though, is it?
No.
Nope. So it's three championship medals in 4 years.
Amber comes into bowl. Spray to mid-on. It's no run.
Have you heard any reason why they've done the switch with Kai Smith?
I haven't heard anything, no.
Davis.
No. Interesting.
And of course, Tom Latham is here as another alternative if they
Yeah.
want to, but I think he's probably not going to keep this season. So if he's going to be having innings like this, the one he's had in this match.
He's play back to the bowler. There's no run.
Settled into slip anyway, and fields regularly at the New Zealand side.
Just see if there's any mention.
Because he took 5
Admin have just mentioned the fact that Alex Davis is keeping wicket. They haven't said why.
He got 7 catches in the last match against Yorkshire.
Yeah. This next one's defended by Sibley. There's no run.
Yeah, I'm just looking through 15 catches and a stumping he's had, so he's in 4 championship games. There must be, perhaps he may have a finger injury or something, just a little bit. They don't want to aggravate it, I don't know.
Well, he thought he didn't get it batting in this game because he hasn't had the opportunity.
Yes, he'd been sat there with pads on for a fair old time in that last 200 partnership, that unbroken partnership for that last wicket. 31 without loss, sorry, in reply. We have 19 overs remaining in the day. As Chase Simmons about to start his 3rd over from the Birmingham end. He's into the left-handed Surrey captain, Rory Burns, who pulls his first one or tries to pull it. It misses it and goes through. No, he didn't miss it. It went through wicketkeeper. He got an edge on it, and that went through Alex Davis, who we've just been talking about as the keeper. And I just wonder whether that actually bounced in front of him or whether it quite carried. But just wait and see the replay on Mel's machine. We'll see it coming up now.
That's a chance, isn't it? Did it bounce in front of him?
I think it might have just bounced him.
I first thought that was in the full, but maybe I saw it wrong.
Anyway, Burns survives and gets 4 runs for it. I think I thought initially he tried to pull it through mid-wicket and missed it, and it just missed everybody, but got an edge. This one is wide of the off stump and goes through to the keeper and it's left.
Jay Simmons, his 2nd first-class match. A lot of Warwickshire players are in single figures in terms of first-class matches this season. Jay Simmons made his first-class debut at Chelmsford. Bowled pretty well. He was used quite sparingly. He took 5 wickets in the match. It was ultimately a really frustrating match for Warwickshire because they controlled it for almost the entire match, apart from one horrendous session when they were bowled out for 90 in the 2nd innings.
Simmons in, and again, Burns has nothing to do with that. Goes through to the keeper, and there's no run.
That ultimately cost the match. But it was a decent debut for Simmons, but then he had injury problems after that, didn't he? This is the first time we've seen him back since.
Yeah. He's been a little susceptible to injuries, and he's been named in the squad a couple of times, but not made the starting 11.
So there's some games contrasting with this one elsewhere.
This one's through outside the off stump.
Sussex, having got a first innings lead of 104, a bit of tail end resistance from Worcestershire. Sussex are now none for 2. So, yeah. So that's an interesting one. Notts are struggling a bit in the second innings. Again, they've got a good first innings lead, so they might have enough, who knows, but 65 for 5 against Hampshire, leading by 203.
Simmons on his way. Burns is trying to play this one down the leg side. It is going down for 4 leg byes. It deflects past the diving Alec Davis. Couldn't get across to that to cut it off, and 4 more go to the total.
I wonder if he's enjoying keeping wickets here, Alex Davis. Yeah, 5 wickets in the match here so far, but we have 20 in the match at Chelmsford so far. We've had 25 at Trent Bridge and 22 at home. I don't think we're getting our fair share.
No, I think it's
24 at Northampton. Only 14 at Canterbury.
Simmons in. This is chopped away to backward point, but Sam Hain is quickly across under his white floppy sun hat. End of the over, 39 without loss. We have had 14 overs. And sorry, reply to Warwickshire's 665 in the end, wasn't it? Yeah. 665.
Which does mean they will need 516 to avoid the follow-on. Whereas mentioned earlier that Durham made the biggest score that Warwickshire conceded all season last season, 517, and then had to follow on.
Yeah.
It's, could be a similar scenario here. The difference there was Warwickshire did get those runs pretty quickly, so they had a bit more time in that game. Not they were sluggish in this match, but Surrey did a decent job of containing them. It's Bamber bowls, and that's left by Sibley for no run. Warwickshire scored at a good rate, but not a lightning quick one. Just it ended up being just over 4 and over, 4.15 and over.
Yes, they didn't get the 5, the maximum, despite they getting that score.
No.
They missed out on the 5th batting point.
Sibley, oh, it's an appeal for LBW here. Alex, I think it's LBW appeal. Well, it is, because Alex Davis didn't catch it. It's actually gone down. Obviously given 4 leg byes, so it's definitely off the bat. Alex Davis can't believe it, but the umpire is adamant it's not out.
No, oh, it's a big shout from everybody. So 4 more.
If it hit the back pan, it looks a decent shout, but the umpires clearly felt that was not out.
They were so busy appealing, nobody even bothered to get near to try and stop the ball. It flew through. They were all adamant and convinced it was out. But
well, even though it hit the back pad, I wonder whether height was the issue in the umpire's mind.
Yeah, it was a step forward and across, wasn't it? Anyway, it's one that makes who matters says not out. It's the way it will be.
Oh, that's a good delivery. He turns away, fed up, because there's another good delivery from Bamber, but he's just not quite getting the wickets with them. That was what out past the outside edge as Sibley is defending. And there's no runs. It is frustrating for Warwickshire because they are causing problems out there, which we haven't really seen in this match, but they're not getting wickets, and you just feel the longer it goes on, the more Rory Burns and Dom Sibley are capable of settling down. And he comes again. Oh, that's out with the pads, and again it's not out. That was lower. This time the shout was almost, you didn't give it the last one, so surely you're going to give this one type shot. Might have been just outside the line.
I think so, yep. Yeah, I think that's exactly, but certainly wouldn't have been a height issue, that one. That one kept, actually that one kept a bit low, quite low. It was hit quite low down on the pad with that one as he pushed forward, but as you say, it was just outside the line. So good
A
over
few double
this.
teapots out there from the Warwickshire fielders, but on the benefit of the replay, you can see why the umpire gave that not out. This next one is defended, and Bamber Fields is no run. 43 without loss. So sorry, I find that quite difficult, but they are surviving.
They're not sort of racing away, though, are they, at the top of this innings?
No.
Which is one of the things that could have happened here, but making it difficult, making runs difficult to get.
In comes Bamber, and that's played up the onside by Simmons. So good over for Ethan Bamber, and again no reward from it apart from generous applause from the home crowd. 43 without loss. Surrey. A mere 622 behind. Well, the garbled Tannoy announcement there will tell you there's a change of bowler.
Yeah, and it's going to be Bo Webster coming into the attack. First time he would have been seen with the ball in his hand at Edgbaston. Didn't get any wickets in the match up at Headingley, but he will be.
He got runs.
He got plenty of runs though, didn't he? Got 85 and the 6 not out in the second innings. He bowled 13 overs. That wicket. He comes in and bowls his first ball to Burns. He's a little bit short and on leg stump, and he's just turned away to mid-wicket. Burns, they scramble through for the single. So Warwickshire got a fair bit of seam bowling on option, but not a great deal when it comes to the spin attack. You do feel Rob Yates at some stage is going to be in for a long old session.
Yeah.
I don't know whether Zen Malik bowls. I don't think he does he?
I don't think he bowled, certainly at...
He didn't bowl at Yorkshire,
No.
It may just be that one option for Warwickshire with the spin. As Webster comes in again and bowls, and Sibley is going to get runs, turning it behind square on the onside. They are going to come back for 2, and they get a no ball as well.
I think Bo Webster, actually, he bowls a bit of spin, doesn't he? He bowls a bit of both.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes in the same over, do you see?
Oh, right.
So maybe that's why they forced him on. Maybe he's going to revert to spinning mid-over or something.
He's not a left-hand, right-hand combination, is it?
I'm not sure, no, I don't know.
He comes in again, still off his longer run, so this one Sibley takes away to point. There's no run. It's going to be pretty close to normal finishing time tonight, you would think. Around about 6:15 in the end. It's not going to be too late. It's going to be one of those late nights.
We've still got 16 overs to go for this one, haven't we? So we are looking about... I suppose if they see any spin or not, I suppose.
Webster in, simply turns it into the onside, and there's no run. Hayne does the fielding.
My last update for BBC CWR. Yeah, well, when I tell you that Surrey are 48 without loss and reply to Warwickshire 6-6-5 for 5, you're thinking, well, here we go, the batter's still dominating. But actually, Warwickshire bowled pretty well and caused some real problems to Surrey's hugely experienced opening pair of Rory Burns and the former Warwickshire batter Dom Sibley. Sibley in particular survived a very impassioned LBW appeal off the bowling of Ethan Bamber, who scores most of the problems. But the Surrey opening pair have survived. Warwickshire have given themselves time with their monumental score of 665 for 5, scored around about 4 and over. Tom Latham The New Zealand Test batter setting a new county record for the highest score for debut for a Warwickshire batter of 184. Ed Barnard a clear best, 177 not out. Perhaps the story of the day, Zen Malek at the age of 27, given his first opportunity in first-class cricket by Warwickshire. In only his second match, he's made his maiden first-class century, a stylish 105 not out. But Warwickshire yet to make the breakthrough despite their best efforts, and Surrey are now 49 without loss. It's a pleasure.
So,
scrub this ball and then we'll bring
I'll bring Mark
back in.
Yep. Yes. Webster in for his final ball of his opening over. Burns defends it back into the upside. End of the over. And Church will join Clive and see you through to close.
Good one-day cup match going on in Amstelveen, but it's not looking too good for Scotland now. They're 228 for 7. They need 55 more and 31 balls to win with 3 wickets left. Matthew Cross there is 46 not out. A Nottinghamshire player. He looks to potentially hold their hopes. Yorkshire 72 for 1 now. Finally lost a wicket, but he'd had 165 there. Pound seats there as Ethan Bamber comes in to bowl to Sibley. 2 slips in play. Sibley leads back and plays it back to the bowler. There's no run. No further loss for Notts. 81 for 5, leading Hampshire by 218. No further loss for Sussex. 8 for 2, leading Worcestershire by 112. Second division Northants 97 for 4. They are 59 ahead of Lancashire now. Glamorgan in control at Canterbury, where Kent are 92 for 5, replying to Glamorgan's 549 for 9. In comes Bamber, and that's pushed out to mid-wicket. No run. Sure, that really the yelp of anguish there from Davis. It was a bit of an inside edge. I suppose it almost got through.
Well, it's a lovely spell of bowling from Ethan Bamber. It is. It really is. And as I say, seen him do this for Middlesex. He's a very good bowler, is Ethan Bamber. He's tricky.
Presumably would be his last over now. This spell's his 9th. He's gone for 12 runs, but unlucky not to have made a breakthrough. He's in again. And that's played mid-on Zen Malek Fields.
I was saying to you, and I just had an email as well from Brian Cowley, who is a genius with stats.
Okay.
And I was saying that in that 665 for 5 declared, them folks, no buys. So no buys. And that is a record.
That's it.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Massive.
So, yeah, again, a sort of feather in the Ben folks' cap.
Bamber in to bowl, and that's played back to him by Sibley. There's no run.
Yeah, so it's been a tidy start, this, from the Warwickshire bowlers this evening. Burns and Sibley, they're very experienced, these two. They've sort of been out there in all situations in their careers now.
Well, I think that's the frustration for us, because they haven't quite managed to nick one of them out. You just feel the longer it goes on, the harder it's going to get. Sibley opens the face of the bat there and runs that down to shortish 30. He'll come back for a second run. Moves on to 16. And the 50 partnership for Surrey in the 17th over. So they're going about 3 and over. Burns 23, Sibley 16.
Alex Davies did very well there not to sit on the stumps with that throw. It's like a hurdler. Managed to get a leg over the stumps. Could have done himself a mischief otherwise.
Bamber bowls that's left, decently from Sibley, a few shouts, but he knew what he was doing there. End of the over, 51 without loss. It's probably the end for Bamber, you'd think. It's been a good spell of bowling. Frustratingly for Warwickshire, no reward.
Do you know what I've noticed with Bamber here today as well? He's definitely put on a yard.
None for 14 in his 9, by the way. Yeah.
I think at times for Bamber, in his Middlesex career, if it wasn't swinging or nipping around, then yeah, he was a good bowler, but he didn't have that pace that would really worry anybody. He's definitely put on a bit here. He's got a couple to really get through. Oh, very nicely.
Warwickshire's top wicket taker this season with 18.
I'm not surprised because he's, as I say, he's a very handy bowler. Here's Bo Webster from the Birmingham end, and Rory Burns will be on strike. Latham's doing the first slip duties here. I would have thought if you asked Latham to take the gloves, you might not see him again. I don't think that was part of his game plan at all.
Might be in his contract. I'm not.
Yeah,
taking
I
the
am not taking the keeping gloves. As Webster then, right arm around the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns lets this one go outside his off stump. Webster definitely bowls a bit of spin. I've seen him do it myself, mainly in the old big bash, as he can come on and bowl a bit of spin, off spin as well. And from that height, it's not straightforward at all. I just saw, and I do like a quirky stat, yeah. I was just reading about this. Let me find it for you. Clive, you'll like this as well. As this was left alone outside the off stump by Rory Burns. It's taken low down to his left. So also today in Bangkok in the ICC Women's T20 qualifiers, UAE played the Qatar women. So it's a T20 World Cup Asia qualifier between the UAE and Qatar. As around the wicket goes Webster, forward goes Burns. And this is the first time ever this has happened, unsurprisingly, because UAE women made 192 without loss and retired every batter. So it's the first time in international cricket, both men's or women's, a team retires out more than 2 batters in their innings. And the scorecard, it's a funny little thing, I have to say, because every batter was retired out. The main reason being the opening pair, as around the wicket comes Bo Webster, hits the thigh guard, rolls down behind Rory Burns, and there is no run. The opening pair put on for the first wicket the full 192, at which point they retired everybody including them and only batted the 16 overs. And Qatar women in reply, unfortunately 29 all out in 11 overs, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Rory Burns. So that's the first time that's ever happened.
There you go.
Yeah, 2 or more players retired out.
Talking women's cricket, the matches in the County Cup, which I think I'm right in saying is the second tier of women's cricket. A couple of results: Cambridge have beaten Northumberland. That's at Corbridge. I'm not familiar with. Glamorgan have beaten Sussex at Cardiff.
Around the wicket once again comes Webster, and Burns covers up, plays this one straight back up the pitch. Webster does the fielding off his own bowling. End of the Webster over, tidy over from him. 51 without loss of maiden. Burns has 23, and Sibley's on 60.
Leicestershire have beaten Cheshire at Leicester. There's still games in progress at Oxford and Leeds. 51 without loss then. We are seeing a change of bowling, and we're going to see Ed Barnard is probably saying to his captain, let me get this straight. I made 170 yards. Now you want me to get all the wickets as well. Bowling to Sibley. Vice captain Ed Barnard.
Well, he's had a good day already, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. Comes in to bowl right arm over. That's pushed to the left side. There's no runs. Assuming he's not picked up on the 100 this year, he's likely to be captain again in the One Day Cup.
see Simmons bowl a bit more this evening. Nice action.
He used him sparingly as one previous first-class match. You are anxious not to overboil him. He's had his injury issues. Comes Barnard. And that's pushed out to the offside for no run. Warwickshire opting not to come into this game with a frontline spinner. Taz Ali not in the final 11. He was in the squad. We haven't seen Danny Briggs in the championship yet this season.
Oh, as you said, you might see a bit of Bo Webster.
Yeah. In comes Barnard. Straight run up as he bowls to Sibley. Inside edge. That was probably worth a little bit of a yelp from Davis. Was the inside edge down to back of square leg for a single. Sibley on to 17. Wants to do, as I say, did well against Warwickshire in the one-day cup last season at rugby school.
Yes, and
left on good terms, I must add.
Yeah, oh, I think he was always at some point going to come back to Surrey. I think when he left Surrey, they said, go and do what you've got to do.
I have to say,
and then come back.
We didn't get a sniffy letter from Warwickshire as we did from Surrey when he joined him. Alex Stewart did make his feelings known, shall we say.
He didn't want him to go.
No. Barnard comes into bowl round the wicket, and that's pushed out to mid-wicket. There's no run. Do you think one of the keys was, well, obviously going back to Surrey was the main one, but we're reluctant to use him for the white ball game. It always puzzled me that, but I even said they had a few injuries, and I remember saying to one of the admin staff here, and they were saying, oh, I don't know who's going to play in the next T20 game. I said, well, what about Dom Sibley? And they sort of laughed. I thought, oh, actually, you know what? He was a pretty good T20 player in his first season with the Bears. Anyway, in comes Barnard to bowl, and that's played to mid-wicket. There's no run. And in fact, it was originally one of the key points that Warwickshire said to him, that you'll play in all formats, which he did in the first few seasons, the first couple of seasons.
Well, the interesting thing is when he left Surrey, he was opening the batting and bowling in T20. I think he was batting 7 in the championship.
Yeah.
So yeah, I understand why Mr. Stewart didn't want him leaving, but actually, what he achieved here and got an England place, it worked out very well.
I don't think it's played to mid-wicket. There's no run. I don't get any reason to regret, or either move really. Let back or 4-4 back, if you see what I mean. She got so far, so 22 test caps, a couple of centuries. That was a difficult time for him when the last time he was left out of the England side. He came back. His attitude back here was praised, but it was clearly a difficult time for him.
It's never great, is it? But I think he's probably a better player now than when he was playing then for England. And I think that's why he's being mentioned by a few people. As Bo Webster from the Birmingham end is into Sibley. Sibley's forward, driving, doesn't really time this. Barnard does the fielding, stood up there at mid-off. It was the same with Ricky Clark, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Although, of course, he left Surrey to go and captain Derbyshire for one season, which didn't quite work out, as he, and then came here and signed a 97-year deal or whatever it was, didn't he? So, but then came back to Surrey. It worked out very well for him. As Webster is in over the wicket too. Sibley is forward, playing this one down towards backward point.
I was saying to Phil earlier that Tom Sibley's last contribution for Warwickshire was to act as chief cheerleader, fielding at either mid-off or mid-on when Liam Norwell was taking the 9 wickets.
Listen to that on the radio.
Norwell was really, he'd given his all.
Yeah, that was amazing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
As over the wicket once again comes Webster, and that's tucked away by Sibley neatly and tidily. And towards Mallet, they're going to come back for 2. It's good running from Sibley and Burns. Oh, well done, Ollie Hannon Dalby, because that came into Davis and he turned and just wanged it down at the stumps, and it wasn't the best of throws. And I tell you what, Ollie Hallandorby did very well there.
Well, he sort of saved 4 overthrows there.
Certainly
If he's
did.
not stopped that, no one else is going to.
Certainly did. Yeah, that was a fantastic listen. And I suppose for Norwell, sadly,
It
his last
yeah.
contribution.
He did play one more match, I
Yeah.
think, but struggled with injury.
What a contribution.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, really is. Bo Webster is over the wicket, and oh, little outside edge. Just turns Sibley around. That's the length as much as anything. That's nicely bowled by Bo Webster. And it's good stopping the gully, diving away to his left by Kai Smith. But yes, it was so dramatic, wasn't it? Kept Warwickshire up. It didn't look like it was going to happen.
Well, it shows what I knew. I thought Warwickshire's been ridiculous here. They can't declare. Well, they did declare at the end, but they were about to. Come back to that.
As over the wicket comes Webster, driving is Sibley again, doesn't really time this, and Barnard dives on the ball there, and there is no run.
I mean, they were eventually bowled out, I think, but only because they were playing stupid shots, having decided to declare and set Hampshire about 130. I thought, but don't be silly. You're not going to win the game that way, but it proved to be absolutely spot on. Yeah, I think what it did was it forced Hampshire to go for it because it was such a low target.
Yep.
Declared much more than that, and they needed to avoid defeat to get second place in the final table.
As Webster's seen, and this is left alone outside the off stump by Sibley. End of the over, 54 without loss. Surrey, Burns 23, and Sibley 19. But he just kept going, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. 9 wickets. Ollie Hallandorby will tell you his wicket was the most important of the 10.
There you go.
Liam Norwood took the other 9.
There you go.
Ed Barnard to continue. 54 without loss. The batters are beginning to look a little bit more settled now. It's not been easy for them. It's crucially, from Surrey's point of view, they're still there, the opening pair.
I have to say, this is why Sibley, Burns has always worked very hard on his fitness, but Sibley does now, of course. It's so important.
54 test matches between them. Burns on 32 as he plays that one back to the bowler. There's no run. He has 3 test centuries to his name.
Because that whole thing of 160 overs in the field and then having to come out and bat, not straightforward.
Nope.
Doesn't matter if it's a nice pitch to bat on, it's still a new ball with good bowlers.
Especially if you're nothing. All you're doing really is, you're not even playing for a win, really. You're going out there for what?
I think
we've got about 7 sessions.
And this is more about being there tomorrow morning as well.
Yeah. Barnard bowls, and that's played to mid-on, there's no run.
Yeah, this is about being there tomorrow morning as much as anything. But they've done it for so long now. And as I say, I think if you've got a settled opening pair like these two who've done it in international cricket as well, there aren't many situations that they've not been in. You know, those are horrendous ones where you have to go out for 4 overs of an evening. Nothing to gain.
Barnard round the wicket to bowl, and that's guided very nicely by Burns. That was a stylish shot down to backward point for 4.
Yep, very Rory Burns, that. Just let it come to him and then guided away down to the boundary rope for 4. Again, that shows what a good pitch this is.
Yeah. Fields wouldn't be human if they weren't thinking only 1 or 2 of those got us wickets. It's going to be hard work from here. But we've got plenty of runs to play with. As Barnard comes into bowls, appeal for LBW, he's got him. Burns, his LBW is not too happy about it, but the finger goes up fairly quickly. Ed Barnard continues his good day. He strikes, and Warwickshire get their first wicket. Surrey are 58 for 1. Burns goes for 27.
Well, it's the golden arm, isn't it? His high score, and now he's made the breakthrough. Well, he lets a pretty straight delivery and around the wicket. Burns just trying to whip it leg side. Finger went straight up.
Well, I'm never very good at these when they get the old Hawkeye out. I'm usually wrong, but although he was bowling from a bit of an angle, Barnard, which might be why Burns hoped to be shade, it did look pretty decent shout to me. Anyway, the important thing is the umpire thought so. He did take a little step across the stumps, Burns. So he goes.
Ryan Patel comes out at number 3. So back to his sort of familiar position when certain Ollie Pope heads off to play for England. Coming out in his short sleeve sweater, but he's having a good day, is Barnard, isn't he?
He is. Very good day.
Probably Davis. They often say this, don't they? That someone's made the run, bung them the ball at some point because it might be their day.
Yeah.
So that's a good breakthrough for Warwickshire. Get rid of the Surrey captain for 27. As I say, Ryan Patel out there at number 3 now. It's a lovely evening here. Blue sky, being blessed with good weather. Bo Webster and Dom Sibley having a bit of a natter about everything out there. The nice thing about it these days as well is, yes, it's a you know, aggressive and competitive, but these fellas they play all around the world with different sides now, and they actually a lot, you know, a lot of them are teammates.
Indeed, Barnard. Then round the wicket to Patel. 2 slips in place. Patel gets behind that. The shouts there, but just to try and put a bit of pressure on the batter. Nothing more really. 58 for 1. Well, I shall hope that one's followed by another. Remember, Surrey had that opportunity earlier today, didn't they? When
they did, yes.
Drop catch went down. At the moment, the lowest partnership of the match was about 30, wasn't it? When in the Warwickshire first innings, their fourth wicket pair made 30. That's by far the lowest partnership so far. And that one is shot to the onside. Again, a few shots. Might have kept it a bit low, but Patel played it without too many dramas. But a successful over for Ed Barnard. 58 for 1 are Surrey after 21 overs.
Yes, and well, Ed Barnard. So he's having a very good day today. Bo Webster continuing from the Birmingham end of the ground. Somebody will be on strike. Might be a few red faces about the place today. There's 2 slips in the gully. Short mid-wicket for Bo Webster. As over the wicket comes Webster, and Sibley is forward, just turning this one into the leg side. There is no run. It's because if you're sat at the Birmingham end, you get the sun all day, don't you? Yeah. It doesn't tend to get into this stand very much, the sun. It can actually be quite chilly. Sort of sat out in this stand. It is one of my favourite stands though, I love this stand. As in over the wicket comes Bo Webster, solidly forward goes Sibley. Is that a no ball? I think it is from Bo Webster. He has overstepped the mark, 60 for 1, sorry.
A couple from him, a few from Warwickshire.
Just looking at that honours board as well when you come in reception. Because one of my favourite ever test series was the 85 Ashes. My great hero Tim Robinson got 100 here against Australia, and then Richard Ellison took 6 wickets. As over the wicket once again goes Webster, and this is turned away by Sibley off the stumps from the reaction of Webster.
What year was that?
85, that was. Were you here?
Because I think, no, I wasn't. What was it? There was a match I remember where the BBC had come off showing the test because it finished late in the day. And they'd actually stopped showing the match at the end of the day, and a whole flurry of wickets.
I think that was Ellison. I think that was Ellison.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
He went mad. I remember him bowling border through the gate.
Where was it, sorry, Bill?
6 for he took.
Yeah, Friday afternoon.
Yeah, 6 for he took. I remember him bowling.
Probably
border.
Crackerjack was on.
Yeah, it was something important like that. That was like when they went to the racing with Gooch's 300, wasn't it? At Lord's. Yes, went across to the racing. Ryan Patel on strike here to Bo Webster. The left-handed Patel is forward. Getting that one straight up the ground, and there is no run. Yeah, Richard has a fantastic spell of bowling. I think Gower got a double 100 here, 215 for D. Gower as well. Yeah, it's lovely that one was bored when you come in reception. Around the wicket again goes Webster, and up on his toes goes Patel. I think he's just looking to force that through cover and rolls up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
It used to be in the changing room area and in the old pavilion, so you'd see it while you're waiting to do your interviews. You used to wait in the lobby by the changing room for players to come out.
I think it's nice to have it for the general public to see as well. Webster's in, forward goes Ryan Patel. There's this one. Back up the pitch, and there's no room. There's a whole new sort of display of honours in the pavilion, the Keir Oval now, as you go up to the long room. And of course, there's the new dressing rooms, which are spectacular. They really are. So, big, massive new dressing rooms. Very nice. Bo Webster in. Oh, Ryan Patel's looking to get off the mark here, and he's cutting over the top of that delivery. It's taken low down by Alex Davis away to his left. The end of the over, 10 to go tonight. Surrey 61 for 1 in reply to Warwickshire's 665 for 5 declared.
I haven't seen yet actually is the new facilities for the women's team, which I think are over the far side from where they are. They've got new changing rooms and a new gym, I think. I'm right in saying, purpose built for them.
That's the same at the Keir Oval. To the new away team dressing room is also for the Surrey women's team, and the names on the locker, etc.
Ed Barnard to bowl to Sibley, just going down the leg side. Sibley helps on his way and takes a single, back of square leg. Ollie Hallen-Dolby out there fielding. 62 for 1. Warwickshire's women in their inaugural year as a professional team are in action tomorrow night, I think away to Durham tomorrow. And then they've got a game here on Wednesday. They are good value in terms of entertainment this season. The first match ended in a tie.
Yeah, Surrey women are struggling a touch. Only won the 1 game so far.
Just after the qualifier, they also had a record run chase in one of their games. Successful run chase, that's pushed out to the offside for no run.
Good start this from Barnard. Just taking a good line and length.
That's Tom Latham, you could hear. Turned towards the effects mic to shout his come on there, which is why it's nicely picked up. What's going on with the sirens? A lot of sirens blowing around.
Let's see some smoke away to our right a minute ago.
So many ice creams going that fast. Great Eric Morecambe said. That one's pushed out to the offside for no run.
It's busy. When I got back last night, and it wasn't late obviously after today, but Birmingham was busy. I completely forgot it was Friday night. It was quite nice because I went down to a supermarket, a well-known supermarket, to get a drink by the canal and the mailbox, outside the mailbox, and it was lovely round there with the sun shining.
Barnard bowls, and that's the offside, there's no run.
And I suddenly remember being here in 2012 when the Olympics were on. They had a big screen down there showing the Olympics. Nice way to spend the evening watching that.
Just staged the Commonwealth Games, Birmingham. Years ago, in comes Barnard round the wicket. He's played a bit off, there's no run. There was a bit of the Commonwealth Games that came to Coventry and Warwickshire, so I was able to cover a bit of bowls at Leamington.
Oh, yes.
And a bit of judo in Coventry.
How was your bowls commentary?
Oh, I hadn't a clue what was going on, but it was it was enjoyable, yeah.
Very good.
It's quite a sight, actually. Leamington now to the home bowls. League bowls in this country. It's played towards mid-on, there's no run. And it's quite strong characters playing the game, and lots of shout, a bit like what you're hearing now from the field. There's lots of shouting going on, and
well, I think
cheers
one of the greatest opening ceremonies I've ever seen, and it sort of got very well known. I think the word is it went viral. Was Barry off EastEnders singing "There's Something Inside So Strong" as the opening song for the start of the World Indoor Bowls Championship. Right. That was quite magnificent as an opening ceremony. I'm not sure he's been invited to do any others after that, but he certainly did that one. As Bo Webster from the Birmingham end is into Dom Sibley, who's tucking this one away off his pads, out towards Simmons, out there deep mid-wicket. They'll take a single. That will move Sibley on to 22.
Talking of going viral, you reminded me now, because I did get to interview Nick Brett at the Commonwealth Games. And if you just look up best bowl shot, there's a shot that he did an indoor, so which all over the internet, it's the best bowl shot ever. So I did interviewed him when he played a match. I did sort of ask him about it, and he loves the fact that it's gone viral. Yeah. But he also said it's not even the best shot he's played ever. Wow. Never mind the best shot by anybody ever. Yes. But that's the internet for you.
Yes. Here's Webster to Patel. Still looking to get off the mark, Ryan Patel. Just pushes this one up towards Ollie Hannon-Dalby. Stood up there at a wideish mid-off. And there is no run. Oh, I do like the bowls. Yeah. My granddad's brother was blinded in the war and went to St Dunstan's in Brighton, and he was unbelievable. But he had it like the ball had a bell in it, and he was it's unbelievable to watch him. As Webster's in, shout for LBW. Oh, and now Ryan Patel set off for a single that isn't there, and nothing given. Ryan Patel just looking to work round that front pad. Yes, he used to beat sighted players. It was all for the sound of the bell and the ball. Is it really? But I do like a bit of bowls. As Patel waits once again. Webster's into him. Patel looking to get off the mark still. Turns this one into the leg side. Simmons gets across to do the fielding, and there is no run.
Warwickshire continuing to keep it quite tight here. Potentially frustrate the Surrey, but if they get one more wicket before the close, I feel it's been a reasonable day. Such a big score to defend. They'll somehow try and get another 19 wickets in the next 2 and a bit days. It won't be easy, to say the least.
Patel stands with that bat raised. Webster's into him, and Patel just turns off his hip into the leg side once again. Simmons gets close to do the fielding, and there's no run.
So Surrey do only score at 3 and over. I think they probably will pick it up, but if they do only score at 3 and over, on my reckoning they'll still only be about halfway to Warwickshire score by the close tomorrow.
Once again, there's Patel. They've got a short mid-wicket in for him now. Webster around the wicket, and that's short, and that's a nice way to get off the mark, because we saw a bit of this during the Warwickshire innings, and he's off the mark with a 6 into the holly stand because it's a short boundary on the leg side, and we saw a little bit of that early on with Alex Davis against Jordan Clark, and that one Webster banged it in to see what would happen, and it was nicely put away. Well, by Ryan Patel for 6, and it's 69 for 1.
That's me saying they're keeping it tight, and he goes next to 6. Warwickshire hit 5 sixes, which is actually, from Surrey's point of view, not bad with that relative short boundary. Alex Davis, as you mentioned, got 2. Tom Nathan got 1, and Zen Malik got 2, including...
Well, I did the maths on that at tea time, and it was 286 runs out of 665 in 4s and 6s off the bat, which is a pretty good effort.
Ed Barnard to Sibley. Barnard just gone for 6 runs. Sibley left that. He's perfectly entitled to do so again, despite Alex Davis. But looking at the replay, I'm not even sure that was worth
I
a
know,
yell.
it's part of it to make simply think it was closer to his off stump than it was. And then, as I was saying, no buys at all from Ben Folkes in 665.
Yeah. This next one was playing to square leg for a single. And I think there were 3 wires, but he got to all those, didn't he, as well? So that there were no sort of extra wires, if you see what I mean.
Yes, and it's the highest ever total for Surrey for a keeper not to concede a bye. Because you sort of say it's hard work for the bowlers, it's hard work for the keepers. 160 overs.
Yeah. And Patel has launched that one away, and it's going to be fielded by Anand Dolby. It's wide long leg for a single. 71 for 1.
Yeah, rolled the wrist on that one, didn't he? Because it's a much bigger boundary for the left-hander with the bowler coming from this pavilion end.
It's obviously not been that hot out there because a few players have been wearing short sleeve sweaters. Alex Davis is wearing one, the wicketkeeper Slip's wearing one, and Ryan Patel is wearing one as he bats. So there's quite a stiff breeze that might be cooling it down a little bit.
Yes, it is. You can see the sheets down there.
Yeah.
It uses the sight screen, and they're like a sail on a ship, aren't they?
Impressive headphone split if someone's left here. This next one is pushed out to the offside. There's no run. I might have to go in the bag.
Yes.
Useful,
Very useful. Very, very useful. From a spin perspective, other than a bit of Webster,
see Phil back tomorrow then?
Yes, goodbye Phil, goodbye. Anybody else who can, from a Warwickshire point of view?
Just Rob Yates is the,
Rob Yates
I think
is
so.
the other one, isn't he?
Look, normally you have Dan Mosley, but he's not in this team. Barnes bowls, that's a forward defence, and there's no run. I don't think anyone else. We were just asked, we were wondering about Zen Malik. He certainly didn't bowl in the first match, so as far as I know, he hasn't bowled in any list A cricket, so as far as I know, he doesn't bowl at all.
So just Yates and possibly a bit of Webster. They might have to do a bit of bowling. Here we are. They're now doing the old sort of aeroplane wing with 2 catching the covers and 2 on the leg side.
Oh, Barlock him running in, but there's a fly. It's Dom Sibley, which may be an error on its part. Sibley swats it away.
Yeah. 3 catching on the leg side, 2 on the offside. So it looks a bit like an aeroplane.
Barnard in, left. Taking Maris Davis. Yeah, comfortably enough leave. 71 for 1. I've got 7 more overs to negotiate today of Surrey.
I remember seeing that when Sibley got his double 100 at 18 against Yorkshire, and Amler got 100 at the other end. And at one point, because Yorkshire was just trying to almost break their concentration, they had everybody, bar the keeper, sort of in that formation. And it was in the covers and on the leg side. It was like sort of 2 brick walls of fielders in front of the batters.
Netherlands have completed a victory against Scotland, despite the best effort of Mark Watts, what, 100 wickets.
Webster around the wicket to Ryan Patel on a length, and he plays this one back up the pitch, and Hannon Dalby gets across to do the fielding.
Mark Watts, he only took 1 wicket, he's become Scotland's top one-day international wicket taker apparently. But anyway, the Netherlands beating them comfortably. George Munsey did make a century back being at the top for Scotland, but it wasn't enough.
Waits again, there's Patel. Around the wicket once more. Oh, goes Webster. Naughty shot from Ryan Patel. Run that one down towards backward point in the third man region. The outside edge of the bat. And it was taken by Davis away to his left-hand side. I was thinking of other places I went sort of in that one-day competition. Cresselly. Went to a farmyard in Cresselly in Wales.
Oh, right, okay.
With Edward Bevan. And actually, the game got delayed because the farmer let his cows out. And they sort of started wandering across the outfield. Yeah. As around the wicket once again comes Webster. This is turned leg side by Ryan Patel. And there is no run because they do have a fielder just lurking in there at short mid-wicket. Kai Smith lurking in there at short mid-wicket. So yeah, I think either Mark Butcher was batting. Yeah, I think he was batting, and he had to sort of step away because suddenly the farmer let all the cows out. It's a lovely little ground though. This is turned again by Patel, and Kai Smith tumbles away to his left in there at short mid-wicket. Gets a raucous round of applause for that bit of work. Good bit of work from him.
Well, of course, the one-day cup, current format, obviously we play at the same time as 100, it has given opportunities for a few more outgrounds, hasn't it?
Oh,
that's where rugby school has come into its own. 3 more matches to be played there again this season.
Very nice. Is Webster in, and forward goes Ryan Patel. Plays him straight back up the pitch.
Which is good. Games at York. I actually did a championship match at York a few years ago, which was great. I do like outgrounds. It can be challenging from a broadcast point of view, but I do like cricket being played on different grounds away from county HQ.
So waits again. This one's down the leg side. Nothing on it at all. Eventually taken by Alex Davis, so end of another over. 6 to go this evening. 71 for 1 Surrey. That wicket to go Rory Burns. It was LBW to Ed Barnard for 27. If you're just coming in, this is reply to Warwickshire's 665 for 5 declared. Ed Barnard's 177 not out, 184 from Tom Latham, but actually the headline's really Zen Malik. His maiden first class 100 in his second game.
So, was it 366 Warwickshire were overnight? In comes Barnard to bowl. It's fielded by Malik, there's no run.
Yeah, they started the day at 364 for
364. So we've had, what is it, 372 runs for 2 wickets today.
Yes.
Fair to say that the bat has dominated.
Yes, because Warwickshire were 301 for 1 today.
Yeah. Tom Latham, their only batter out.
A small matter of 184.
Yes. Barnard bowls, and Sibley defends and pushes out to the offside. There's no run.
Yates is getting warmed up here. I'm not surprised. Should have a little look this evening. Dan Lawrence bowled nicely. His off breaks. Lovely evening, isn't it?
It is. It's been sunny throughout.
Was it warm at your football game last night?
Do you know what? I was slightly caught out by that. As in comes Barnard to bowl. And it's like a square leg for a single. And I got out of the car. I got to the ground. I had to be at the ground quite early, so I got there for about 5:15. And it was quite hot when I got out of the car, and I said to myself, I know it's a night game, but even so, I'm not going to need my coat today. Mistake.
By the end?
Because it did get quite nippy by the end.
How was Frank about?
Oh, he's fine. Frank was always good. He's been great to deal with. Ball comes into bowl round the wicket to Patel. He's played him enough as an He sometimes gives short answers, particularly when things haven't gone well, but he always does it with a smile, so that's all right. You don't mind that. No, he was fine. He was quite bullish. Only one goal in it, all to play for. Stadium Light on Tuesday night. I've been happy to do this for a long time, as you know, Mark, but it still feels quite surreal to me. I find myself interviewing someone who used to watch him all the time play for England.
Oh, yeah.
Over 100 caps.
I can't believe he's old enough to be. Where does the time go?
In comes Barnard round the wicket. Oh, it's a bouncer. It's a tennis ball bouncer. Maybe a little fortunate that wasn't called a wide. Ryan Patel goes on walkabout. So what on earth was that about? And, there's no run. One of my favourite moments of him was actually, not to me, was during a press conference. Brandon Thomas Asante had scored an incredible goal from some 40 yards out. And he was at he's asked the press conference was Frank, you ever score any goals like that? You know, yeah.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just go and watch the highlights, Will.
Barnard to bowl to Patel. Patel hits that down towards side. It was a bit uppish. There's only 2 slips in there. They probably needed a 4th slip, and even then I don't think it would quite have carried, but it was a little uppish from Patel. He gets 4 runs for it, though.
Yeah, that's the thing I was saying with Mel earlier, with the sort of funky fields with the 2 and in the offside and the 2 on the leg side. But then you lose someone in from that gully region, and that's where it flew. Pushed quite hard down to the boundary. So yes, that sort of guffled shout was that Rob Yates is coming into the attack from the Birmingham end, replacing Bo Webster. So 76 for 1, Surrey. 5 overs remain. Just waiting for Alex Davis's helmet to be brought out to him. Warwickshire, there we are. Cry of you bears down below us. I've only seen Rob Yates with a helmet on batting and with his cap on, but it's to me as if he may be sporting a mullet. Looks magnificent from this distance as well.
Just the 4 wickets so far this season. He didn't bowl actually in either of the games against Notts or Yorkshire, which the Notts one particularly is quite surprising. But he didn't bowl. Of course, they did have Towns Ali did play in that game, so he would have been
slightly relegated in there.
Actually, no, he didn't. He didn't play in that. I'm surprised he didn't bowl in that game, but there we are.
Well, here is Yates, who's going to have a short leg and a slip. And this was the end, of course, that Dan Lawrence bowled from. And forward goes Sibley. That's because for the right hander, the long side of the ground is the leg side. So he's protecting the leg side, understandably. He's got a sweeper on the cover rope and a backward point and a wideish mid-off. As Sibley waits for this, nudges it into the leg side, we'll get a single. One more to Dom Sibley. He moves on to 25. Surrey move on to 77 for 1. Ryan Patel comes back on to strike. An absolutely beautiful evening. But Mal mentioned it yesterday, but there's that gentleman who always sits in that one seat at the back of the holly stand. Hasn't moved all day. Yes, Yates in, and Patel gets a flat delivery. Round the wicket to Ryan Patel is Yates. With his off breaks, that one pushed down into the leg side, rolling up to Ethan Bamber. Stood up a deepish mid-off. It's a quicker ball this time, pushed away by Ryan Patel. No run. close with his bat once more. Nice Patel as Yates is in. That one does turn, that one does bounce. A touch. Not taken cleanly by Alex Davis. So he buys. Will bring Sibley back onto strike once again.
Just note Chris Benjamin, who left Warwickshire at the end of the season for Kent, is batting currently for Kent. He's 60 not out, apparently, according to the BBC County Cricket page. He's edged quite a few, but he's still there with Kent really struggling. 131 for 7, replying to Walker's 549 for 9. Good to see Chris Benjamin in the runs.
It's very much so. Yes. Here is Yates, and forward goes Sibley. Pushes this one into the offside.
I think I'm right. Sorry,
there's no run.
I think I'm right in saying he wasn't pushed out here, Chris Benjamin, but he just felt that he needed to move to get more opportunities. He was a bit of a squad player here, shall we say. And Chase Simmons is going to come back. The exact change of ends for him. Ball from the pavilion end. Elegant looking bowler. 12 runs off his first 3 overs. He has number 99 on his back.
I did go down and check Hannah Dorby's height on the where you can stand next to Hannah Dorby. 6'8".
Yeah.
As I say, there is a real facial similarity to Justin Rose. A photo of him down. I like that. Stand next to the player and see how tall they are.
In comes Simmons then, with soles of his boots showing as he comes into bowl, and Patel tries to swat away on the leg side, doesn't really get hold of it. It's fielded at mid-wicket, there's no run. Davis is very busy. Somebody's always coming out having a chat with somebody's having a chat with his vice captain Ed Barnard and with Bo Webster. Thank you for that. 78 for 1.
It's a lovely hymn. It's somewhat short.
Slipping, there is a gully in place now. Stables and doors and whatever spring to mind, but that's a bounce from Simmons. A good aggressive delivery, but easily left by Patel.
Well, he does have the long boundary to work with the left-hander on stride to Simmons.
He's got a shortish square leg.
He really did bang that in as well. The young Mr. Simmons.
From Barbados. Signed as a 17-year-old in 2021, just his second first-class match. Bowls, and that's clipped away nicely by Patel. Just a little short from Simmons, and Patel leans back and hits out through the covers for 4.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. Bit of width. Just threw his hands through it. That whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. Down on to 15. Sorry, move on to 82 for 1. Made a very nice noise that off the bat of Ryan Patel.
It's 15 off 32 balls. Simmons ball catches that one up at pace, but it's defended back to him. That's trying to give Simmons plenty of encouragement. 21 years of age.
He's got lovely action. Got a good coach in Stuart Barnes as well, so got everything he needs.
He's in again. Patel turns that round. He's just a little bit in danger of getting there towards short leg. Puts it wide of him. It's Kai Smith. Since he's not keeping wicket, he's having to field it close in short leg. Thanks very much, Skip. So we don't don't know why, whether it's just that Alex Davis fancied taking the gloves for this game, or whether there's another reason why Kai Smith, who's kept wicket in the first 4 games this season, isn't doing so here. There's a second fielder going in close on that leg side. Rob Yates has come out of the slip cordon to go there, and Patel has crashed that through the offside for 4. Tucks the bat under his arm and says thank you very much. Nice shot from Patel. He moves on to 19, end of the over, 86 for 1. Couple of boundaries in that over.
Yeah, that was a little short and wide from Simmons. And there wasn't anybody on the offside through the cover region. But, absolutely whistled off to the boundary rope in front of the Holly stand. So 3 to go today, 3 overs that is, 86 for 1 then Surrey. 665 for 5 declared at tee. Warwickshire. Yates will continue from the Birmingham end of the ground. Sibley will be on strike on 25. There's a slip and a short leg in there. As Yates over the wicket he comes, and forward goes Sibley. Yates hit. Looks to me like he does actually give it a bit of a rip as well.
Yeah.
So
you're in danger of getting through the whole day without describing a wicket here.
There have been other things to admire today than wickets. As Yates is in, tosses this one up, simply gets forward. Plays this one down into the offside. What? Sort of, I feel a bit for. Latham's done it before, but you know, also had a highest score for Barnard today. But the story is forward. Sibley's and Malik. That's the story to go. That 100. Yeah, he'd always remember today. He stood out a deep mid-wicket at the moment. Yates is into Sibley. Sibley's looking to whip that leg side. Doesn't really time it. But Webster, excuse me, comes round to his left and gets one of those long arms of his down. Davis adjusting the field again. And it was just behind square at 45 across to mid-wicket position. Malik goes behind square at deep backward square, and they get a leg slip in. So it's a leg slip, short leg. There's the short mid-wicket and a slip catching. Yates is over the wicket to Sibley. Quicker ball. And Sibley's just trying to push that into the covers, but actually pushes it straight back up the pitch. And Yates comes across to do the retrieval work off his own bowling. So final ball of the Yates over. He comes over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley off the stumps, just gets bat on this, plays it down into the leg side, and they will pick up a single. One more to the total. 87 for 1 Surrey, couple of overs to go. Patel 19, and Sibley is on 26.
Still a cool 578 behind Surrey, but got through at times a trying session pretty well, just with the loss of Rory Burns. And Simmons to continue, so this will be the last over of the day from the pavilion end. I presume we'll see one more from Rob Yates. And back tomorrow.
Yes,
6
do
wickets.
it all again.
Yeah, 6 wickets having fallen the first 2 days for 752 runs. That one is pushed out to point out. He's gone for the first run quickly, and the fielder coming in from the boundary, not exactly sprinted in Zen Malik. However, he has done enough to restrict them to 1. 88 for 1.
Whoever said it's a batter's game. I think Barnard played very nicely, and saying that Latham on debut Did his job as he overseas, didn't he? Making an impact.
He did.
Ran it with his 100. Tomorrow's, well, sort of roles reverse really. It's all about the ball for Warwickshire and all about the bat for Surrey.
Simmons bowls to Patel, who just flicks it to back of square leg. It's a singly. Negotiates to whether there's a second there, and the answer is no, there isn't. 89 for 1.
I do like the electronic scoreboard away in the distance of the Birmingham end, but now the sort of the trail by makes more sense and is very helpful.
Yes.
But in the first innings, when it Surrey were trailing by 4, and they were 4 without loss.
This next one is played a square leg. Highsmith is quickly onto it, shies at the stumps, misses. Warwickshire didn't manage a single run out in the whole of the 2024 season. They've already managed 2 this season.
There you go.
But not there, 90 for 1.
Right buses. Yes. Just took a little while to get going there, did Ryan Patel. He was always going to make it. Good bit of work from Smith.
Simmons in again. Tall figure comes the balls around the wicket. Patel pulls that into the ground. It's cut off at just back of square leg, so there's no run.
And again, just got to roll the wrists on that as Ryan Patel. That's the long side of the ground for the left-hander. Yates was in there, I think more for a shot off the hip of Ryan Patel.
Simmons, well, a bouncer. Patel leaps in the air and plays that out into the offside. He's not tempted to try and pull it onto the leg side where the traps have been set, and he gets 2 runs.
It's a pretty safe shot, really, because there's only one man at cover, so as long as you get enough bat on it, and he picks up a couple of runs.
So last ball for Simmons to bowl today, assuming it is a legal delivery. He comes in to bowl round the wickets, a bouncer. Patel ducks under it. It's good delivery, but end of the over. And whoever is padded up now for Surrey can remove their pads and put their feet up, because no new batter's going to have to come in now today.
No. Sibley and Patel get together for a bit of a chat about all of this. The last over of the day to be bowled by Yates. Alex Davis, Bo Webster chatting to the off spinner. Don Sibley's just having a breather, takes his helmet off. 92 for 1, Surrey. 31 overs in this session, so 1 to go. And again, have the leg slip, short leg and a short mid-wicket. And then they'll be back tomorrow and they'll do it all again tomorrow. But as I say, from a Warwickshire perspective, it will be about coming up with plans with the ball, and from a Surrey perspective, it'll be about batting tomorrow as Yates is in, and this one's tossed up and turned by Sibley to the leg side. Won't get a run. Sure, you'll be looking forward to a bit of sleep tonight after last night and today. Mr. Eakin, as forward goes Sibley, nudges this one down into the leg side. Smith does a tumbling stop in there at short leg.
I thought of going to the Stadium Light for an 8 o'clock kick-off on Tuesday night. I mean, I'm looking forward to the game. I'm not sure I'm looking forward to...
Are you going on the train or driving?
I haven't decided yet.
As this is punched off the back foot by Sibley. And there to short mid-wicket.
I think I might stay over.
Be sensible. Quite a long way to Sunderland.
Very long way to Sunderland.
settles over his bat once more. Unless, of course, you're going from Newcastle or Durham. As forward goes Yates, beats the edge with the one that goes on with the arm, and Davis, for good measure, whips off the bow. Nice bit of bowling that from Yates, just pushed it a little wider, it just went on with the arm. Sibley had a little push at it. Davis whipped off the bails. It was very dramatic for nothing. 92 for 1.
There was nothing obvious there to suggest the back foot wasn't in the crease. Oh, they're going to show it square leg now.
Oh, there we go. Now that one just turns Sibley round a touch, thickish edge. Runs away down through a backward point region. They'll get 2 here, so Sibley will pick up another couple.
Nice try, Mr. Davies, but
yes,
nowhere near, I'm afraid. And his back foot was firmly locked in the crease.
So I'm sure they'll get an extra man in catching here. Yep, Webster's going to come across and go in and cut that gully position out. So last ball of this, the second day. Yates is into Dominic Sibley. Tossed up. It's a full toss, and it's just helped down to the boundary rope. Through backward point by Sibley, and that will finish today's proceedings with Surrey 98 for 1, Sibley 34, and Ryan Patel on 22. And Sibley and Patel both got across to Barnard to shake him by the hand, and then Sibley wanders across to shake Malik by the hand. But yes, it's been a day for the batters again, Clive Eakin.